Tonight, I'd like to ask the city, I'd like to ask you please to silence your cell phones and other electronic devices and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. At this time, I'm asking Pastor Gerald Thompson from the San Bernardino Community Seventh-day Adventist Church to come forward. Pastor, there you are. If you please rise.
As we prepare our hearts for prayer, I am just honored to give the invocation for the first meeting of the year. I'm reminded of the scriptures in Psalms 29, the 29th division. The psalmist David says, "As the deer panteth for the water, so my soul panteth after thee." That gave me encouragement today because as the deer panteth for the water, desires the water, so does David desire to have a relationship with God. So should we as well. And then we should also desire to, once again, to continue on the trajectory in making San Bernardino an all-American city. So I'm excited about this new year. Let us pray together. We thank you, Most High God, for bringing us here into a new year, new vision, new goals, and a new mindset. And so, God, we ask you, Lord, that you will be with us, Lord, that your presence will be in the meeting this evening, that, Lord, that everything that is done and said will bring glory and honor to your name. I pray you be with Mayor Valdivia and his team as they lead this city now. I pray you bless them and be with them, oh God. Be with the people, Father, as we work, Lord, and as we work to make this and work together for this city, this great city of San Bernardino, to be an all-American city. So, God, do, Lord, for us what only you can do. We thank you for what you have done in the past. And, Lord, we know how you will lead us in the future. We pray all these things in the wonderful and precious holy name of Jesus the Christ. Let everyone say, amen. Amen.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Amelia Ojo, please, to come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Amelia is in the first grade at Kimberly Elementary School. Amelia is a granddaughter of San Bernardino City employee Catherine Katie Thompson of the Police Department.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Thomas and Amelia. Now I'd like to ask the city attorney for the report of closed session. Mr. Sine, is there anything to report?
On item listed under a conference with legal counsel, council gave a settlement directive by consensus. The other matter was not taken up in closed session. That's item B, public employee performance evaluation. Council will return to closed session after the open session to discuss that item.
Thank you, Mr. Sines. We move now to the presentation portion of our council meeting. Will the person representing the Chamber of Commerce please come forward and make your announcements? None tonight? Thank you. Do we have any representatives tonight from our state elected officials' offices? No, seeing none. All right, Chamber of Commerce, please. Now's your time. Go ahead, no problem.
Good evening. I'm Leslie Stevens, Director of Sales and Marketing for the Residence Inn in San Bernardino, and also I am on the Executive Board for the Area Chamber of Commerce. A slow start to the year, beginning with the San Bernardino Unified School District Board meeting taking place 5:30 p.m. on January the 8th at Indian Springs High School. Call 381-1245 for more details. The featured speaker at the Chamber's weekly Coffee Clash meeting on Wednesday, January the 9th at 7:30 a.m. will be Miguel Guerrero of the San Bernardino Municipal Water Department, who will be giving an update on the water department, as well as discussing water conservation conservation issues, thank you. All meetings take place at the Chamber offices at 546 West 6th Street, across the street from the library. Call 885-7515 for more information. Directly following this meeting, the Chamber's monthly Government Affairs Committee convenes at 9 a.m. to discuss the up-and-coming legislative issues. This is an ideal opportunity to meet the representatives of your local elected officials and find out what's going on at home in Sacramento and also Washington, D.C., and make your opinions known to them. Finally, the Coffee Clash speaker for Wednesday, January 16th at 7:30 a.m. will be Dale Sarver of the Inland Empire chapter of SCORE. As a resource partner of the U.S. Small Business Administration, or SBA, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs and businesses since 1964 through mentoring, workshops, educational resources. Call 885-7515 for more information. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Leslie. We appreciate our San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. At this time, we are moving on to the appointments, item number 2 through 6. If I could have a motion, please.
Second.
All right. And we'll call for the question. If members would please register the vote.
That's all right, I can do it. On the appointments, items 2 through 6, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 6-0.
Very well. At this time, I'd like to recognize the Animal Control Commission appointment made by Councilmember Sandra Barra. Councilmember Barra, if you would please go to the podium, and I will call up Mr. Gary Blake. Mr. Blake, are you here?
Would you
Thank
mind
you,
if
sir.
I gave everybody their oath of office before they did more ceremonial things?
Sure.
The 4 appointees?
Do you want to do it all at the same
I'd
time?
like to do that all at the same
Or
time.
independently?
All at the same time would be
Okay, let's
awesome.
do that. So let me call individuals up. Arts and Historical Preservation Commission appointment, Ms. Darlene Herrera, if you would, please join us at the podium. Followed by the Charter Review Commission appointment, Ms. Susan Green-Dantzler. Ms. Green-Dantzler, if you would, please join us at the podium. The Planning Commission reappointment of Ms. Amelia Lopez. Ms. Lopez, if you would join us. And the Public Safety and Human Relations Commission appointment by Councilmember Ibarra, Mr. Sean E. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, if you would join us, please. Miss Sean Kelly. Thank you, Ms. Ibarra. Madam City Clerk, if you'd administer the oath to these folks, I'd appreciate it.
Please raise your right hand, repeat after me, saying your name when I get to you. All right? I,
Gary Blake,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
To bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
I'm missing one of these, so I will have these set out here.
Ms. Ibarra, if you would, please introduce your commissioners.
Thank you, members of the council, the city, and all attendees. My first commissioner appointed in the second award for Animal Control Commission, Mr. Gary Blake. Come on down. So a commission appointment is hereby conferred upon Gary M. Blake by the City Council of the City of San Bernardino to serve as a member of the Animal Control Commission and receive the oath of office from our city clerk on this second day of January 2019. This is your certificate, and you get a pen. Thank you, Zanas. Thank you. Yeah, ready to shake hands? Awesome, thank you. Gary, Mr. Blake? Nobody tells me anything. Okay, Ms. Darlene, come on down. Mrs. Herrera. A commission appointment is hereby conferred upon Darlene Herrera by the City Council of the City of San Bernardino to serve as a member of the Arts and Historical Preservation Commission and receive the oath of office from our city clerk on this second day of January 2019. Thank you, Darlene, for stepping up as a city commissioner. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. And Susan. A very active citizen here in the second ward, Ms. Susan. I got the pleasure of meeting her a couple months ago. Thank you for stepping up. A commission appointment is hereby conferred upon Susan Green Dantzler. It's Dantzler Green, right? Dantzler Green.
Green Dancer.
Oh, Green Dantzler, by the City Council of the City of San Bernardino to serve as a member of the Charter Review Commission and receive the oath of office from our city clerk on this second day of January 2019. Thank you, Ms. Susan,
Thank you.
for stepping up. Thank you. And you get a pen. All right. Ms. Amelia. This is actually going to be a reappointment for the second ward. Commission reappointment is hereby conferred upon Amelia Lopez by the City Council of the City of San Bernardino to serve as a member of the Planning Commission and receive the oath of office from our city clerk on this second day of January 2019. Thank you. She didn't get it. You have a pen? You got another pen.
My collection. Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Sean Kelly. Another active member in the community. A commission appointment is hereby conferred upon Sean E. Kelly by the City Council of the City of San Bernardino to serve as a member of the Public Safety and Human Relations Commission and receive the oath of office from our city clerk on this second day of January 2019. Thank you, Ms. Sean.
Well, thank you.
Ms. Kelly, for joining us.
Picture today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Ibarra. I'd also like to thank and express my sincere gratitude to the commissioners for your willingness to serve our community. Thank you. Now is the time for public comments. I encourage individuals, if you have a public comment, please fill out a speaker slip and forward it to our city clerk. If you have not already done so, please hand your speaker slip immediately to the city clerk, and we will begin calling out these folks. Gloria Amaya. Ms. Amaya, followed by Paul Sanborn, followed by Carmel Rowe.
Hello, my name is Gloria Amaya. I'm an active community member here in San Bernardino. I service two wards, Bastines Ward and Miss Sandra Ibarra's ward. But I wanted to bring some good news to San Bernardino. We're doing a lot of community service to help reentry clients who come out of incarceration and anybody in general. We have some events coming up. We have the Public Defenders Post-Conviction Assistance Program that's going to be this Friday for anybody in our community, which is in Bastines Ward. And we also have Child Support Services who will be out for those of you who are in our city who have questions or who have clients or customers who need those type of services to help them get acclimated and get back into our communities. That's one of the barriers to those who come out of incarceration is, child support and expungements, things of that nature. But also we're having a community cleanup here on G Street at 1024 North G Street at the Holy Land Church on Saturday. What we plan to do or hope to do is produce a community center for children within that region to have something positive to provide violence prevention services for youth. That's coming up soon, hopefully within this year. We hope to have your guys' support with that. If you guys want to come out and check out the facilities or just show face, that would be awesome of you guys. And just to show the community that you are active in a positive way. But I don't want to take too much of your time, but that's what we're doing here in San Bernardino.
Thank you, Ms. Maya.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanborn, Paul Sanborn, recognized for 3 minutes, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. To the council, being you people are new, you know, you didn't get there just by looks or whatever. You're smart people, believe it or not. And don't let these people tonight come up here and bully you. Well, you can laugh all you want. This is in the paper the other day. 2018 brought several minor changes to San Bernardino. Brian Whitehead, he's right here in the audience. Over here he does the university, or the Redlands rather, school and everything, all in the same deal. You know, you need to go back to school and learn journalism a little bit. I have, in my personal opinion, I think you ought to start printing that paper in the yellow paper between me and you. The other thing, can we talk about 18 tonight too, John? Okay. Anyhow, I'm for item 18. To be honest with you, it's the missing link in this town to have somebody get out there and talk to the people, et cetera, and report back to the mayor and whatnot. We've got code enforcement, building services, the police department. You know, all of these people have got problems. If you were a contractor like me, you would know it. I guarantee. I even had a problem today with the fire department. It's crazy. And with the senior custom service representative and then plus 4 assistants for better management actually between the mayor and the constituents, this needs to pass tonight, and I hope you people see that. The other thing I want to bring up right quick, to be honest with you, years ago, I called Bob Holcomb and I told him, I says, hey, I says, you're not going to believe it, not Bob Holcomb, but Bob Kirchie. I says, hey, I says, Bob Holcomb's not running. Bob Kirchie says, where'd you hear about that? I said, well, let's see what happens. 3 days later, he's on Channel 3. He says he's not running. So anyhow, I tell you tonight, something that was told to me today in the same place, the barber shop. Mrs. Miller had said, hey, if John got voted in, she wasn't going to stay here. She was going to leave. Anyhow, good night.
Thank you, Mr. Sanborn. Ms. Rowe, Carmel Rowe. Items 17, 18, and 21. Thank you, Ms. Rowe. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. On item number 17, changing the time, the date, and the place, I'm all for changing the time. I think Wednesday is a little better day than Tuesday because it's the middle of the week and it gives you a little more time to review the agenda. And, you know, Monday is like, oh man, the weekend. And so then Tuesday, you're like barely recovering from Monday. And then by Wednesday, you're able to put it all into perspective and you could actually get here. So I'd like to recommend that you guys keep it on Wednesday, change the times. The recess, that's great because a lot of us who like to pay attention, you know, would rather not have to come in here during the holidays or during summer. So I agree with that. But I think that, you know, maybe moving it to a different place, even though it gets a little crowded in here, might actually hurt people and they might not actually come in because they might be a little confused. So maybe you should reconsider that. As far as item number 18, giving the mayor staff, well, I keep hearing it's 6 positions, but when I read it, I could have swear it said that it was 5 positions and changed the name of one, and they really looked like they were entry-level positions. And I read the charter, and I thought to myself, if the mayor is the spokesperson for the city, and we don't have any property tax dollars, and we need sales tax dollars to be generated in this city, then we need somebody out selling the city. You know, I do mortgage loans. If I'm not out there selling my business, who's selling my business? And it's the mayor's job to sell the city or to promote the city in some sort of light. And there's no way he could possibly do that by himself. Now, I could see if these were like $120,000 a year jobs, but these are really low-level, entry-level jobs. And I think you're taking people and promoting them from within, which is actually a good thing because then you're not really starting over. And I think that, you know, the backlash that, you know, we have Mayor Davis here, and we have some people starting things and saying that, I mean, I couldn't believe that Margaret Hill got put into all this today, and I just think that it's not really right, you know, the politics that go on in this city. You know, I think that if everybody had something to say, they should have been saying it here for 5 years. But now that their term is over, I think that they should probably not say it. And they should let us get on with the show and let the mayor do his job. And in 6 months from now, if we all hate it, then hey, we can talk about it then. But in week one, let's let us start. Like if we elected him to lead the people, then you know what? This is what I've been here. The people have been calling for what's going on. People have been calling for accountability. People have been calling for people to return phone calls. People have been calling for the city to get on the up and up and promote business. I mean, how are you going to collect sales tax dollars if businesses don't come to this city? How are we going to survive? And, you know, when I campaigned to be the mayor, I heard we had a $30 million surplus. And then, Mr. Mulvihill, now if we hire people, we're going to have a $2 million negative. That doesn't even make any sense. Let's tell the people the truth. Okay, let's stop lying to the people. Okay, let's get it done. Let's see San Bernardino succeed. Let's not get off on 5th and Baseline and see prostitutes. Okay, let's see businesses and sales tax dollars. Let's leave the mayor alone, get off the attack, and let's all get on one side. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Karina Cornejo. Ms. Cornejo, welcome.
Good evening, all. I'm here today regarding number 18 on the agenda, the proposed staffing level for the office of the mayor. And as a going on 2 decades plus employee of a public sector, a lot of what I saw seemed like fluff, so to speak. I saw it for decades in the county, in the various capacities that I worked there, and I wouldn't wish something like that would come and affect our city. So what I would say is that the increase being requested is not something that our city can currently afford. I do not understand how Mayor Valdivia can, in good conscience, ask to add the positions when there are departments lacking basic adequate staffing. Perhaps this can be visited once we do get revenue producing businesses here. Is just not the time or the place to do it. Our city simply cannot afford what is being asked. And I'm going to keep it short, and I'm going to just ask us to remember what I think Councilman Charette said it best at his swearing-in ceremony when he said, I believe a lot of hard work has been done by all of you up here, every single one of you. But I also believe that we are fragile, that we must be very diligent in our duties leading this community as we continue our path to recovery and full sustainability. This isn't something we can do by adding this staff, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cornejo. Joseph Doyle, followed by Kathy Hartley. Mr. Doyle?
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'd like to address 18 also. You know, I got married in 61, 62, I wanted to build a house, but I didn't know where I was going to build it. But San Bernardino was a great city. I raised 4 kids here. My wife worked for the school district for 25 years. But I'm not mayor, I'm not one of the country club voters. I made my living with my hands. And I hope I can speak from my heart. I'm not as articulate as some of the people you're going to hear tonight. Number one, the prognosis for next year, 2020, by all of the financial gurus, say that we're either going to have a big dip in our economy or a recession. And that's pretty much across the board of all the economists. So I don't know how we can come up with the money, and it protracted over 10 years, it's $3.2 million or somewhere in that, but there's going to be a lot of add-ons to that. So it's not just $3.2 million. One of the things that bothers me the most, and when Mayor Valdivia was running for office, I attended 10 or 12 of the meetings, and he continually said that he was going to attack and change our city charter. Now, that city charter, a lot of people worked their hearts out on that to set it. And the reason for that city charter was so that we don't elect a despot, a dictator, or a king for the mayor of this city. And I think the best example of that is what's happening right now with the city manager. And if you look at the city charter, it doesn't allow the city manager to remove her. And he would have to justify it, and everyone you talk to in this city will tell you what a great gal she is and what a job she's doing. So, Mr. Mayor, keep your hands off of her, please. The other thing that I'd like to say on the charter, that if you're going to attack the charter, you're going to hear a cry and hue that's going to be nothing but recall. And we've done it before, and we can do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Kathy Hartley, welcome. Items 17 and 18. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for listening to me today and to other people that are here that have important things on our minds. I have some questions for you, Mayor Valdivia. On 18, I want to know why you feel like you need the extra people for your staff. You have spent a lot of time during your campaign of getting out and talking to the people. You can continue to do that. You've got good council people that can bring information to you. They are your eyes and ears also for this city. And I think that if you can work with your council, that you can have a cohesive team. Along with this charter talk, I was not in favor of the new charter, but now that we have it, I think we need to support it. I think that it makes sense now. It took me a long time to come around to it, but I do feel that it's the best way to go. And the city manager, Ms. Miller, has done a wonderful job. She's turned a sinking ship around, and it's not something that she's done with. She has long-term plans, and I think she needs to be given time to work on her plans and complete those. So I ask that you not be hasty. I know that you're anxious to run the city as the old type of mayor that we had, not the new administrative type of mayor that we have. So I ask that you please, on 18, leave these funds alone. We need these funds for other things. The city manager and the chief are looking to add more police. They have been adding them. They're adding them as fast as we can find and qualify and train. It's not an easy process right now, as everybody knows. Police are in high demand, and every city is trying to hire. We also need more code officers. They are, to the beginning, it's the broken windows. If we take care of our code enforcement, I think a lot of our bigger issues will improve. And also, that money could be spent on a lot of other departments, including our animal shelter, which has been in your ward all this time and has been neglected through all your time. And on 17, just real quick, I don't know why, I don't know if you have discussed this with your council members. They ran on the idea that the meetings were this date and time, and they have business and personal lives, and obviously it's working for them or they wouldn't have run for the position. I know that you didn't make it to a lot of our meetings when you were a council member.
Thank you, Ms. Hartley.
And
Our next
I'm wondering
speaker
if
is
that's
Mike
why you had so
Hartley.
much trouble getting
Thank
to
you,
the
Ms. Hartley.
meetings. You're welcome.
Your time
Thank
is
you,
up.
Mayor.
Mr. Hartley? Welcome, Mr. Hartley.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is 18, of course, again, and I'm not against it, but I'm not for it. The reason why is because I keep on saying we need more code enforcement officers in this city, and giving you 6 field representatives for $500,000 versus having more code enforcement officers in this city is beyond me. I can't see it. I can't tell you how depressing it is looking at this city, looking at all the trash, the filth. It's just out of control. I also want to say something about this number 22, making a commercial building into an apartment complex. We can't even handle the apartments that we have right now. They're full of crime, and here we are going to try to add another one. It makes absolutely no sense. Going back to the code, we have 6 code enforcement officers and then 6 code enforcement that are in the police. If anybody was actually to drive around this city and actually look at it, you'd know we are way understaffed. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley. Ms. Garcia, Dorothy, item number 18. Welcome.
Dorothy Garcia, Dr. Dorothy Garcia. And I'm Mayor Valdivian, council members. I'm speaking on item 18. First, Mr. Mayor, you were elected mayor, not king or emperor. This request to add 6 positions to your office is outrageous. The approved 18-19 year's budget has 3 positions already allocated. The persons you put in these 3 positions can easily fulfill the responsibilities of the mayor's office, along with you and the council members. You are the spokesperson for the city. You are the person who needs to be at regional meetings representing San Bernardino. I know that you have concerns about the charter. That charter was approved by the voters of this city. Your concerns about the city manager need to be discussed with the council members and the city manager herself. Ms. Miller knows that I have also had concerns. I think my concerns have been alleviated to a great extent. And I think that if there are valid concerns, then give her a chance to make any changes that will alleviate these concerns. She is responsible to you and the council. Council members, most of you approved that 18-19 year's budget based on the needs of the city and the vision about what could be accomplished during this budget year. I think you have the sense to not approve this unbelievable request to set up an office staff that competes, that duplicates the staff of the city manager's office. And especially to new councilperson Ibarra. Sandra, my friend, you have such potential to be a great councilperson with your community involvement and the leadership you've shown in the past. Please do not get pulled into this ridiculous attempt to undo what has been accomplished in bringing San Bernardino to the way that cities are supposed to operate. Council members, it's up to you to defeat this attempt to create an empire devoted to the glorification of one person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Harry Hatch. Mr. Hatch, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Welcome, Mr. Hatch.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. Regarding number 18, after looking at your requests, and I think I'm going to get it right, you already have 3. You're requesting 4 more.
6 more.
6 total?
No, 6 more.
6 more. Okay. In the present time, there is an office within the city called the Office of Emergency Management. You know how many people they have? The manager, alone. The one person. It's supposed to be in charge of major fires, earthquakes, disasters, things of this nature. Would that not be a better place for a couple of these people than in your office? It makes sense to me, but then again, I'm just a dumb old street cop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hatch. Carrie Davis. Carrie Davis.
Good evening, Mayor,
City Council. Is highlighted during the Mayor and City Council workshops held back in March and April of 2018, facilitated by the highly respected and very successful former San Bernardino County CAO, Greg Devereaux. The role of the Mayor and City Council is to set the policy, and the role of the City Manager is to implement the policy. Mr. Devereaux successfully improved both the City of Ontario and Fontana by effectively operating within the Council Manager form of government. The actions the new mayor and his apparent council followers, Richard, Nichols, Sanchez, and Ibarra, have embarked upon seems to be delving into the realm of management, not policy making. Instead of focusing on what the policy should be, they are concentrating on how to implement, which they're not qualified nor elected to pursue. The mayor and city council should be focused on setting the appropriate priorities and goals and objectives in alignment with the plan of adjustment recovery plan approved by the bankruptcy court in June of 2017. One of your first steps should be familiarizing yourself with the plan of adjustment in order to understand what the goals and objectives are before taking what appears to be uninformed actions. A quick review of your first 2 weeks of service seemed to reflect a lack of understanding of the plan of adjustment and a deviation from its goals and objectives. You are considering amending the budget to fund hiring additional unnecessary staff in the mayor's office instead of focusing on providing resources for our most pressing need of reducing crime and making the city safer. Inflating the mayor's budget has no potential to help the police department reduce response times or improve police department staffing. What appears to be an attempt to take over the communications role from Westbound and assign the responsibility to communications director within the mayor's office is a waste of funds already invested in a capable professional team. The city has lacked the resources to do a better job of communicating with the public. Contracting with Westbound has aided the city by upgrading and improving our communication efforts. Westbound is highly respected and knows how to handle very sensitive issues. You are also considering incurring unwarranted additional expense by relocating city council meetings to an inconvenient and more costly venue. Staff time will be wasted, more liability risk incurred for unnecessary travel, abandonment of facilities already paid for, thereby essentially paying twice for the same function. Changing the city council meeting dates requires additional preparation, will reduce the ability to have preparation time by shortening the time between when the agenda is posted and when it is acted upon.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Your time is up.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Janetta Davis. Items 18 and 21. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am here to speak on items number 18 and 21. The lack of Mayor Valdivia's fiscal prudence is not surprising since he overspent his city council budget for fiscal year 17 and 18 by over 30%. Clearly, he fails to know how to spend within a budget. This request to amend the current budget is just another example of his inability to live within the adopted budget. There are many departments within the city that are not fully staffed due to budget constraints. These include community development, code enforcement, animal control, and public works. Adding unnecessary and unbudgeted staff to the mayor's office means other departments continue to be understaffed. Adding staff to the mayor's office also is increasing the future pension obligation. Next, one of the priorities of the city is to reduce crime and improve the response time of the police department. The mayor seems to be relegating safety to a lower priority in order to advance his personal agenda. The mayor's responsibility is to work collaboratively with the city council to establish the goals and priorities for the city manager to implement. These additional positions would appear to be taking on administrative roles versus policy-making roles, which is essentially regressing back to the mayor functioning as the CEO in years past. Also on the agenda this evening is item number 21, westbound communications. If the intention is for the mayor's staff person that he has identified as the communications director to replace westbound, then the presumption I referred to earlier of moving into the administrative role is an example that demonstrates his lack of understanding about his role as a policy maker. The risk is by controlling communications, the message disseminated could be construed as a utilization of public funds to campaign for the mayor. The two newest council members have not had the time, nor do they seem to have taken the time to understand their roles as council members, but have made very poor decisions so far in supporting Mayor Valdivia's agenda. Council members Nickel, Richard, Sanchez, and Ibarra appear to be relegating their responsibility of the council's charge to set the goals and priorities to a subordinate role. You were elected to study the issues and make decisions based on what is best for the city. It appears as though you were voting based on how the mayor has instructed you. I would strongly urge you to do as Councilmember Richard stated she was going to do when she attended her first council meeting after being sworn in. It may be hard to believe, but she stated she was not controlled by anyone.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Your
and
time
would
is
make
up.
her own
The
decisions.
next speaker is
Thank
Deanna
you.
Adams.
And Mayor Valdivia, I've told you before, my name is Johnita Davis. I would appreciate it
Deanna
if you would
Adams,
remember that.
you're recognized for 3 minutes. Welcome, Ms. Adams.
Welcome. I am totally elated and exhilarated that we have a new administration that has a vision, and out with the old and in with the new. Mayor Valdivia, for years and years, fought tooth and nail to do his best for his constituents. He listens to the people. Furthermore, he opposed the fire district and Measure L. The charter today is anti-citizen. It's not friendly for the people. People have been fooled. We have a great mayor here, and I support number 18. In order to move the city forward, we need enthusiasm. We need to have people on staff that sees and understands Mr. Valdivia, Mayor Valdivia, that understands him and that wants him and to be successful. And if the mayor's office is successful, then everyone else here in this room and his constituent is successful. It's risk-taking, and we need to take that risk. And he has the charisma, he has the communication skill. I've seen him at work for years and years and years. He had the daunting and the spirit to withstand all of the negative and opposition forces, and he made it work. This man will get the job done. And furthermore is Sandra Wabera. She will get the job done. I've watched her work, knocked on doors. I walked with her. She definitely bootstraps and will get the job done. Pertaining to the time, I would love to have this time changed to later, for example, like 6:30 or even 7 o'clock for the meeting so that you can have everybody come in here. And lastly, yeah, it would be really nice to get out of this room. It's hot. It's small. It is really humiliating to have a city hall in this square footage. And because for years and years, I enjoyed a beautiful city hall. I was so proud to be in that city hall, the Spider building with the elegant architect, distinguished, and that makes a statement of who we are as a people. I'm for number 18. I support you, Mayor Valdivia. You have shown for years and years and years who you are. And believe me, you will get the job done, and nobody will stand in your way. That is a guarantee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edward Wolbert? Sir Wolbert? Welcome, sir. Question mark. Mr. Wolbert, what item are you?
I didn't put one on there. I had a general
Okay.
statement. So.
Welcome. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I just got some comments to the City Council. you, the city council, is being presented with changes to the root of the construction of city government. Our city officials and many dedicated citizens of our city have given hundreds of hours of time to the recovery of the bankruptcy and plan for the continued improvement of quality of life, safety, and physical success of San Bernardino's future. The proposed changes have been presented to the people of San Bernardino within hours of the very first meeting, literally hours. It is vital that council and the mayor give substantial amount of time for the voters to digest the extreme and costly radical changes that are being proposed to be imposed. You do not represent the citizens of San Bernardino in this method. What you do as a city council is being viewed and judged not by our residents, but by outside investors and others who could have impact on the future of the city of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Penman, James Penman, items number 8, 15, and 18. Welcome, Mr. Penman. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
James Penman, 221 East Marshall Boulevard, San Bernardino. City of San Bernardino is facing apparently a legal crisis because the amount of money being spent on attorneys has skyrocketed since 2013 at an unbelievable rate. Given the payments for attorneys in the last 6 months, we will be hitting a budget overrun on attorneys and be spending approximately $6.6 million, if that holds true, which is about double what was spent 2012. In 2 check matters on the register from 12/5 and 12/13, 5 law firms were paid a total of $276,925. $201,000 of that, and $449, went to Best and Krieger. $56,750 went to Stradling Yoka. When I was city attorney, I had to watch Stradling Yoka closely on the bankruptcy because they kept trying to pad the bills and go over. We had to stay on top of them, and we kept the fees down. After we left, the floodgates opened. We have a city attorney who is rarely at City Hall. He's getting paid a salary. He signs documents for the council, but veteran council members tell me that he's rarely here. So there's more money being spent. The amount of money on number 18 is peanuts compared to what you're spending on legal fees. It is absolutely ridiculous. Now, you have an item on the agenda tonight for the Minister Jones and Mayor to do prosecution and code enforcement. And by the way, you recently have another item on the agenda to where Best and Krieger, on number 8, was paid a substantial amount of money for code enforcement. So we've got at least 2 firms doing code enforcement. Now, incorrect information was given to the mayor and council the last time this was on the agenda. You were told that if this agreement wasn't passed, that it was going to be a disaster because we'd have to stop prosecutions. There'd be no money to pay them. But Article 4 in the agreement says special counsel will continue to represent the client on the terms and conditions in this agreement until the services required herein are transferred to another attorney. And then on number 9, that even if you terminate this firm, you're required to pay them their last statement within 30 days. So you have no choice. You have to vote the money to do it, whether you approve this contract or not. I can't imagine anyone, especially a person who has a license with a state bar, advising the prosecutor not to prosecute because of money. Clear violation of the ethics of the legal profession would undoubtedly bring a strong action if a complaint was filed, which I, of course, would not do. The amount of money you're spending on consultants dwarfs the amount of money, and previous mayors, including Mayor Morris, who ran the city as though it was a city manager form of government, had far more assistance. Your request.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Ojeda. Mr. Ojeda, welcome. Item number 18.
Well, first of all, Happy New Year to everybody. Come on, guys, let's not be so negative and, everybody fighting everybody. I mean, everything is right, it's beautiful. We have a beautiful weather, it's a little bit cold, but good. Regarding item 18, you know what? Let's make the cake first, and then we start giving slices away. Because what we're going to do right now is just share the ingredients. So maybe, once we get back in a better position financially, we can hire not 6, maybe 60 more people, right? But at this particular moment, I don't think that is feasible or viable or advisable. I'm treating this as a business, just a business, If I want to take over a business, the first thing I do, I look at the books, see how much money I have in the bank, see my expenses, my liabilities, and then the revenue, how much money I want to get in before I spend it, okay? You want to add positions, I'm sure, every department is short-handed. Every department needs help, yes. But we only need 3 main things in this city. First is safety, cleanliness, and arts and entertainment. The rest will come by itself. Trust me, people, it would. So now, I also wanna mention that when I was given my notice of code violation, I was thankful to them, for doing it, because I told you guys that I was gonna see how they work, and trust me, they're short-handed. Okay, I was talking to people in the lobby, and they were telling me that some of them, they've been dealing to try to get their permit for a year and a half, if not longer. And I asked why. Well, they don't have enough people to process permits, minor use permits, major use permits, whatever they need. So I think that we need to look at planning first, because that's where the revenue is coming from. That's where the money is coming from. So I would advise everybody to look at that first. So, and I also want to thank Vertec. They're going to keep working with us, collecting our trash, okay? For those people that doesn't know who I am, I'm Luis Ojeda, the president and founder of We Are the Change, a volunteer group that's been cleaning the city, street and alleys of the city for free, okay? And you want me to tell you, Mr. Mayor, what are the needs of the city? I can tell you right now for free. And to all those people that are so concerned, okay, with their city, where have you been? I never seen you in any of my cleanups, never. I'm gonna start next Sunday, okay? So I'm welcome everybody. You really, truly appreciate San Bernardino, you wanna do something for the city? We pick up trash every Sunday from 7 to 10, and everybody's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christine Scott, followed by Margaret Hill, these are items not on the agenda, so we're going to go that route. Ms. Scott, Ms. Hill, Mr. Ojeda. Welcome, Ms. Scott.
Good evening, Mayor.
And I want to say something. Congratulations.
Oh, well, thank you, but I'm here on my gas company position right now.
Very well.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Christine Scott, and I'm a public affairs manager with the Southern California Gas Company. For more than 150 years, SoCal Gas has been delivering clean, safe, reliable natural gas to the residents of San Bernardino, allowing residents, as we can feel tonight, warm their homes, have water, cook meals, and dry their clothes. Some residents also use natural gas for outdoor barbecues and fireplace. Natural gas is economical, safe, and a very reliable source of energy. The employers in your city also rely on natural gas to cook meals at restaurants, pump water, and many other industrial applications. Natural gas is affordable, abundant, and an energy source of choice in homes and businesses. It is part of a balanced energy portfolio our community enjoys. I'm here tonight to raise your awareness of an ongoing issue in California in which many people are unaware of. California wants to upset this balanced energy portfolio by electrifying everything. A proposal which did not pass the legislature in 2018 would have required all new buildings built after 2022 to be all electric and would require existing buildings to be retrofitted to be all electric by 2030. While this proposal didn't pass, you can be assured that more similar proposals are coming. Think about how much you pay for electricity to cool your home in the summer and how low you pay for natural gas to heat your home in the winter. Imagine paying even higher electric bills year-round because you're forced to heat with electricity, cook with electricity, and everything else you do now with natural gas. These proposals to force you to electrify your home are being made in the name of global warming, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, carbon emissions, and other environmental goals. These are goals are admirable, but a cost-benefit analysis and environmental analysis do not justify drastic actions. Let me be clear, SoCalGas is not opposed to electrification. If you want to use your electric appliances in your home, that's your choice. But don't take away the choice from those that want to use other fuel sources. The fact is virtually every home in San Bernardino has electricity as well as natural gas, and that's the balanced energy portfolio. This balance is threatened, as well as the economic stability of families and businesses could be threatened too by forcing homeowners to replace their natural gas appliances, your furnace, your stove, your water heater, your dryer, more. It's an estimated retrofit cost of an average of $7,200 per home, and then the cost of electricity on top of that. So with that said, we are actually promoting right now more of a natural gas engines and trucks with emissions, about 80% coming from diesel trucks, would help lower emissions, as well as renewable natural gas in our system. Last year, we began taking applications for renewable natural gas products, and we are actually going to start using that in our natural gas stations right now. If just 16% of the natural gas we deliver to customers from renewable sources, it will have the same effect on greenhouse gas emissions as electrifying all of California at a lower cost to all. With that said, I have some packets of information and my contact information to further discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Ms. Hill, Margaret Hill, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Ms. Hill, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, staff, and citizens. This may be my last meeting at City Council. If you do change it, I know I didn't take this opportunity on 18 because the school board meets on the first and third Tuesday. But, I know you will do what you feel you need to do. And I also would hate to be here because I do a Student of the Month, which I've done now for the last 7 or 8 years, where we honor at least one high school student from each of the high schools throughout the year. And I will have Cajon, Mr. Nichols, coming in, hopefully, in a couple of weeks. I also want to share with you that the Service Council of San Bernardino will start meeting again this month. We meet the fourth Thursday of the month at City Hall in the Mayor's Conference Room, and we are a group of nonprofit people who also care about this city. We are not out there Sunday morning picking up trash, but we can be seen on usually a Friday or a Saturday in someone's yard with someone who is ill or a senior citizen or someone who just needs extra help. We don't do inside work, we don't do windows, but we do lawns. And so just keep us posted if you know of anyone. And the other thing, Mayor, I did give you a call today, and I hope you had a chance to
Thank you, Ms. Hill. I did get it.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Appreciate your phone call.
Well, thank you. Because social media is busy. The devil is alive. But thanks to people like Pastor Thomas and others, we're going to get through this. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Appreciate the phone call. Mr. Ojeda, blue slip. Items not on the agenda. Sir, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you again. And I just want to ask the city manager, the mayor, and the council members, let's not forget about what we talked about last year, about that we need lights, because we did a pilot project with the city manager. It works. It works. The areas where people dump trash illegally, once they're well lit, they stop the problem. So, but if we can add to those lights cameras, and maybe that we're able to connect to those lights via internet, that way any citizen in the city can check those lights at any given time. And also, since, we're complaining about the money, that we don't have the money, I think we need to increase the citizen patrols, encourage the people to join the citizens patrol. That way the police department will have more help doing that. And also do a more, public campaign, advising and warning people about the consequences of dumping trash illegally in the city. you know, and we need to prosecute and we need to go after those people that are doing it. Because we, with the city manager office, have located at least 10 different sites where where people goes there and dump trash repeatedly. It's a never-ending event. So, but if people realize that they're going to go, you know, they're going to get caught and they're going to be prosecuted and they're going to have consequences, trust me, they're going to think twice before they do it. And because, trust me, I have other things to do on Sundays, as everybody else, just to go out and pick up trash. And right now, I'm happy to announce that before we used to call Vertic to report, or the city to report on illegal dumping, and it would take between 3 weeks and a month before they would take care of it. Now it's taking between 3 days and 5 days, so I want to commend you for that. So my goal is to take like next day, you know, like the Amazon now, next day delivery. We call today and tomorrow is gone. So hopefully we can work with everybody towards that goal. That way, you know, if everybody sees that it's a pile of trash somewhere, pick up the phone, because everybody assumed that, oh, the city's going to take care of it. Well, the city is like, what, 65 miles? So it's a little bit big. So, and the next person thinks the same thing. Well, maybe somebody else is going to report it. Why don't you report it? You know, you see something, just report, hey, I saw trash. And like I said, I don't want to nag anybody. You know, everybody try to do good, and we all try to do good in a different way. So every volunteering service, I commend it, and applaud everybody for doing it. So thank you.
Thank you. Janine Nelson, followed by Jennifer Rosecrans. Trying to read Jennifer's hand right there. Thank you. Hi, Janine.
Hello,
Welcome.
hello. Thank you, guys. I don't know if you can hear me. Janine Nielsen with Daisy's Hope Foundation, and we would like to formally invite our new mayor and the entire council to a private invitation to our ribbon cutting on January 26th from 1 to 2. We'd love to have you guys out there. We will be emailing you a private invitation. We have been working on this building at the San Bernardino Airport for quite some time, since the summer, and we will be able to continue our services out there with the pet food pantry, free spay and neuter, and also our vaccine clinic. So we're really grateful, and please look for that and RSVP to us. We'd also want to invite any San Bernardino business owners as well as individuals who would like to partner with us in serving our recipients and their pets to help keep more pets out of shelters and in homes safe and healthy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Rosengard, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Happy New Year. I am Jennifer Rosengard. I am the president and co-founder of Daisy's Hope Foundation. In case you don't know who we are or what we do, we've been working in the San Bernardino City since 2015, working with residents who have pets in need. We provide subsidized spay and neuter services and resources to encourage long-term pet ownership. We are a multifaceted organization, but just to touch on a few of our highlights last year, all of this was done in the city of San Bernardino. We brought the mobile spay and neuter clinic in 11 times. We fixed close to 400 cats and dogs on those clinics. We worked with partner vets, AeroView and Loma Linda, and we fixed an additional 300 cats and dogs. We held a large vaccine and microchip clinic for the residents. We vaccinated 102 dogs. We shipped 115 dogs. We provided pet food and supplies to 117 families in need. In July, we provided one large microchip clinic. We microchipped 182 dogs. In addition to that, we help with medical cases on a case-by-case basis. A lot of people cannot afford when their dogs come down with parvo, when their cats get hit by cars, so we try to help there when we can. We had several cases where we handled parvo, cyanide poisoning. All of those pets recovered and are back home with their families. Tonight, we want to announce our grand opening of San Bernardino's first ever Community Pet Resource Center. We'll be located at 3rd and Del Rosa on airport property. The center The center will serve the city residents and surrounding communities. We will continue to provide these services completely free of charge. We will bring in the mobile clinic. Our goal is a minimum of 18 times this year. We will continue to work with our partner vets to do additional large dogs and cats. We will provide vaccine, microchip clinics, wellness clinics. We will hold special dates for seniors and veterans in this city who need help with their pets. We will be providing a monthly pet pantry distribution. We hand out food, flea and tick meds, leashes, collars, bedding, litter, whatever they need to keep their pets at home and comfortable. In addition to that, we will be providing monthly education classes for the kids in the community. We want to teach them how to properly care for their pets and that pets are for life. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rosengard, that is an incredible contribution to our city, and I thank you very much for your efforts. Thank you. John Schollenberger. Mr. Schollenberger, did I say that right? Welcome, John.
Very few people say that right. Good evening, Mayor and council body. I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity just to come up to the podium. And actually, I'm here because I think it's important to recognize someone publicly. It's easy to complain about a lot of things, and I do a lot of that. But I feel it's also equally important to recognize someone, and I'd like to do that. Andrea Miller, I'd like to thank you for your service to us, and what I mean by that is your team is very responsive to us when we reach out to you with a question or we need help or direction on things that need attention, and that's within your sphere. And Tanya Romo is very good in communicating with us, myself, and in Arrowview. And I'd also like to recognize Trish Ray as well. Her team is very good at responding to us. And, you know, it's even if it's just an email to say, hey, we're looking into this, we'll get right back to you. It means something. You're not just sitting out there for 2 or 3 days without some kind of an answer. And you told us from the beginning that you had a vision for San Bernardino, and it's a very good vision. And I'm excited to see the days ahead. And I just wanted to say from my heart, thank you so much for your service to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Harlan? Welcome, Ms. Harlan.
Yeah, I had a senior moment.
Oh, no problem. All ages welcome.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
3 minutes. Thank you, Ms. Harlan. Welcome.
I have been here more than once to say that your understanding of the charter as council manager, that it's as policymakers and the CEO does the daily management of the city carrying out those policies. It may seem simple, but it is complicated. I attended many of the charter meetings, and today I even called a member to make sure that I understood the relationship correctly. Today I collected and called 12 largest cities in the Inland Empire, and to start with the mayors of those cities and asked them how many employees that they have, and it turned out to be 3 or none. 11 of these cities have consuls that set policy, and the city manager or the CEO implements the daily work of the city. Now, Riverside City Mayor has 7 employees, and as she stated, she is responsible for managing the daily operations of the mayor office and from strategy through implementations. So with 9 requested by item 18, the city could be run and duplicate what is now being done. It's a poor way to run government and to spend our taxes, and does not reflect understanding the charter. I support 3, Mayor, and 2 more. And you might have some interns, that's been helpful. And actually there are 7 council members, 6 until we get the one appointed, along with you, who can be delegated to reach out in the region and bring back information for policy making. You were elected by your ward to represent all the citizens, and the mayor was elected by all the citizens to lead the council, not divide them. Also today, Jim Mulvihill is making a report. I was here when he made another report. There have been others of you who have attended regional meetings and brought that information, and you all said that was important to you. You can all be delegated, and some of you are on regional meetings already. So liaison to constituents, liaison to district organizations, liaison to local governments, liaison to state and federal agencies. You have all these council members who can help you with that. Now, the other thing is our bankruptcy city is no longer in court. That part ended. But the payments and costs continue and may take many years to pay if you look at Stockton, to pay the creditors. The city budget is working to reduce that debt. And, we must not forget this.
Thank you, Ms. Harlan. Our next speaker is Robert Porter, followed by Paul Sanborn. Mr. Porter, welcome. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone. Mayor, council, good people. Well, this is very refreshing for me to see Sandra and Theodore and of course, Mr. Mayor Valdivia, and I'm even seeing Fred once in a while, because I honestly probably wouldn't be here every day if it wasn't for Mr. Fred Charette. So what he did for me was he brought me in by doing something at this council that I didn't agree with. So they were going to, get rid of Wildwood Park to Dutton for a few dollars a year, lease it to them. So I wasn't down with that. So I went at it hardcore, right? I kept going at it and we actually don't have this happen to Wildwood. So you can rebuild it and do things to it, but don't give it away to a charter school and to the Duttons. So that's kind of was my start here in San Bernardino city meetings, right? But some of the first things I saw was kind of interesting to me. Like the former mayor, Morris, had brought in his son as the chief of staff, right? So in the grand scheme of things, very unethical in my opinion, right? But then, I started hearing, well, it wasn't necessary. He got the money out of the mayor's salary and everything. But then as soon as former Mayor Davis gets in there, he makes a new position for it. And then he gives it to a consulting agency, not even to a person, to a consulting agency. This happens over and over and over, where we cut city jobs and hand it to a consultant from Orange County or Rancho Cucamonga or something like that. Let's start giving jobs to people around here. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, I'm not the gadfly anymore, so I don't have to come up here and just complain. How does it feel, team? Now I can actually come up here and give some good suggestions, which I always have in the past. But cannabis taxes, which, thank you for helping get that passed, Mr. Mayor, is going to give us some new revenues into the city. And it's going to be more than you guys appreciate. Second solution. You need 6 more people on your staff, Ms. Valdivia. You should get them. But this is one thing I'd like to suggest, and it was suggested earlier, is utilize interns if possible. But please, maybe even utilize an intern from Cal State San Bernardino, right? So maybe even make a whole group of interns from Cal State San Bernardino that we can prepare for these jobs in the future. So we don't have to hire a city manager from Orange County. We can hire a city manager from right here in San Bernardino. And I know that you may even be able to get other cities to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sanborn, Paul Sanborn. Mr. Sanborn. Moving on to Mr. Penman. Items not on the agenda, Mr. Penman. Followed by Greg Red.
James Penman, 221 East Marshall Boulevard, San Bernardino. Our firm represents one of the better applicants for a marijuana license. The city has hired, instead of using their in-house staff, which they should have done, hired a firm known as HDL, Headlighter de Lamas and Associates. On December 13th, they were paid $98,500 to do program background checks and application reviews. They were a disaster on the application checks. They did not review them properly. Numerous people who were turned down on the grounds that their applications were incomplete did in fact have complete applications. Then 11 who filed appeals got letters saying basically, we screwed up. You 11, your applications weren't complete on your electronic submission, but they were complete on the hard copy. That is, as former President Theodore Roosevelt said, like to say, bull feathers. Now, we can prove with the electronic submission, we put in everything that should have been put in. How can you pay a consultant $98,800 to do that work and have them make 11 mistakes? We can understand they might make one mistake on one application, or 2 or 3, maybe even 4. But 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 applications? Do those people get their money back? And you can say, well, those people paid the city for that application review. Is their money any less valuable than the city's? And it went through the city coffers? Yes, you used the applicant's fees to pay them, but you wasted your money. That should have been handled in-house. Before my successor came on board, we had city attorney investigators. $35 an hour, no benefits, no retirement. They did this type of work. They kept the beggars off the freeways. They dealt with the homeless. First day in office, Mr. Sines fired them all. And then he told the paper, I don't even know what they did. How can you criticize Mr. Valdivia for coming in and wanting to do that and not say anything about Mr. Sines, who fired those men who brought in no less than $400,000 every year and 1 year over $1 million in ACPs? Not money owed, but money received. Their salaries only came to less than $200,000. And yet you fired them, Gary. You did not know what you're doing, and you still don't. And the work that should be being done, most of this work being done by outside attorneys for the $725,002 checks, should be done by Mr. Sines. Why are we paying him if he isn't doing his job? Why is the city manager allowing this to happen? I supported the city manager. She's done a good job in many things, but in terms of using the outside consultants and the legal firms, she has been a disaster for the city.
Our next speaker, Mr. Redd, Greg Redd. Welcome, sir.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. This is my second time coming up here, although it's been over 5 years dealing with this city. As last time I was here, you guys probably know the state of situations. What I'm back here for is we still have problems. And right now, I would like to hand this to you if it's possible. I'd like to go directly to you and hand this to you, please. Well, I'm actually waiting for you because the bottom line is for them to give that to you, I want to make sure you see it. It makes you accountable. Okay, just like I'm a director of a church, all the people that are under me, I'm accountable for them. And then I'm accountable to God. And you being the mayor, you're accountable for all those who work under you. And to a certain extent, he is. And the bottom line, we actually came before you before, and the city manager actually worked quickly, and we came to an agreement. On the 27th, we came in, we signed the papers, and then we're told that we have to wait for a city attorney. And then we're informed the city attorney is on vacation, won't be back till January 7th. And then when we talked some more, they said, well, they may be back on January 7th because he may actually extend his vacation, what have you. And we're trying to get this done because we're losing money constantly, okay? And the thing of it is, we just need to get it done. We've been going through this for over 5 years, and we just like, hey, we just back out of it easy and just let it be. But we're not getting help. And I don't know don't you have somebody that could actually sign for the city attorney? Because I know with my thing, I do have a backup if I'm not there. The company I work for, they got backups when somebody ain't there for that position. You don't have somebody to sign for the city attorney? That I'm hearing now seems to be missing quite often, listening to the folks out here. So that is right there something that maybe you need to also check yourself, because, see, they represent you also. And if they're not doing their job, then people are going to think you're not doing your job. Just like in my church. If they're not doing their job, people think I'm not doing my job. So I'm here to let you see that. We signed that on the 27th. And then all of a sudden I got Friday, I just got a mail that told me that they turned around and code enforcement is nitpicking again after they don't even know that this is going down.
Mr. Red, your time is up. I got it. I thank you for it. Staff will follow up with you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Carmel Srow, followed by Scott Olson, Jim Smith, and Alan Bartleman.
What's the difference between items on and items?
I'm so happy today to have all my minutes. This makes me so happy. So I just wanted to come and, I've heard a lot of things. I've been sitting here in the audience and I've been listening to negative and I've been listening to positive. And, the number one thing that I just wish is that everybody would just pay attention, because there's a lot of things that I've heard people say that I just wonder where they got that information. I mean, did they read it or did they just take it from somebody that told them something? Because there's a lot of things that get told in this city that if you don't actually research that information, then it's not actually true information. And for many and many a years, like my friends, they laugh at me because I don't really go out, I don't hang out, but I read agendas and I research the city and I download everything, and I bought a $30,000 printer on eBay for like $1,200 so I can print every city document, because $700 a month to print it all was too much. Okay? And so when I get up here and I speak, I'm not just making stuff up. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, we don't have any money. Like how? Yeah, we're all sitting here and we're mad at John because he wants to spend $242,000. But you know what? Nobody's ever thought outside, how are we going to generate this money? I got to say, from looking at John's campaign statements, he likes to generate money. I got to stand behind him and say, man, John is a money generator. Let's let him generate some money for our city. That man that just stood up here, he handed the letter to John. He didn't hand it to city manager. And you guys are up here, hey, $242,000 is a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of money, but what's a lot of money is westbound, consultants, people doing things and using money for campaigns that they shouldn't have been already, and all the backdoor deals that go on in this city. This is just politics at its worst. Like, get it together. No, Sandra, she's not out here being John's puppet. Sandra's been out here reading for 5 years. Sandra's been out here walking. Sandra's been out here talking to her people. Okay, Ted, I don't know Ted, but he's a young man. If that was my son, I'd say, man, go out and investigate. Go out and do your research. Go out and find out the truth, because there is a bunch of BS that goes on. We need hotels. We need user utility tax, which means we really need marijuana grows. Let's stop fighting it. Let's stop arguing about it. Let's stop playing favorites. Let's stop a lot of things that I know went on because I investigate. Okay? Let's just get it all right. People don't stand in the way. We generate money a different way. We make this city a place to get on, a destination. I was reading something. It said San Bernardino was known as the friendly place. Let's make it the friendly place. Let's let everybody do their job. The old guard, we all know. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Let's sit down, let's be quiet, and let's just be positive at least for 6 months. And I'm always got something to say. But you know what? I'm looking at new faces. I'm looking at Henry. He's finally not the lone one. I'm looking at Bessaine, knowing that she wants to do right by the 6th Ward because I heard her campaign promises. I'm looking at you, Jim, thinking, man, how do you just lie? How do you just lie? How does everybody just lie and people believe it? These are really lies. Research them. Read. There's 463 pages. There's agendas. There's warrants. There's checks. I read. And I know what are lies. We gave away our property taxes and nobody stood up here and said anything, and now we're all mad about $242,000. Wake up. We got something new going on. Let's not divide it. Let's back it. Let's not turn San Bernardino into the United States of America, because John Valdivia is not Donald Trump. Okay, and I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. We all know I'm not saying that. But I'm saying let's give the city a chance for a new vision and a new direction, because we all know that we need the dogs, we need the money, we need the sales tax, we need businesses, we need the cops to show up. Come on, there's something wrong. Let's not pretend there's not. Let's not get up here and lie. I have to respond. Mayor, you had years to do the right thing, and you're coming in here, you're wrong, and I have to let you know that you are wrong, because you had years, and you didn't speak up when you sat up there.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. Scott Olson, followed by Mr. Smith. Mr. Olson, welcome.
Yes, and for the most part, I'll be speaking on 18. I came in here, I didn't think I'd have a chance to speak, but I got my slip in anyway. First thing I want to say is congratulations to all of you. Welcome to your first actual real city council meeting. And you've already been tried, condemned, and convicted for things you haven't even done yet. Now, 18, I'm going to say it real simple. Anybody been to Rialto lately? The Renaissance Center? Take a look at it. While we're losing on the north end Walmart and Target, Rialto, who's half our size, man, they're kicking butt. You ever been over to Rancho Cucamonga and looked at Victoria Gardens? Okay. Ontario Mills. Here's a simple reality. None of them have strong mayors. John wasn't hired by the people to be a strong mayor. We all know that. The new charter clearly states that. The new charter also clearly states that John's job is to be the spokesman for the city. It's a huge job, because you know what it means? It's his job to promote the city. Look around the city. You want to know why the city's in the shape it in? It's because the last two mayors had no clue what promotion meant. They didn't even know how to spell it, let alone do it. Okay? Let's be straight up about it. If you want the city to improve, you've got to sell it. If you don't have a salesman, it ain't going to get sold. And a lot of you say, oh, Andrea Travis Miller. It's not her job to promote the city. It's her job to manage it. Management is not promotional. I know. Happens to be my job. Look at this police department. They don't have to promote the police department to get the job done. They've got 2 people for public information. The police department has as many staff to do it. John has to share a secretary, or whatever the latest term is, receptionist, forgive me, with city council. City council has an entirely different role than the mayor's office. You cannot expect them to do the same. There are certain things with commissions, and I'm not going to say what are all of that, because those of you know who I'm talking about. This city's butt is wide open because of the failures, and they are intentionally ignoring certain commissions. How do you expect this city to get better if there's nobody out there to promote it? I mean, we got all these consultants saying, what's our reputation? When you open the paper, our consultants, are they really making us look better? They cost a whole lot more than the $400,000. And oh, by the way, that $40,000 or whatever, $45,000, that's a steal. Most people who do the job that they need to do get paid 30 and 40% more starting salary. Okay? Think about that for a second. Do you want the city to grow? Do you want it to be promoted? Or do you want the same old, same old?
Thank you, Mr.
Your choice.
Jim Smith. Mr. Smith, welcome. Happy New Year.
Honorable Mayor, City Council people, and City Administrator, City Clerk, City Treasurer, and our wonderful people from Best Western Krieger doing a great job. Also, the police chief is doing a great job. He doesn't get enough credit for all that he does. Under his reduced force that we have today, he is spending much of his own time, and they're doing a great job. So I want to commend the police chief, and we need to continue to work to move this city forward, and I think we will. I think Mr. Olson has some very good comments about PR. That's what it's all about, And that's what our mayor can do. I was a salesperson for over 35 years. I was a stockbroker. I know what marketing is. I know how to present and to sell the city of San Bernardino. That's what we need to do. How many people saw the Rose Parade yesterday? Wasn't that a wonderful experience? That's the city of Pasadena. They're known for that. We need to, again, be known for something in San Bernardino. We were in 1977. We were an all-America city. We had Little League Baseball. We had Cal State San Bernardino. Some very, very important. We still have those parts of the city of San Bernardino, but we have to let people know. In sales, what you do is to raise the awareness level of San Bernardino, then you have a product, and then you provide it to the public. And that's how you sell the city of San Bernardino. It's very important to do that. I want to commend Councilperson Navarro for having the session with her constituents. I don't think her predecessor very seldom met with his constituents. You know your constituents, and that's important. And I think Mr. Valdivia knows the citizens of San Bernardino. So that's what we need to do. What we need to do in the city of San Bernardino is increase the positive perception of the city of San Bernardino. And we've changed over the years. We used to be a railroad town. We used to have Kaiser Steel. We had Norton Air Force Base. Those are all gone. So now we need to find something else where we can hang our star on to say, this is a great city of San Bernardino. And it's up to our leadership to find out what that is, and then work with the other council people to provide the cooperation to move that forward. One of the keys to get that done is working together, and let's do that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Bartleman, Alan Bartleman. Welcome, sir. Recognized for 3 minutes.
Simply put, item number 18, to expend $3.5 million for mayor's staff is both unjustified and wasteful. Mayor Valdivia never told us when he was running for office that his first goal was to increase his own staff. He told us he was going to work on public safety, told us he's going to fill the potholes, told us he's going to take care of the poverty situation and the homeless. None of that in item 18 does that. This city just is climbing out of bankruptcy. This is the time to keep our belts tight and our reserves available for things that are important to the people of the city of San Bernardino, not to create a force of mini-me's for the mayor. Thank you.
Mark Kukluk. Mark, welcome. Thank you, Councilman Nickel, for helping me. Welcome.
Yes, good evening. Happy New Year. I wanted to inquire about item number 12, the sale of the Del Rosa Mutual Water Company shares. As I understand it, looking at the staff report, those are going for $3.94 a share. Apparently, the 1969 Western judgment essentially did away with the regime where you have water rights and that everyone is entitled, in the area is entitled to draw as much water as they can reasonably use. But it seems to me that the Del Rosa Mutual Water Company is, by its own existence, and I believe it dates from 1894, so it has historical rights to that water. I question the wisdom of selling the entity for, or the shares that you have, and my understanding here is that you have 581 shares, and they're going for $2,289.14. I'll write you a check right now for $4,578.28. I'll double what they're paying. Right now, I'll write you a check tonight. it strains credulity that the tribe would be buying that entity if it had no value. And it seems to me they're getting it on the cheap. So I would question why this is on the consent calendar. It seems to me it's potentially a very controversial item. And I think it merits further discussion than what you're going to be giving it tonight with just a straight up and down vote along with all these other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Matley? Mr. Matley, item number 22, John Matley. John Matley, followed by Jill Vasilaskos. Did I get it right? Mr. Matley, yes. Oh, thank you. Never mind, Mr. Matley. Show you reserve comment for the public hearing? Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. I apologize. Thank you. Jill, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And it's so nice to see our new city council. So congratulations to all of you. So I'm here to speak for the League of Women Voters of the San Bernardino area. And I want to tell you that the League does not speak to an issue unless we have done extensive study, usually over a year, usually close to 2 years, to develop a position. And then that position is re-examined and reaffirmed every year. So we don't just speak off the cuff. And I am only allowed to speak for the League if I'm using our positions as the foundation of what I'm saying. So I'm going to try to be very careful. The League of Women Voters of the San Bernardino area has studied the San Bernardino City Charter multiple times. And our position includes a strong recommendation. For each time we studied it, we came up with precepts that we felt should be part of the city charter, guidelines that we thought should dictate how it was written and how it was handled, rather than speaking to the specific city charter at the time, because that has changed. Our position includes a strong recommendation that responsibility and authority be clearly defined. We have seen all the confusion and rancor that occurs when two different offices, for instance, the city attorney and the mayor, have overlapping responsibilities. Most of these liaison roles seem to overlap with the work of city council members, and it seems like the work of the customer service representative should appropriately be within the office of the city manager. The League recommends against creating overlapping responsibilities and conflicting authorities. The League also has an extensive position on local library services and recommends that they are adequately funded. This is not directly part of the recommendation about the mayor's office, increased staffing, but just a point that there are many competing needs for scarce money. We have not entirely recovered from the bankruptcy. Marketing professionals recommend that you make sure that you address any problems in your product or service before you begin to promote it. The League feels that the priority for funding before communications director should go to adequately funding city services. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Babcock, Barbara Babcock. Barbara Babcock. While we're doing that, Mr. Charette, you'd like to read one into the record?
Thank you. The first thing I'd like to do is point out that apparently there's been a change in policy tonight without us even knowing it happened. And that is, if you look on the front page of our agenda in bold letters down at the bottom, it says there's a 3-minute per person time limit for all comments, excluding public or quasi-judicial hearings. I asked the mayor what the difference was when some of these people were getting 3 minutes here and 3 minutes more at a later period in the same evening. And his answer to me was, it's a different color of paper. So I guess blue is for 3 minutes and yellow is for 3 minutes.
Mr.
And
Charette.
if you'd like to deal
Mr.
with
Charette,
that,
if you'd
you're
like to
welcome
read,
to.
if you'd like to read the letter.
Well, I just wanted to make a point that something that I
Okay.
observed, and I
Thank
think
you,
it's
sir.
something that's
Mr.
necessarily to be brought
Ms.
to the attention.
Babcock, do you have something to read, Fred?
I do. I sure do.
Is it from a constituent?
It is from a constituent
Go.
named Kathleen
And speak on that.
Rainbolt. She apparently, this is kind of confusing the way she sent it to me in an email, but there was a notification, and it reads, on next Wednesday, which would be tonight, on next Wednesday's agenda, January 2nd, Mayor Valdivia is requesting 6 new positions to be placed on his staff. Depending on starting salary, placement, and annual cost of these additions will be between $365,000 and $483,000. Which the mayor's office readily and already budgeted for. Among the new roles are communications director for the mayor and a private receptionist to answer, screen, and transfer telephone calls needed to support the mayor. Under the previous mayor, 1 receptionist was sufficient to handle the mayor and the council offices and still have budget deficit. I'm not going to read the rest of this notification. I think she picked that up off of the internet as a notification indicating that there were a number of people out there that were interested in coming down to speak on this item. But what she wrote to me was, Dear Councilmember Charette, please read my concerns and have them properly recorded for the record for the council meeting scheduled for January 2nd, 2000, she said 1909, that obviously is today, 2019. I received this notification on December 29, 2018, yet another disappointing agenda item that has made me very alarmed and concerned for my city. After more than 6 years, my struggling city is finally and officially out of bankruptcy. This tax-paying resident credits the adoption of a new charter in 2016 as a fundamental achievement that altered the course of my city's future. The City Council in no means cannot take full credit. I don't quite understand that. Many of us in this city stuck by her, the city, worked for the city, were dedicated to the city, and totally committed. Many of us who once felt hopeless began to see small transformations, and those small transformations turned into one opportunity into another, and investing in the city's future became a reality. This council must educate itself and understand that it is us, the residents, who have been through this challenge and the turbulence of the community. We are the ones who have hung in there solely for the love of our city. We were not beholden to anyone or anything. We didn't have a hidden agenda. We were not being paid under the charter. And she went on to ask me, and I'm going to put this as a copy into the record. I don't want to go over a 3-minute rule, but I'll turn in a blue slip and then I'll read the other half. So I'm going to leave it at that. She obviously was not supportive of item 18, as I think the notification that was out on Facebook indicated. There were very many people in this community that were not in favor of item 18. Thank you.
Ms. Babcock, Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Hi, I was just wondering, I turned in 2 slips. Can I combine that into one talk for 4 minutes?
Ms. Babcock, you're recognized for
You
item
did a
number
blue
18.
one for 3 and a yellow one for 3.
Okay, that's what I did. Okay, so now we're doing 18?
Item number 18.
Yes.
Go.
In my good time. It's hard to be here at times. Had a great time with Sandra last Saturday at the Green Shack. You had a lot of spunk. I like that. But you know, Rome was not built in a day. And even God created the earth in 6 days, and then he rested. And we're not God. So maybe we ought to take 3 to 5 months to look at what we're doing before we decide hiring a whole bunch of new people. until people have been in their office for a couple of months and been through a number of city council members' council sessions, they don't really know what they're doing. I think it's sometimes better to go slow and steady than to jump into things. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Babcock. Would you like your other 3 minutes on the items not on the agenda?
Heck yes. Right down the corner is the little food court. The last and only restaurant there is King Kebab. They're the last ones there. It is the sweetest family in the world. If you go in there, at least for the next 2 weeks, and you either tell them Barbara or the Dot Connector or whoever, they will give you 15% off. We need to support our local businesses. I want to give a shout out to Pastor Gerald Thompson, who left recently. He is amazing. And something that he's doing, I don't know if he talked about it here, but we are bringing the U.S. Dream Academy, the #1 charter after-school program in the country, that is coming to San Bernardino. And he started meeting with them about 2 years ago, November. And a year and a half ago, John Futch, you're still here and awake, we started meeting with them. And shortly afterwards, Mayor Davis started meeting with them. And we are so excited. It will be sometime in February when we do the launch. And it is a bold and bright and exciting new project. The guest speaker will be the grandson of Nelson Mandela. So that'll be sometime in February. It's going to be really, really good. And John, you were a huge help. Thank you. Don't pick on Margaret Hill. Don't. The last time I spent an hour and a half with her, it was my privilege to sit while she was having her chemotherapy. We go way back. Pick on me. Leave her alone. End of sentence. Mr. Mulvihill, I have asked you so many times to unblock me on Facebook, and I talked to Ms. Sandra Ibarra, and she's willing to help you unblock me if you're so willing, because you're the only one I can't tag right now. Deal? Deal? Don't answer. Jeez. Andrea, you're going to be hard to replace. And I used to, back in the old days, I used to provide you, remember these? Energy bars. I used to spend a lot of time with her on the second Tuesday of the month after Fine Arts Commission. I'm hearing rumors, and I'm only going to just say what I've heard. This is not verified. A lot of people are asking, what's going on with this new communications director? I've heard this from 3 people, so we'll see if it happens or not. I've heard that the new chief of staff is going to be Joe Arnett, and the head of communications will be his wife, Margie Arnett, who did a lot of work for the campaign. Hi, John. I've also heard that the new police chief will be David Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Babcock. We are moving on to our consent calendar, and I will ask Ms. City Manager, do we have items to be pulled, or?
I don't, unless there are any that you would
Very
like
good.
to pull.
Mr. City Attorney, do we have any items that you'd like to pull? Any?
I have no idea.
All right, very good. So I'll pull the council now. Mr. Mulvihill, any items to be pulled?
I have none.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Richard?
I have none.
Thank you. Councilman Nickel?
Quick question on item 16, not to pull it, just a question.
Okay. Councilman Charette?
I have none.
Councilmember Ibarra?
I'd like to pull items 8, 11, 12, 14, and 15.
Thank you. Councilman Sanchez?
I'd like to pull 8 and 15.
All right, very good. Question on number 16, and we'll move it after your question.
Yeah, just quickly, under the background, it states here, first paragraph, the city's development code was last updated in May 1991. Well, staff has been working on the comprehensive update to the development code. The update to the signage regulations was not included due to previous budget constraints. I believe we started that process in 2014 to update the development code, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know if it was exactly.
I think it was in November of
Could have been.
2000, yeah. And I got a lot of questions on this because people are, based on some of the comment and discussion at the last meeting, people are saying, I thought we been down this road, I thought we were getting this done, and they're concerned what else was not included in that development code update that we approved almost 5 years ago.
The only item that's pending to complete that process is the signage regulations, and those were carved out for reasons for special expertise that was needed.
And do we anticipate that we'll be completing that process once this is completed?
Once this is completed.
Okay, all right. I'll go ahead and I'll support that item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Balance. Second. I'm sorry, you pulled everybody, right?
Yeah.
So we'll move the balance at this time. If members, we have a first and a second to move the balance. If you'd cast your votes, please. Madam City Clerk, report the outcome.
I cannot see the outcome on my screen, so, Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra? Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill? The item passes 6-0.
Thank you. First item is number 8, City Council approval of commercial and payroll checks. Council members Sanchez and Council members Ibarra have pulled the item. Council member Ibarra, if you would please, your comments.
No, I just want to, I understand this is already paid out by our city. I had a meeting with our city manager before coming here. But I just want to point out to our residents and people watching at home to be very cautious of what's in the payment batch registers. I've always looked at them as a constituent. For people who tell me that I'm fairly new, I had been coming to the city council meeting for a good 3 years already before being elected official. So some items that I want to point out to you so you see how the money's been spent currently with our city. We are paying out this past month, Best and Krieger, $201,000. There's retainers listed twice. I asked for clarification on the second one. It seems to be the November. An additional, of course, litigation that we're still foregoing. Page 37, Cole Huber, that's another law firm we're paying. It's not as much. They're working on old dispensary, $5,900. This is just what I saw as a council person going through the payrolls. We're paying Edward Professional, page 40, for consultant services, $6,000. Page 42, we're paying Larry Jacinto for weed abatement, cleaning up the properties. I had asked this question. I thought that we had contracted out with the county, but this clarification I got was that this is for the city properties, right, that need the weed abatement, not the private properties. Page 44, New Image Theater. We're paying for janitor services at the Regal Cinema, $24,400. I didn't have this with me, but that's just what struck out to me. Page 46. We are RP Landscape and Irrigation. We're doing landscaping. I'm assuming this is for the parks. That is a good $104,000. Rajon Maleen, attorney-client, page 47. We're paying him out $162,800. A lot of these cases were done in closed session before I came on board, but I just wanted to know what was happening before. Litigations, lawsuits were being settled, not being properly challenged. It's costing us a lot of thousands of dollars. The Rawlings Company, liability claim settlement, and there's a file number. I didn't get the clarification on that one, but that one's over $10,000 that we paid him. this past month. Page 51, Westbourne Communications, we're paying them $21,900 for just 1 month. And all it says is meeting for Community Advisory Committee, that was only $87. Professional consultants was $21,800. We're paying them over $20,000 a month. On to the next payroll batch, page 56. Animal Emergency Clinic, we're paying $7,700 this past month for emergency veterinarian services. Further down, we're paying Arthur Terry, for anybody who's not aware. This is just clarification that I received through the meeting that I recall. We're paying Mr. Terry Arthur $6,100, and that is for boarding up city property. We're paying California Consulting for professional grant writing services, $5,200. On this one, I would like to follow up closely to see how many grants they're applying for and how's that benefiting our city. I just got clarification, California Partnership for Safe Communities, that was a recent agreement that we approved for Victory Outreach, Young Visionaries, and there's another one, Clay. Carl Warren Company, they're getting $16,700. That's for liability administrative fees for the month of October, November. Page 58, Annie Clark, Professional Consultant Services for the month of November. Cole Huber is getting $14,000, a little less than $14,500. Once again, this is all dispensary related prior to hiring Best and Krieger, I believe, if I was correct, right? Okay. So we're still paying on those litigations. So I got clarification on Condor Inc. For anybody who questions it, it's a little less than $167,000. Condor Inc. So they basically did the plastering on our pools at Delman Heights and Nunez. Also, we're paying Daily Journal Corporation $803. I believe that's a journal that is for LA County law firms. I don't know why we're paying them. Notice of public hearings, DERC, dated 11/28, another hearing, December 12th, another hearing. This is for the Planning Commission for dated December 11th. Once again, these might not be important to you all, but to me, they struck out. Government connection, I asked about this, so this is what our PD and our city needs. We've spent almost $47,000 on computers, monitors, workstations, printers. HDL, I think somebody did mention it, the HDL, we are paying them over $98,000 on applications and background checks. And I would like to know how much of that money that we've paid out to them, are they willing to refund the city so we can refund those 11 applicants who actually had full, complete packets and had to pay out a fee based on the earlier comment. Just bear with me real quick, sorry. Stratton and Yoka Carlson, if anybody saw that, we're paying them, that's on page 71, we're paying them $56,750, and that's for the Carousel Mall. In general, so the Carousel Mall is costing the city money. We own it, but it's costing us money. Page 74, Weldon Engineers, we're paying them $68,800, almost $68,900. That's for building and safety plan check services, contract services. I didn't get to ask this question, but I want to see if this has anything to do with obtaining permits for people submitting plans. I know there's, I believe Mr. Luis Ojeda had mentioned to me a couple days ago that he had a plan to get passed, and he was told to come back in 30 days for his permit to get approved. So We need to make sure we have somebody there. And if we're paying them, hopefully they are serving us, because we're paying them a good penny. And that's about it for section, item number 8 on my end, that I've noticed.
I'd just like to respond to some of the requests regarding those items. Number one, on the Daily Journal, that's a legal publication that most lawyers and law offices read to keep us updated on the status of current trends and new cases in the law. It's very informative and a very cost-effective way to receive that information. Regarding settlements, those are all approved, as you know, as most of the council knows, those are approved by the council in closed session. It's not something that the city attorney's office makes a decision on our own. We usually consult and provide to the city council all of the information, legal pros and cons, what we're up against, what the risk status is, and they make a decision as to whether or not a case should be settled or give us otherwise a settlement directive. With regard to the costs involving marijuana closures, we are still engaged in some of that. Most of you, I think, have noticed that most of the illegal dispensaries throughout the city have now been closed, something that was very problematic for our city, something that most of our constituents were very much concerned about. Those have all been pretty much eradicated from the city now. We still have some ongoing expenses regarding some prosecutions involving marijuana dispensaries, but I think in all, we've gotten favorable results from those expenditures as itemized. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, you pulled item number 8. Any comments, questions regarding number 8?
Concerning Mr. Sines' statement at the Daily Journal Corporation. Concerning Mr. Sines' statement at the Daily Journal Corporation, public notice hearings is a description for those payments to the Daily Journal Corporation. So, by law, the city's obligated to provide public notice of public hearings, and they're being put in the Daily Journal Corporation. How many people do you think? And I'd like to ask you, what was the reason behind making the decision to put those publications in a lawyer's newspaper based out of Los Angeles?
Well,
to place our
and I'm going to check. I think that's an inaccurate, and I mentioned this when we met earlier. I think that's an inaccurate description. I think it's the journal that Mr. Sines is referring to, and I think it's an inaccurate entry as to what it is, because we also do publish hearing notices. Those are with local papers, though.
Okay, so none of those are being done on that paper?
The reference to the journal publication
that's
is...
I'll mention the page, 6 of 22, package page 60. So that's an incorrect description?
Right, I believe it's an incorrect description, and I think the city clerk has a little more information since she publishes many of those hearing notices.
We publish notices for public hearings. We also publish ordinances, and we do that with the Sun, and we also have used the Daily Journal as well.
Okay, so they are being used?
But I don't know if that particular entry has to do with what my office is doing. I honestly, I don't know.
Again, I said I would research it,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
there are 3 places that we do that. We do have to publish hearing notices. If those are things like a proposed development in the community, we usually use local sources. There are some things related to ordinances that would be passed that we have to use a broader publication service. So we will see exactly what those ones were for and make sure that they were credited or attributed to the right.
Great, which actually brings me to my next question. In order to dive deeper into some of this information, can I make that request to you, just simply a personal request? And will I need for the council to vote on that to get that information? Am I going to need to put in a Freedom of Information request, or can I just ask you for that?
No, a couple of things. We do several things to try to help the council prepare for the Wednesday meetings. In fact, it was one of the reasons why the mayor and council changed some time ago now the meetings to Wednesdays, because it gave us several days. You then were receiving your agenda on Friday evenings. You had the weekend all the way to Wednesday to read that then at your leisure, rather than the 3 days I think that you had been receiving it in the past. We have agenda review, and we try to rotate or alternate the members of the council who are invited to attend that, and it comes up randomly. We do ask that if for some reason you aren't, and Councilmember Nichols is shaking his head because he He has skated in on a couple people's absences. So we do ask that, out of respect for your peers, if you're not able to be there one time, let us know that so we can make the time available to someone else. And then I do block out my calendar, certainly all day on the meeting days for council meetings. That's why I was able to accommodate Councilmember Ibarra. But I will also go through the agenda with you at your convenience, and all you have to do is alert me, much like Councilmember Ibarra did, that there were ones that she wanted me to follow up on, and then I will do that.
Okay, so to get the short answer, so the short answer is that I can make that request and you'll provide me with that information. The second thing is I think we kind of may have missed the reason that it's being brought up here and not just in a is because I think it's important that the public is privy to some of this information and our inquiries. Sandra Ibarra wasn't asking a question. I think what she was doing when she was reading those out is she wants public to take notice of particular expenses that are happening in the city without any of this fanfare that's going on with some other agenda items.
Yeah, this is available.
So yeah, the questions. There were two parts to this. First of all, it was that I want the public to be aware of some of the bills that the city is paying. Second of all, I wanted to know whether I can also ask questions and receive those without having council action.
Absolutely.
So I will be able to.
Yep.
Great, perfect. So then that leaves me with just one thing. Best and Krieger, 75,000 in a matter of 2 weeks. I'm assuming they're both retainers, a retainer October 2018 and then general retainer. And then additional charges totaling 201,449,000. That's in a period of, I'm thinking, like 3 weeks.
It's actually not a period of 3 weeks. Because one of the things that we're doing internally is reviewing every bill. I think in prior years and maybe many years ago or a few years ago, people were not going through every bill in detail and making sure that it aligned with the work that was being asked. So actually everyone now is responsible for going through those bills, making sure that they are accurate before we pay them. And in fairness to Best and Krieger, between the city attorney who went through those in great detail and myself, because during that transition period, I was assisting with the transition of items around the office, we both wanted a chance to go through those. So it's actually, their bills were timely. It was us on our end making sure that we were going through and comparing that with work that had been given to other law firms during that interim period. So it took us longer than it would normally do to go through those bills.
So that raises my ears for that one last item. This will be the last thing. Code enforcement, BB&K code enforcement, 9,214. On the agenda is an item to pay another firm to do code enforcement prosecutions. I'm assuming that's what this code enforcement is. Their bill for 9,000. If I could just get it, and we don't have to do this now.
No.
I get that information
We
from
do
you?
need. No. I think it is important that we discuss it now because this is a really critical item, and I have a couple comments that I'm going to ask our assistant city attorney to assist as well as the city attorney. There are multiple things that we're trying to accomplish here. The mayor and city council rightfully are very concerned with the maintenance standards of commercial and residential properties in the city. And we've been spending time with our code enforcement staff, training them to use a whole variety of tools so they have more than one tool in their tool basket. But part of that is really having ultimately the ability to prosecute those cases criminally if we need to get compliance. But there are also other kinds of cases that are being handled, and we have several of our POA members here, and they will tell you that over the last year or so, I've been encouraging them strongly to do what Mr. Ojeda has asked us to do, and he's correct, issue citations for those quality of life issues, including illegal dumping, and hold those people accountable so we can send a strong message. It's not going to be tolerated in this community. So they're coming from two different sources. Sonia's firm, BB&K, is assisting with the more complex properties where we are having to do nuisance abatement. We're analyzing the data coming out of those properties, preparing those cases for nuisance abatement actions, which are very different than the types of citations that are being handled in court. So we really need to have both of those firms handling those kinds of matters. And then Sonia can certainly follow up.
I would like to answer in particular response to code enforcement, but I'd like to maybe preface it by saying I welcome all of the questions because the community deserves to know that they change from one system to another system. With respect to the code enforcement bill, actually that's a bill I have to tell you I'm really proud of because we received a call from the district attorney's office telling us that there was a very significant amount of money that had been obtained by the police department in connection with a prosecution of illegal activity. and the DA had told us that they had not been getting return phone calls from the city attorney's office, and they were very concerned because there was an opportunity for us to confiscate that cash and keep it here at the city of San Bernardino. And we got this call from the DA, a young deputy DA, who had asked us if we were interested in joining him in court to recover that money. And I'm very pleased to tell you that we recovered on behalf of the city of San Bernardino several hundred thousands of dollars, which we are now reinvesting in our code enforcement and property nuisance. That is a $9,000 bill, a significant amount of work to make that happen, and that's what that particular bill is for. So you will see from time to time some of those bills. I've made a commitment to the city manager and to our partners at the police department that our goal is to try to recover some of this money and putting it in a revolving fund. So you're going to continue to see invoices going out, but hopefully you're not taking money from the general fund to pay it. It's money like this that we've recovered and set aside into a separate fund that is paying for that bill and then being replenished. So again, I welcome any of the questions, and I would like to reiterate the bills that you see in this particular warrant register covered, the 120 days worth of work, not just a 3-week period. It's just that they got processed a little slowly, and we really wanted to recover all the payment before the end of the year, and so that's why staff kind of bundled them all together.
Very good. Mr. Melville.
Just for clarification's sake, and pursuing what Mrs. Sanchez was saying, you're handling some nuisance abatement cases, and the city prosecutor is handling other cases. What's the difference?
The prosecution services that Jones and Mayer is providing is just that. They are acting like a city prosecutor.
But
Criminal activities.
What makes a case come to you?
PD might be working on a case where maybe they filed a misdemeanor before and they didn't get compliance. If you file a misdemeanor against someone and you prosecute them for violating the law, they might get fined and they may get jail time, but that doesn't clean up the property. You guys were issuing administrative fines and citations. That wasn't getting the properties cleaned up. So the city prosecutor handles those types of things. If you want the property cleaned up, you got to go through a nuisance abatement process where you get orders to actually abate the work that needs to be done, and then you recover that money. And so we're advising staff, and we're doing some training of staff on the additional tools that are available to them, whether it's through the receivership program, which you did have a very good receivership program here, and we're shoring up some of the public nuisance abatement procedures. I think that as soon as we can get staff trained and we're working with them on a regular basis, you'll see some of that decline.
So I think that was my question, is that these are one-time expenses to bring the staff up, in some cases, to bring the staff up to speed in terms of what they can. And you have done a great job, because I have had a problem house on North Arrowhead that was turned into a halfway house. And once your people took a look at it, it was immediately closed, and it's still a rental property, but it's not a halfway house. And it was the issues that came with the halfway house that created the issue that the neighbors were concerned about.
Yeah, and I'd just like to remind the city council and the community that our $75,000 a month retainer is just a mere fraction of the costs that you were incurring when you were paying the employee salaries, along with the benefits and the PERS, long-term PERS cost. So while $75,000 may seem a lot of money, you have to remember that you were basically operating about a 14-member department. And we've been able to come in and provide the day-to-day work for a fraction of what you were paying the 14-member department.
And I think your total contract for a year, I mean, $75,000 a month?
Yes.
You go times 10, that's not even $1 million yet.
Correct. And our goal, even though you see these invoices, our goal, we have a goal, and we've made a commitment that we're going to come in under that goal.
And just thinking about, the previous city attorney had spoken here a couple of times. Do we remember what his budget was at the time?
I don't recall, but I do know that at full implementation, We anticipated that, after Gary and I looked at the agreements and the proposals that we received, we anticipated that on an annualized basis, we would save about $1.5 million from the city attorney's office budget each year. A little bit less this year because we've had some transition costs, but $1.5 million in years going forward. And in addition to that, they've been able to take on some of the other outside litigation that was being handled outside. Gary serves a critical role, though. He monitors what the office is doing on a day-to-day basis. He reviews all the bills. He makes sure that the assignments are made. And so, again, that relationship is working. But even with that current structure, we anticipate a savings annually of about $1.5 million.
And I just also want to mention that Gary is the elected city attorney, elected for 4 years, and he'll be here for 4 years until 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvihill.
I do think
Sanchez.
we have an expert who's going to know better than anyone else what the city attorney's budget was when it was in-house. Mr. Penman, would you be able to answer that?
Inappropriate.
I mean, we do have an expert. We can consult, right?
That's inappropriate. No.
Is it inappropriate? That's going to be your judgment.
Mr. Sanchez, what's
Okay.
your
Well,
request?
I
What's
just
your
wanted
request?
to know if that. I would like the information on of course, and I know now that you've said that you'll be able to provide me that information. I want to know those costs and the reason for those costs, and that's it, and that's all.
We can do it that way, or we can also, I can go back and provide the city budgets. I mean, it would be documented in the city budgets. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's great.
Okay.
Great, that's all.
Yeah,
All
I can
right.
just pull it, I'll just pull it from the adopted budgets.
If
and
our
then
staff would take a note on Councilmember Sanchez's request.
We will.
I appreciate that. All right, moving the item, are there any more comments on item number 8? I'd like to entertain a motion to approve it. Item number 8.
To approve. I'll second.
Thank you. Call for the go ahead, Mr.
Just a real
Charette.
quick comment. I'd like to commend my new colleagues here that they've determined that it costs a lot of money to run a city of 215,000 people and 62 square miles and a very old, dilapidated, and run-down infrastructure. So it's I commend you on that. I want to also make sure that the public understands that everything that they're looking at here and the registers they're looking at are public information, and you can go online and find it all. And you can address any questions you have with expenditures that we're making on a daily basis or on an annual basis. You can address those to the staff, your council member, or certainly through the mayor's office. So appreciate your diligence on this. But it is very costly to run a city our size and in the condition that it's in, and as fragile as we are financially. It is very difficult, and I can assure you that we are watching every penny.
All right, call for the question on item number 8. Madam City Clerk, do we have the votes? Announce them, please.
On item 8, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette. And again, I cannot see my vote screen, so it says that there were 6-0, and the item was adopted.
Very good. Moving on to item number 11, pulled by Councilmember Ibarra. This is the property and asset exchange between the City Water Department and East Valley Water District. The recommendation on the floor is the adoption of Resolution 2019-2 of the Mayor and City Council, City of San Bernardino, approving the purchase and sale agreement between the City Water Department, and the East Valley Water District. Mr.
Well, I will start,
sorry,
and
yes,
then
yes.
I will start, and then
Ms.
I will turn it over
City
to Miguel. This is part of a settlement agreement that was reached some time ago. At the time, we were still dealing with some of the administrative parts or issues related to that settlement, and so Miguel's going to walk through that with you. I believe he has copies for you, and then can answer any questions that you have. Again, this is part of a settlement that was reached some time ago. Questions?
No, I just want to make sure that when Miguel speaks on this item, that we can find out where the money came from, if it's part of the sewer rate increase that our constituents received about 2 years ago. And if there's any, how can I say it? The original plan was to improve our infrastructure for sewer. That's when our rates were increased. How will this purchase help with that original goal that you presented to the council back in 2016? That's all. Thank you.
So as the city manager mentioned, this is part of a larger agreement, and there's two pieces in this that stem from that agreement, and that agreement's being passed out now. I think it might be a good idea. We do have a couple new council members. Maybe as a follow-up, I can get with council members and city manager and walk through the agreement, because there's quite a bit there. This particular exchange with East Valley Water District involves two main components. The first component is a sewer charge that was assessed to East Valley Water District customers back in 1984 through an amendment to an existing joint powers authority, or joint powers authority agreement with East Valley Water District that has the city treating East Valley Water District's wastewater. So back in 1984, a $2 charge was established for any new connection to East Valley Water District in the East Valley Water District service area. And what those $2 per month, that $2 per month charge is supposed to do is to accumulate to a point where we would need to call on that money to improve infrastructure, to upgrade infrastructure, to take into account and to be able to take on additional increased capacity in East Valley Water District service area. That never happened. And this settlement agreement came first. And now that East Valley Water District is going to be sending their wastewater treatment to their own, or their wastewater to their own wastewater treatment plant, the city will no longer be treating their wastewater, and this $2 per month charge won't be necessary, and what has accumulated and paid for by East Valley Water District is going back to East Valley Water District. The second component is a piece of land across the airport, about 22 acres, right along 3rd Street, about 3rd Street and Sterling. There's an exhibit in the packet, and this is just an exchange of those two. However, again, I go back to the overall settlement because these are just two pieces. They weren't meant to necessarily be equal value or one for one. They're just two pieces as part of a larger agreement. This is just the next term in that agreement. That one right there is there's a better one, another one. If you keep going, that one. Yeah. And so this agreement it just involves those two, the exchange of those two. I will say that there are other agreements that we are working on with East Valley Water District that we'll be bringing forth in the next few months.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any? All right. Are there any questions? Shoes? All right, let's call for the question. If you cast your vote, please.
On item 11, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill. And the item is adopted 6-0.
All right, moving on to consent calendar, item number 12, pulled by Councilmember Ibarra. The sale of Del Rosa Mutual Water Company shares. The recommendation on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2019-3, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, approving the sale of the city's Del Rosa Mutual Water Company shares of the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. The City Manager.
A Water Department item. This is related to the sale of the water company shares to the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. Again, this has been reviewed by the Water Board of Commissioners, and Miguel's here to present. It does require concurrence by the council as well.
Yes, thank you. So just a little bit of background. This involves a Del Rosa Mutual Water Company, which was formed in 1901. Back before the Western Judgment, the 1969 Western Judgment, which established water rights in the Bunker Hill in this area, San Bernardino was actually limited in the amount of water that can actually extract from the Bunker Hill Basin. That cap was set at about 15,000 acre-feet of water per year, which amounts to about, give or take, I want to say about 10 million gallons per day. So the reason for that is that we are at the top of the river. We're at the Santa Ana River. The Santa Ana River extends all the way down through Orange County down to the ocean. Any activity up here, any rain, anything that goes through the river affects everything downstream. And everybody downstream wants a piece of that water. And back in the day, those rights were established and the city was capped to that amount. The only way to supplement that amount was through these mutuals that existed throughout the city. One of those mutuals was the Del Rosa Mutual Water Company. And it's not a big company, it's a small company. At most, I think it extracted or produced about 1,000 acre-feet of water per year. and compare that to what we produce today, which is about 40,000 acre-feet of water per year. So when the judgment came into play, what the 1969 water rights judgment said was that anybody within the San Bernardino County, the San Bernardino interest, can extract as much water from the Bunker Hill Basin to meet their needs within the basin. So the city can't pull water and start selling it off to other areas. They just have to use the water within their service area. Now there's a small caveat to that. There is a safe yield that's been established. So collectively, the San Bernardino interest must meet this safe yield of around 200,000 acre-feet per year. When that safe yield is exceeded, the wholesaler Valley District, or the San Bernardino Municipal Valley Water District, the local wholesaler, they are, as the water master, in charge of bringing water, new water, into the basin, whether it be state water project water, recycled water, or any other water that they could find, any water that does not originate from the groundwater basin or from the streams and mountains. So that is our cap, and that's why the Del Rosa Mutual Water Company, the water rights are essentially worth $0. The only value that the mutual has, that the water company has, it's in a 2-acre piece of land that sits in the foothills, and that is surrounded by San Manuel land. And the other value is the organizational value, which is about $3,000, but that's just the formation of an organization. So the reason for San Manuel's interest in the mutual is for that piece of land that they currently surround, that piece of land that actually currently has an easement for the state water project water. So when San Manuel approached the water department and asked if we would sell our shares as a minority shareholder, we started investigating. San Manuel did a valuation. We hired legal counsel to ensure that the sale would not affect the city in any way. And in the end, we determined it would not. So that's why we are recommending that we sell the Del Rosa Mutual Water Company shares.
May I ask, are we okay to keep the shares, or do we have to sell them?
We don't have to sell them. We are the minority. The breakdown in shares, there's a total of 4,300 shares. We own 580, and San Manuel owns the rest. They own about almost 3,800 shares. We do not have to sell them. We just then would participate and co-own the land with San Manuel, and that's just a different route. That was explored, and then it was decided after looking at this is that it was in the best interest of the city just to sell them.
Approval. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Very good. Item number 12, second by Mr. Nichol. And if you cast your votes, call for the question. And if the clerk would report the outcome.
Motion was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes.
Very good. Moving on to
6-0.
item number 14, agreement with Z&K Consultants, Inc. and infrastructure engineers to provide construction inspector services. The floor motion is recommendation to adopt Resolution 2019-4 of the Mayor and City Council of our city approving the agreements with Z&K Inc. for $100,000 and infrastructure engineers for $100,000 to provide public works construction inspector services. This item was pulled by Council Member Ibarra and our city manager, Mr. Wood.
Mayor, members of the council, this is an item that's being brought to you because we want to ensure that the capital improvement budget and plan that you adopted at the beginning of the fiscal year, that we're able to keep on track with that. We have had some resignations in our construction inspection services positions, but we still have inspections that need to be made in order to be able to keep the $46 million capital improvement plan that you've approved on target. We're recommending that we engage these services to assist us as we recruit for positions, but it's also necessary. One of the things that we've heard is that oftentimes we don't have the staffing to be able to deal with the influx of permits. We've seen it in the planning department and then certainly in public works, where we will see peak volumes occur at one point in time, but that it's not a stable workload throughout the year. Where we see those kinds of things, we want to ensure that we're able to be responsive. We are recommending that we keep this contract during the recruitment period, but also keep them available to us so that as we see those peak periods, time increase, we have the staffing available to send these construction inspectors out when our existing inspectors are not available. And so we're here, Alex and Trish have worked on this, they conducted the interviews, we did go through an RFP process, had people that expressed interest in doing this work, and we're here to answer any questions that the council may have.
I spoke with our city manager regarding this during our session. My concern is that the two inspectors that left us were making between $59,000 $69,000 salary with our city, and here we are hiring consultants for a whole year for $100,000 each. Can we do this agreement on a month-to-month basis until we find a replacement construction inspectors?
We can, but again, it goes back to the idea that we see that there are time periods with the vast workload that's been approved. There are times where even at full staffing, inspections were being delayed because we weren't able to get to all of them. So we'd like to continue to have this as a backfill. But the other thing that I would just caution, when we talk about salaries, that's just the salary costs. Our benefit costs range anywhere from 40 to 50% higher if it's a police officer, in addition to the salary costs. And then there's the item that the city attorney's office mentioned, which is a huge issue for us. When we employ someone full-time and add them to staff, there are expenditures into the future. There's that other PERS liability that we are addressing. So here we see that as we recruit, this is an opportunity for us to use them during the recruitment period, but also then not add more staff than we need because the workload isn't there regularly.
This is also on a as-needed basis contract, so the contract can go up to $100,000, but it is as needed. So if we don't spend all $100,000, if we don't need all $100,000, we won't spend it. So it just depends on staffing levels and when the peaks are.
Okay, the reason I asked, it doesn't specify this on the form, that it's as needed. It's just saying that it would be for a year. And then also it's saying here, though, that usually the scope of services is to provide public works inspection for a fee of $95 per hour. Is that what we'll be paying the consultant on top of the $100,000, or that's going to our city?
That's the rate that the $100,000 will be paid out at. That's $95 an hour.
And the maximum is $100,000 that we can expend during the year is $100,000 during that 1 year time period. So they will bill us on a per inspection basis for the number of hours.
Okay, because I do want to encourage people to come apply to the city. Mm-hmm. We don't want people under the impression that we are outsourcing every single department, every single job that's offered as a city employee. So I know we had an outpour earlier about hiring people at level entry and still, saying, oh, but we have to pay CalPERS, we have to pay the benefits. So that was a huge concern. And so is that the route we're taking? We're outsourcing everything?
No, this is during the recruitment period, but we also recognize that there are times when it would be helpful to have them where we see volumes that are higher than what the staff can manage, up to, again, that maximum of $100,000 cap for the full year.
I would also like to add for Public Works, I think that there's always a good blend between contracting and in-house. And what my priority is the core business that we want no one else but city employees to know and to own. That's what we want to keep in-house. And then the flexibility with having contractors and consultants to make up that gap, kind of the peaks. But there's certain things in the city that you never want a contractor to know more than you do, the city itself. And that will always be a priority for Public Works. Absolutely.
Okay, so the $100,000 is what we would be paying if we had a staff member.
No, the $100,000 is a cap. So what this contract is allowing us to do is during the recruitment period and even beyond, if we see higher than normal volumes of work or workload, it allows us to have them do inspections at a rate of $95 per hour for 1 year, but we will not exceed $100,000 during that year. and we'll use it on an as-needed basis during the recruitment period. And then also, even after we get the staff members on board, even beyond that, if we notice, gosh, there's just too many inspections, and we would have to delay them because, they're being pushed out a couple weeks so that staff can deal with it, this gives us the flexibility to have someone else come in and do the inspection. But again, only on an as-needed basis.
Okay.
It's equivalent to, the 100,000 is about equivalent to one inspector, just base salary, so to give you a frame of reference.
But their consultants already have another business they're working with, and we're like the second employer for them, right? We have Patrick Ferry, I hope I'm saying his name right, Z&K Consultants, and then we have Malcolm Weatherby from Infrastructure Engineers. So
Right.
they have their own.
They have other clients.
firms,
Yeah.
Clients, yeah. We're not the only ones.
No.
All right.
Move approval. Unless someone
Second.
else wants to.
Second.
Mr. Nickel, did you have a question or a statement?
I just had a question from a not a constituent. I'm sorry, I'm getting over allergies right now, probably the allergy medication talking right now. But, no, just quickly, I know we had this item on the last agenda. Was there a reason why it had to be pulled? Was there some change that had to be made to it?
I didn't pull it. It was, yeah.
I pulled it.
Okay.
I wanted this to happen. I think there needs to be more transparency, there needs to
Okay.
be more accountability, and we can ask
And
these
you're
questions.
satisfied that your questions?
I'm solved.
Okay, all right, yeah, I'll second this item, thank you.
All right. Members would cast their vote, please, on item number 14. And if the city clerk would report out.
The motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 5-1 with Ms. Ibarra voting no.
Thank you. Moving on to consent calendar, item number 15, the First Amendment to Legal Services Agreement with Jones and Mayer to provide legal services for code enforcement and prosecution services. The recommendation on the floor is to authorize the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the Jones Legal Services Agreement between Jones and Mayer and the City of San Bernardino to provide the legal services for code enforcement and prosecution services. This item was pulled by Councilmember Ibarra and Councilman Sanchez. The city manager?
This is similar to the item that we discussed a couple moments ago when we addressed the comments about the funding of the city attorney's office. As the council will recall, we've made a transition where we no longer have many in-house attorneys. We certainly do have Mr. Sines, but he is only one person and can't address all the legal issues. So we do have BBK and other firms. During the transition period, we engaged Jones and Mayer. The council authorized the city manager to engage firms that were currently doing business with the city to handle some of those issues that were pressing as attorneys exited the office. He's been with us for about 5 months. He's handled 47 code enforcement cases from review to office conference and criminal charges. He's had compliance on a number of cases, but he's also handling hundreds of cases citations being issued by the police department for illegal dumping, for public urination, camping laws, and things of that nature. He appears regularly. I think he will become much more efficient as we are able to fully implement a discussion that we had. The city attorney's office and myself went and met with the presiding judge, encouraged the court to assist us in addressing issues in the community, and they've agreed to allow us to cite two particular court dates. We're still in the process of implementing that, which I think will make it even more efficient. But he's handled hundreds of those cases. I think it's really critical that we hold people accountable, and we cannot be not going to arraignment cases. So he was hired in that interim time period. He's worked with us for about 5 months, and what we're recommending this evening is that we continue that agreement and then allow us to go out and do a full RFP for city prosecutor services.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Ibarra Sanchez, you pulled the item. You have comments, questions?
Yes, I think this is, so you mentioned just now sending out an RFP.
Yes.
While we continue here, so that there is no lapse in the services
That's correct.
provided for prosecution.
Right.
You know how personally I'm taking this and my commitment to getting code enforcement out to prosecute those violators. You know that, you've offered your help, and I appreciate that. So if we are going to be sending out an RFP, and we will be considering other services, other options, I think that would be appropriate, because from the conversation here we had earlier with legal counsel, they have taken the reins on some of these cases because it's been deemed too complicated. I want legal services that's going to be able to do that without having to hand it over to the city, and the city hands it over to a firm, which accrues more cost for the city. I mean, that may not seem like a lot, but it's $9,000 here, $9,000 there, because Best and Krieger now has to do the job because the firm we've contracted with can't seem to do the job.
It's really not a function of them not being able to do the job. It's a function of volume. And as we, again, increase the number of citations, and it's a different type of case. He's dealing with the criminal cases. She's dealing with the civil abatement, and they are two separate processes. So I would anticipate that we're still going to continue to need someone assigned to the prosecutor function. But I do agree that because this was done as an interim measure, as we saw attorneys leave the office and fortunately were able to get jobs in other organizations, we had to do something quickly. The council only authorized me to go to those firms that we already were doing business with. Because of that, we engaged this firm, and we want to do a full RFP.
So there's explain to me the difference again between the work that was done there and the work that was being the work that was being done by BB&K and the work being done by this firm.
Okay, she's dealing with public nuisance type actions involving properties. Code enforcement occurs on both commercial and residential properties throughout the city. He's also dealing with those citations that are being issued by code enforcement officers for solicitation, from the push carts in areas that it's not appropriate, illegal dumping. So anything our police department would issue a citation for, or any of our enforcement officers would have the ability to issue a citation straight to municipal court. She's really dealing with a more civil process to get properties abated and ultimately resolve nuisances on properties. So given the volume of those two functions, I think we're still going to need to have multiple attorneys. One of the things that, though, we will look at is whether or not we can have another attorney from BB&K do it as we put this RFP out.
So my question's been answered.
Councilmember Ibarra.
And I would just want to say something. And they have very good prosecutors at BB&K too. But I think we're going to need multiple people given the volume of work that we have to do and the fact that that is a high priority for everyone.
Okay, the reason I pulled is because at the December 19th meeting, I was under the weather, and I specifically asked for more backup information. It was not added in this agenda item. I had to speak with you to find out more, but in order to be transparent with our constituents, it'd be nice to have all of the backup information. My concern was return of investment. How much are we spending on them versus how much is actually coming into the city with all the cases that they're handling? So right now, just for the audience, so you know, there's a monthly retainer for them, $10,000 a month, not to exceed $15,000. We're paying them at $200 per hour for attorneys and $125 per hour for a law clerk or paralegal, just so you have an idea. Once again, I didn't get the information I requested at the last meeting, and I would really appreciate that. If I pull an item and I ask for additional backup information, that it is included without us having to meet privately, because the audience also deserves that transparency from us.
And usually I would try to put that in your written documents, but really with the holidays, unfortunately, we did have firms that were off duty. We were off duty, and so again, in the future, that is really our practice, is to include it in the backup. You'll notice there are several other items, quite frankly, that are coming up on the staff reports that I'm going to have to distribute information to you as well, because again, we weren't able to pull that information, and the mayor requested some staffing numbers and things, and I normally would like to give that to all of you well in advance of the meetings.
Okay, Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, just a quick, just to add to that comment. I think that one of the most common criticisms I get about, obviously we have to contract out services, but legal services in general get a lot of scrutiny, because I think we have not done a good job documenting that return on investment. And there is, and I think it was made very clear by our assistant city attorney tonight, that there are returns on this investment that, I'll be honest, I as a council person haven't seen. This is the first time I heard that we actually had that kind of return, which is great. But especially when it comes to code enforcement, there is, at some point, if we're doing our job right, we should be getting some degree of cost recovery on this. We heard tonight comments from a prior city attorney that, claimed that there was money that was coming in off that. And I think it's appropriate that as we move forward as a city and our commitment to fiscal responsibility needs to include, and I'm not asking for it now, but I think it's something we're going to need to start documenting, is when we pay a significant amount of money for services like this, that we can go back to the public, back to the constituents and say, look, yeah, it's costing us money, but we're actually getting cost recovery as well. And I don't think we've done a good job. My experience here is that those monies end up kind of back in the black hole of the general fund, and the public never sees what that cost recovery was, and the council never sees it. And I think it's unfair to those that are providing legal services to the city that they're under this constant scrutiny, when in fact they probably are generating some significant cost recovery for us. So the sooner we can get to a point where we're operating under a corporate paradigm, where we're seeing these returns on investments, where the community can understand there's a reason why we're doing this, then hopefully we can start having really productive conversations about how we go from where we are now to doing an even better job. So, but thank you for this. I appreciate this, and I'll support the motion.
Very good. Mr. Mulvihill?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that we've heard many times tonight concerns over our code enforcement, the way the city looks, the alleyways, the buildings, and this is simply, unless there's enforcement of our codes, without a prosecutor, there really is no enforcement. How many cases do we have backlogged at one time? 7,000? 7,000 cases? 7,000 cases meant there was 7,000 people that reported them, and it didn't get taken care of. So, people think in their minds that the city is still operating the same way. Well, we've hired a prosecutor to prosecute those deadbeats and take them to court. And so it's absolutely necessary that we do this, not only just for the money, it's just for the good of the city, so it looks decent. It's going to take us time to make up, because obviously we had a long backlog. And it's frustrating for the citizens, and they don't realize that it's only been 5 months that we've had this person.
Yeah, 5 months.
And we've cleared up a lot of cases, and we've got BB&K that are also working on backlogs and so forth. And I'm not quite sure where our backlog is now. But the point is that we're working on it. We're taking these people to court, and we're getting the situation improved, and people in the future are not going to have to worry about, oh, look, we can't have that because, code enforcement is not going to take care of it. Well, it will take care of it. Thank you.
Jim, I appreciate that, and I want to encourage, first off, thank you to our staff. I hear constantly throughout our city the code enforcement issues and the lingering outstanding cases, and so I appreciate our staff for really trying to buckle down and get down to it. And this is going to be important. Nothing's perfect, so we're always trying to refine and improve our service delivery to constituents. The constant clamor that I hear from constituents is those code enforcement issues, the blocked alleyways, the parking, all of those things do enhance, will detract from our quality of life, but we hope that these prosecution services, we want to give them, all of the necessary tools to do their job. And I thank you, our attorneys, for working on this. And I just hope to hear good reports. And I think maybe one of the action items here on this item is update the council, update our community, that we're serious about these issues and we want to see results. And I think that's the driving motivator here. Are there any other? Mr. Charette.
Thank you. Just a real quick comment. I think this can largely be summed up in about, I think it's 3 or 4 words, and that is cost benefit analysis. And we should be doing that on every dime that we spend. And I think we've heard some comments tonight, and we've heard a lot about code enforcement, as you say, and we know that there's a lot of cost associated with that, so we need to be very careful that we're allocating or reallocating or moving funds around into the right places, and we just need to be sure that we're getting a benefit. Cost-benefit analysis, for anyone that doesn't know, is you figure the cost, you establish or determine the benefit, and then if the benefit outweighs the cost, you go with it. And if it doesn't, sometimes even then, you still have to maybe allocate the money for it because the benefit is really important, even if it costs more to achieve that benefit. But generally speaking, the cost should be lower than the benefit. And so I think if we all keep that in mind in budgeting and dealing with these items and these issues, that we take a good look at the cost and what the benefit's going to be. ROI is not a real good word to use in government because that's return on investment, and we're not allowed to make profits, but we should be getting cost recovery as well as collecting fines and anything that's due us, and make sure that we are collecting every bit that is due us. But I'm not sure ROI, I understand it, but it's probably not the exact right terminology in our business. Thank you.
I just have one quick comment. Sometimes it's not always a monetary benefit. Oftentimes when we're prosecuting, even criminally prosecuting someone for camping out, for example, where they're not supposed to be, so they're issued a criminal citation, we prosecute that person, but you're never going to collect a fine or collect money from that person. What we're trying to do is get rid of the problem to the extent that we can, and therefore the criminal prosecutions, hopefully not necessarily with just that individual, but in a broader sense, that once people learn that the city of San Marino is going after these violators for their crimes that they are committing, then that will have an influence on people continuing to do those kinds of things. So that's not always a monetary dollar-for-dollar issue.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem Richard.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney, thank you for that comment. But I wanted to address the Assistant City Attorney. I just want to encourage you to submit an RFP, your company to submit an RFP. I would love to see us pay one company to do all the work. If we're gonna contract our services out, and we need to do it with one firm and not have several different firms coming in, because that confuses the residents, and so they don't know. That's why we're dealing with this now. They're confused as to what type of services you offer, what type of services they offer. So can you please make sure you guys submit a competitive RFP, so that way we can pay one firm, and that way it will eliminate a lot of confusion for our residents. And I know that we see a big improvement with code enforcement compared to where we were. We're not where we need to be, but we're sure not where we were. So, we appreciate code enforcement. We appreciate the prosecutors. We appreciate whether it's a nuisance abatement. Now, y'all know I got the biggest one in the city that we've been working on for a long time. So I just say that we continue on, but let's make sure we get the right RFP in. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Ibarra.
And going off of what Gary, our city attorney, stated, and Basine, Ms. Andrea, would you like to share the good news that you shared with me of how many cases they were helping out with? I know you shared some numbers. That would be good to share with the public.
And I will do that, but I'm going to start with even, I think, a better piece of news. Really, it was through a change in the way we were handling cases that we were able to close, lots of marijuana establishments. This community, when I came a year and a half ago or whatever it has been now, they said, one of our biggest problems is the countless marijuana. I think at one time, one of you said to me it was like 90, and I've heard 60. But it was a lot of cases, and it was really through efforts like this where we changed our strategies. And Jones & Mayer was one of the firms that, when they weren't engaged by us, gave us advice on how to handle that. In the past 5 months, though, they have handled 47 code enforcement cases. Now, this is not just the routine cases where an officer goes out and issues a notice and was able to get compliance. 47 code enforcement cases from review to office conference and criminal charges. 10 properties have been have brought their properties into compliance with all applicable code requirements. They filed criminal charges on 5 property owners, and those cases are still in the pre-trial stage. They're working with a number of property owners to avoid a jury trial if they can. Others are continuing along toward voluntary compliance. They have 9 cases which they've prepared an abatement hearing notice, and they're ready to bring those cases to hearing, and then hundreds of police department citations for municipal code violations that have been handled. I think their productivity, however, will dramatically increase when we fully implement having a regular court date so that we all know what dates, and it probably will have to be 2 based on the volume of citations that we're issuing, but I think that will even increase their productivity more. This was really during a transition period when they were just handed cases because, we had people leaving the office and they were coming in. So again, we expect to have more good news as we develop better systems, and then develop better systems so that regardless of what attorney firm is providing the service to us, we have good systems in place that prepare those cases to get to an attorney.
Very good. Is that it?
That's it.
Very good. Here a second?
Second.
All right. Item number 15, moved by Councilmember Mulvihill, seconded by Councilman Nichol. If you would, please, Madam Clerk.
On item 15, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill, the second by Mr. Nichol. And the item was adopted 6-0.
Very good. At this time, we've been in the chair for 3 hours straight, 4 if you count closed session. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back in 10 minutes for staff reports. Item number 22 to be heard, and we have some staff members and investors and certainly our community that want to chime in on item number 22. So we're going to go a little out of order here. Let's hear the public hearing, item number 22, development permit type P 18-01 Arrowhead Avenue adaptive reuse. The floor recommendation is to adopt resolution number 2019-7 of the Mayor and City Council of City of San Bernardino, approving the development permit type P 18-01 to allow the conversion of an existing two-story commercial office building containing approximately 11,305 square feet into a residential apartment complex comprised of 15 dwelling units on a parcel containing approximately 0.52 acres located at the 1600 North Arrowhead Avenue within the commercial office zone and adaptive reuse overlay, and finding the project subject to a categorical exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act. Ms. City Manager?
Members of the council, this is an item that was continued from the December, seems so long ago, the December 19th City Council meeting. And specifically, you had asked that we engage the residents to understand. We had recommended one condition of approval that added on-site management, but there was some questions about whether there were other specific issues of concern to the community. And so Chantal has met with them. We have a number of representatives here. That's why I asked for this item to be moved forward so that they could hopefully get to go home sometime this evening. So Chantal, and I apologize to Chantal, who I drug out of her office to come give this presentation this evening, but she has had a chance to talk to several people in the community, and she can walk through what they learned, or she learned, and then also you have members of the community that are here that I believe want to speak.
Okay. I have actually spoken with Mr. Matley, who is the president of the DMV Association, and he's done the majority of the footwork, talking to other residents in the neighborhood, and the applicant has as well talked to several people in the neighborhood. So I've been communicating mostly with the two of them. But just to go over the project in a little bit more detail, I know that we do have some new council members, so I kind of wanted to reiterate a little bit about what we're doing and why we're doing it. Can we scroll through? Yeah, okay, there we go. Perfect. So this is an adaptive reuse project. Just to kind of touch on what adaptive reuse is, it's really a common planning strategy that's used to allow the modification or reuse of vacant or underutilized buildings for new uses. And this is something that actually we do all the time, allowing one commercial use to convert to another commercial use. What is unique in this situation and what required additional attention from the council was that we were allowing a use, residential use, which isn't specifically allowed under the commercial office use, other than senior housing is allowed. But just a typical multifamily use wouldn't normally be allowed. Given the fact that this is a standard tool that we use, but allowing a different use, we wanted to do kind of a test area, and so that's why we did it through the overlay zone, because this was an area that we had recognized had been really underutilized for a long time. Commercial office zoning just doesn't really, there's not really a need for the commercial office zoning anymore, because at the time that the code was written in 1991, obviously people didn't have as much access to home equipment for standard office purposes, computers, printers, that sort of thing. Even now with video conferencing, the need for an actual physical space is really starting to diminish, and we're seeing that a lot, especially having a zone specifically designated for office uses. So I can say, being with the city for 6 years, this area in particular was one where we had seen a lot of people asking, can we make this residential? Can we make it residential? Because we can't make it work for office uses. And so that's why we chose this area specifically. So just moving on, and I just wanted to reiterate because there seemed to be a little bit of misunderstanding or mischaracterization as to the way that we were using these tools as sort of a patchwork or a Band-Aid, but they're actually pretty common tools that we use in my trade pretty frequently. So that's not really the case. This is just a way of introducing something that the city hadn't really done before. So. As far as the community meeting, we had actually had a community meeting back in May about this project to address a lot of the issues that the community members had with this project. Originally, when it went to Planning Commission, I think the architect maybe got this project confused with the previous project they had done across the street. And so there was a miscalculation of the parking spaces that was stated at the Planning Commission meeting, and I didn't have a chance at that time to correct the record. So I believe that it was stated that there was 17 parking spaces. There are actually 25, so it is sufficient for the size of the project. They had some concerns about density. Again, density here is not really out of character with what's in the surrounding area. And we also actually need to start increasing some of the density closer to the downtown area to get more activity. But it can be an issue if there's not good management. So we did kind of discuss some of those issues. Some of what the community wanted us to do or to condition, we can't because of fair housing laws. So we can't require criminal background checks. We can't require a cap on the number of people that can be in a specific unit or live in a specific unit. Those are all regulated under fair housing laws. So we couldn't do any of those things. But what we were able to kind of come to an agreement on was there was some concern about cars parking in front of the alleyway, and the neighbors on both sides of either 16th Street or 17th Street, they use the alleyway for access to their properties. So we wanted to make sure that that area was protected and said that we would stripe it and post it as a tow-away zone. So we did that. Also, we got the applicant to add a little play area for children, because that was a concern that the residents had, that children wouldn't have an area to play in. And adding some 24-hour time-lapse security cameras. That was another thing that we came up with. And then as far as planning staff, what we had stated that we would do as part of this project, and it's a condition that we apply to several different types of projects if there's a concern that maybe operations may not go well if they're not regulated more thoroughly. So we added the condition that we would inspect every 6 months for the first 2 years of operation. Everybody seemed to be okay with that. And Captain Lawhead was also at that meeting and stated that he'd been trying to increase police presence, obviously working with limited staff, but I know that he's been trying to work with a lot of the multifamily properties throughout the city and in this neighborhood also. The one thing that we didn't ask for at that time was on-site property management because it's not required by state law or the crime-free housing for a project of this size. But through having some of these meetings between the developer and some of the neighborhood groups, the developer did finally agree to having certified on-site management. So that is a condition that we will apply. We're just kind of clarifying some of the language that we want to use for that. But they've put considerable improvements into the property. They're going to be basically redoing everything. I mean, kind of almost completely gutting the building. New drywall, plumbing, electrical, baseboards, ceiling fans, laminate flooring, carpeting, hardwood cabinets, granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, tiled bathrooms. They're putting in earthquake safety features, some new footings, new paint, doors, windows on the facade, landscaping, irrigation. Parking lot will be recoated and striped. The alleyway will be sealed and the entrance striped. All of the electrical panels are being upgraded, the water meters are being upgraded, and the property is going to be brought into ADA compliance. And then, of course, the additional security measures. The property is fully gated, and it will remain that way. And the applicant has also stated that they would like to be part of the Neighborhood Watch Program, and they will comply with crime-free housing, which is already a condition of approval for them. With that, I wanted to just touch a little bit on the fiscal impacts, because I know that was a concern. Most of these are going to be really indirect impacts, but the direct impacts that the city will actually see are approximately $120,000 in impact fees for the development. Indirect impacts that we might see are about a $45,000 annual profit to the property owner applicant, and they have stated that and that's after all costs and taxes are paid. They have stated that they would like to use those monies to basically do more projects like this in the city. So we will see some benefit that way. Additionally, the residents in Ward 2, there's an average household income of about $39,000 yearly. So if you take kind of a conservative estimate between the 15 units, let's say 20 to 25% of their income goes back to the community, you can expect somewhere probably between about $100,000 to $150,000 back to the community annually for like goods and services that the residents will spend. Taxes, there's not really going to be a huge impact in terms of taxes because property taxes generated by the project will be collected by the county for fire services. And there's really no loss of sales tax because, again, this commercial office zoning doesn't really allow for very many retail uses. And there really hasn't ever been a retail user at this particular property. So that basically concludes my presentation. If you have any additional questions.
Thank you. I want to open it up for public hearing. Encourage members of the audience. I have 2 slips. If there are any others, do they need to be sworn in? If you would please rise, those speaking on item number 22, if you would please rise, and Madam City Clerk, if you would swear them in, please. Thank you. Ms. Rowe. Ms. Rowe, you're recognized for item number 22 on this matter, followed by Mr. Malley.
So, I've been bothered by the fact that we're building more apartments, but I spoke to Councilwoman Ibarra, and she says, Carmel, the developer has done everything that we've asked him to do, so how can we give them a list, they jump through all the hoops, and they do everything we ask them to do, and then we, shut the door? That's the opposite of everything you're always talking about. So I listened to what you said, and everything you said makes sense, and I think that it could maybe create a benefit, being that someone's going to check it, and we're going to have a manager. The only thing that bothered me is that you said you look forward to more of these things in the community. Well, we need to create home ownership. We need planned unit developments. We cannot just keep creating apartments for low income. Now, I know that our city has low income, But just because you're low income doesn't mean you can't afford to own a house, because if we have home ownership, then we have people who are accountable in our neighborhoods. Okay, we have people who are going to spend their money in the city, and then we have people who are vested in who show up. So a bunch of different apartment complexes. You know, if you're going to build one, get a 200-unit one that's like Rancho Cucamonga, and have, you know, the party, the gym, you know, and let's put it down near Hospitality Lane. Okay, so that Hospitality Lane can have people to go there and spend their money there. Like everything that we do from here on, we have to think, how are people going to spend their money? And if they're living there, great. You said they're going to put $120,000 back in the community. Well, where? Where are they going to go? Where are they going to leave their house and walk to? So make sure that when you do these kind of things, then you're building up around, and that you really have a plan, and not just one here and one here and one here and piecemeal. Make sure that you really know what you're doing, and make sure that you really monitor this. Don't just say that you're going to check on it every 6 months. Check on it. And, you know, I've been a property manager for 23 years, and my understanding is after 10 units, I have to have an on-site manager. Now, I'm going to go and I'm going to Google that, because I'm a real estate professional. I should really know that. But for so many years, I've always believed that to be the law. So if it changed, I'm going to go research it. Okay, but we need good property management in this city. And there is actually with HUD, it's like 2-person to a bedroom, 1 person in the living room. So there are standards on how many people can be in an apartment complex. So we should follow those standards, because when you got 10 people and 20 people and 12 people, and I get it, people need to live. Okay, but that's not fair to the surrounding neighbors. And that is a blight, that is an eyesore, so I'm sure that it's going to look nice, and it's going to do some nice things for the neighborhood today. But in 10 or 12 or 15 years, it has to do the same good that it does today. So just please make sure to monitor that, and just don't fill the city with apartments. Let's fill it with home ownership. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Matley.
I just want to get clarification. This is a public hearing, so why 3 minutes this time?
Because we didn't get it last time, and it's right here on the front, and it was part of the rules that the council passed.
No, except judicial hearings.
Public or quasi-judicial hearings, and then 2 lines below, it says, those who wish to speak on public or quasi-judicial hearing items will have 3 minutes for each item. And that was part of the rules that were passed last year, June-ish.
Well, we weren't consistent with it then the last time, at the last meeting.
At the last meeting, and that's why I announced before I
Mr. Matley, my apologies. Let's honor the rules tonight for the 3-minute consideration.
Okay,
there was an oversight
because you guys asked for some very specific things from us. I believe you were looking for information from us about what came out of that. I can guarantee you in 3 minutes I cannot tell you that.
How much time do you need, sir?
I don't know, 6, 7 minutes. I mean, I'm thinking, we got some of my neighbors on here. I mean, I'm sort of speaking on behalf of them. If you want me to, I can hand them off this thing halfway through and let them finish reading
All
it.
right. We'd be happy to extend you to 6 minutes total, since you're speaking for several community members. If you would, please proceed.
Okay.
6 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good evening. My name is John Matley. I live at 380 West 17th Street, a little less than a block from the development. I'm also president of the DMV Neighborhood Association, and in that capacity, I've been asked by a number of my neighbors to present their views. Before I begin, I'd like to request 2 things from you. First, I'd like to request that I be permitted following any presentation by the developer or staff after this to respond to any new information that they present. Actually, that's basically it. At the first meeting, you requested planning, the developer, and my neighbors work together to come up with an agreeable solution for this proposal. Because it was the middle of holidays, it just wasn't possible to put together the meeting, so this ended up becoming a series of one-on-one conversations and emails and phone calls and that sort of thing. But I do think we got what we needed. And during the process, I stayed in contact with Ms. Powers and had a lot of long conversations with Mr. Howie. So the neighbors I spoke to are unanimous on their opinion that, as the city council requested, the 24/7 on-site certified professional property manager in good standing with the city be required. I think with that condition, and the other conditions are already there, I think everybody's pretty much on the same page of what conditions ought to be in the thing. We don't have any new conditions. We might ask for a slight modification that allows us to better keep our eye on the monitoring of this, like making sure that those 6-month reviews get published somewhere where we can see them, maybe ask for, include in them a statement of how many times the police department requested security videos and how many times they got them. But other than that, nothing major. I'll tell you, with these conditions in place, there is a split of opinion in my neighborhood. About half are still opposed. Some of the problem with the comfort we have with the developer, there was a number of errors made early in the relationship that hurt that relationship. I do thank Mr. Howey for the efforts he's put in over the last week to address this issue, and his efforts have helped develop a more positive working relationship. I'll tell you, most of the discomfort I think we have after talking to my neighbors, it has to do with the city government's commitment to ensuring the long-term success of this project. This is good news, actually, for you if you're going to vote for it. The government of the city has a long history of rallying around new development, frequently trumping urban renewal projects, then losing interest when the time comes to support these goals. Sometime back, a developer who's developed several $1 million of publicly funding houses in the city told me San Bernardino's problem is that it has an edifice complex. It builds individual edifices in an effort to jumpstart urban renewal without any actionable plan to ensure these edifices are the centerpiece of urban area-wide renewal. So we just end up with a lot of new edifices that have no impact. This is not a new problem. It goes back decades, long before any of you were on the council. You didn't create the problem, but you do have an opportunity to fix it. Using development as an economic growth tool requires focus and discipline. It requires the ability to state specific goals and the ability to identify quantitatively measure what those goals are and objectively measure against them. It requires city government to have a holistic understanding of the interaction between the development and the community it's in. It requires an understanding of the government's role in this interaction. It requires a commitment to see it through. It requires real data analysis in the planning phase, and it requires that those methods be used to measure the project well into the useful life of the building. If you can't write down your goals and you can't state specific metrics to measure against, you do not have goals. It also requires the city to re-engage its citizens. 10 years ago, code enforcement and police department were well engaged with our citizens, both with the neighborhood associations and the neighborhood watch. Now, city, we don't have any engagement with code enforcement anymore. Neighborhood Watch, I don't know if you know this, it doesn't actually exist in this city. The CSOs that used to run it were gotten rid of probably about 8 or 10 years ago. When we went into bankruptcy, I was at a block captain meeting at the police department where the police command staff came in and told us flat out, we no longer are part of Neighborhood Watch, this is on your own. So there's a big problem when we talk about Neighborhood Watch, and I appreciate the fact that Mr. Howey wants to be included in Neighborhood Watch, and we had a conversation about this. I think one of the things that has to happen here is the city needs to reinstate Neighborhood Watch, at least in our neighborhood, with a committed CSO, at least in our neighborhood. And I mean, if you're going to approve this project, you need to do that at the same time. You've talked about being a world-class city. Now you have the chance to act like one. Let's go through the issues at a high level. You already know that I have some concerns about some of the assumptions and planning assumptions, things like we can never put commercial tenants into these buildings, and it's because of where they're located. The obvious question is, if this is a problem with Arrowhead and 16th as opposed to the city as a whole, why do we have things like the entire legal communities move to Redlands even though there's no courthouse there? That doesn't sound right. Now, I'm not saying the city is absolutely wrong, but I am saying the city has not made its case that these assumptions are correct. And I think the city needs to make those cases. The lack of any serious attempt to understand how the already high density impact of the area is going to be impacted by this, it strikes me as downright negligent. We say things like we need more roof lines in the city to support our commerce. Well, if roof lines were the answer, then our economy is 15% stronger than Fontana, it's 4 times stronger than Redlands, and it's 7 times the size of Loma Linda. And I'm going to tell you something, none of that is true, okay? So there's something not right there. Maybe there's some kind of truth to it, but it has not been demonstrated. The staff report provides no useful data to judge this project against. It doesn't, as we talked about before, there's a lot of findings of facts that are highly disputable. Don't keep going. Okay. Now, this is not a new problem. You guys have, a number of you have seen me complain about this issue with a number of other projects. Mr. Nickel, you asked a number of questions. You asked specifically, what is the net benefit to the city of the project? What's the return on investment? How are we recouping our money? And what are the police response going to be? Most importantly, you ask if all the actions we're taking in regards to these adaptive reuse projects aren't geared towards generating net revenue and net benefit to the city, what are we doing? And you mentioned that if we're not answering those questions, we're just going down the same rabbit hole. So if you'd like, I'd like to go through the answers to some of your questions. What's the net benefit to the city? The answer is nobody has attempted to find that out. In quality cities with high caliber planning processes, we know the answer to that question. We don't have that here. What's the return on investment in the city? Answer is there isn't one. The financial analysis included in the staff report only looks at the developer's cost and ROI, not the city's. The only numbers that is presented in the staff report directly affect city government is $120,000 of fees. Near as I can tell, that's calculated based upon $15,000 up front, $1,200 per year over 70 years. That kind of works out to if I'm correct in my assumption of how that's calculated, that's not $120,000 in present day dollars. That's about 35 grand. So that's not to say that that's not worth doing or pursuing, but that's to say that is a different number, right? But this all assumes that we have the right information and can make correct judgments, but truthfully, the information is not there to do that. The $1.2 million in upgrade, that impacts the developer. But there's no attempt to actually map that to benefit to the city. The only other data is a statement of business licenses over the year, but nothing that tells about this. There was a statement made last week that we should expect 15 households, $40,000 per year, which was supposed to come out to like $1 million. Now, if we dig down beyond Ward 2 and we look at census tracts 54 and 55, which this is like dead center in the middle of, the average income in those households is about $30,000 a year, so it's a little lower than that. The assumption is that if we're going to attract a higher income resident here. That may or may not be true, but once again, I don't think the case has been made. And anyways, 15 units of $40,000 is $600,000. So how are we recouping the money? The answer is we don't even know what money we need to recoup, right? What's the police response cost going to be? Not addressed in the staff report at all, but in the last council meeting it was stated that less than they are now. And I can appreciate where that comes from. That seems to be a reasonable assumption. But we do have the 3-year police activity logs, which show that there was only 2 visits in all of 2018 to the site. Now, you can reasonably say that you can reasonably doubt the credibility of that data from the police department. But understand what we're doing here is we're saying we doubt that credibility and we don't really have a metric to go on. That doesn't mean that it disqualifies the project, but it does say, once again, we don't have anything we're doing analysis on, right? So this all, and just a side note, so you know, last code enforcement activity was 2013. Total amount of collections in the last 6 years was $660, just in case you're curious. So let's get back to what I think is your most important question. If all these actions we are taking in regards to these adaptive reuse projects aren't geared towards generating net revenue and net benefit to the city, what are we doing? Exactly. As you so eloquently stated, approving this project as it was presented to you, it's kind of going down the same rabbit hole. I want to be clear about 2 things here. First, this is not a deficiency with the developer or the project itself. This is a deficiency with how the city does this. Second, there's no information in the report that would lead you to the conclusion it's a bad development. There's no information to lead you to any conclusion about this development. As I stated earlier, our neighborhood is split roughly in half about whether this is beneficial or not. So, you know, that's where we're at. But the people who are in favor are insisting it has to be done correctly. It has to be done intelligently. In the last meeting, it was mentioned this is a test case for the adaptive reuse overlay, and it's currently constructed. That's actually not true. And the reason I can say it's not true is a test case for a pilot would have goals with measurable outcomes that state what the city wants to come out of the project that map to the overall program, and honestly and accurately report regularly on how it's doing against those measurable goals. And I mean report like not just during construction, not just after the first year. I mean 10 years, 15 years, know where we're at with this thing. This goes back to if you can't write down your goal on a piece of paper and you can't write down a measurable metric to measure it against, you don't really have a goal. And you need to be able to honestly and dispassionately measure things and accept the fact that sometimes you guessed wrong, the number's going to come back different, and you have to accept that's a learning opportunity that you can apply to the next project. But if you don't do this process, there is no learning opportunity to apply to the next process. If you're serious about approving this project and making it a successful adaptive reuse pilot project, you need to go to the effort. And I don't think it would take very much time and very much effort. And we're willing to, the neighborhood's willing to work with you to come up with it. Come up with what the goals are in writing, what the metrics are we're looking at, and how often we're going to measure it, right? That's part of being a world-class city, and you have the ability to make it happen. Now we get to the life cycle past the development piece. You also have to make sure the life cycle work ensures that this, in fact, is the first step towards urban renewal in the area instead of becoming one more victim to a spreading slum. We know that the most important things we need from city government in this area are policing, code enforcement of the slums, and a solid strategy that is informed both by the professionals and the citizens in this community. So I ask that if you decide to support this development, that you acknowledge your direct responsibility to ensuring its success over its entire lifespan. As part of this project, we would want to see the city commit the following if you vote yes. We want to see we would like the condition requiring the 6-month reviews to include the number of times the video was requested by the police and the number of times it was provided. This is kind of are we really getting out of that what we think we are? We'd like a scorecard of the reviews. We don't have to see the reviews. Sometimes I know there's things that may not be suitable for public consumption, but we want posted somewhere that doesn't require us to go ask for it. The sort of a scorecard that says, here's all the conditions, and we're in compliance with conditions 1 through 10, 11 we're out of compliance, and here's the remediation plan, and then 12 through 15 are good, whatever, something like that. Something simple any citizen can look up, understand, and can use to help take part in his role as a citizen in the community. We need the police department to assign a community service officer or other personnel to actively participate in the neighborhood watches in our area. 10 years ago, we had CSOs who worked closely with us, but for no apparent reason, that program was ended. 6 years ago, the police department stopped supporting neighborhood watches completely, leaving us with no channel of communication with the police for emerging problems. And it also, by the way, left the police department with absolutely no visibility into our neighborhoods. I'm not asking that you reinstate it for the whole city right now, but I am asking that if you approve this project, you include an instruction to the police department to provide this resource to our neighborhood. We believe that this is essential to protecting the development from the nearby slum influences and to extending the positive influence of this project into the neighborhood. We need the city to revisit the crime-free multi-housing program immediately and invite us to the table. All through this process, we've been told repeatedly by the police department, well, we can't enforce this and we can't enforce that, and there's literally nothing in the crime-free multi-housing program that is enforceable anymore legally, according to what we're being told. Well, it's too bad. When this program was started, it was a great idea. Unfortunately, there have been court cases that put some of this stuff away. We need to have the city sit back down and come up with a crime-free multi-housing program that is enforceable, that does meet our goals. And oh, by the way, don't just write it once. Every year go back and look at it and make sure it's still up to date, right? That has to be done before this place is occupied. I mean, I think Mr. Howard told me it takes about 9 months from the time you approve to the time he puts his people in there. That must be part of this. The city needs to embrace community involvement in the planning process and the development of the general plan. I know you guys sometimes have these big shindigs where everybody in the city is invited to give their thing, and then a handful of people with really big voices take over and everyone else gets disgusted. What you need to be thinking of is in terms of 100 meetings in 100 places in the city, talking to a lot of small groups about what they need in their neighborhood. And that needs to be part of what we're doing. I want to put this whole conversation into proper context. I know my review of some of the deficiencies, how the city handles this, can come across as very harsh, but I want you to understand this honestly and truly is a life and death issue. I'm struck at how many murders occur in apartment buildings in the city. From Anisha Crenshaw in 2015, about 15 months after I came to the city, to the recent mass shootings at the apartments on East Linwood. This city is big on processions and candlelight vigils and other deeply symbolic responses to these crimes. But we are not very good at actually trying to identify what the root cause of the problem is and eradicating it. In the absence of any serious analysis, and no, there has actually not been any serious analysis, I will observe that they tend to have certain common aspects to them. First, there is a compressed slum that some earlier city government allowed to be built because the right questions were not asked at the time. Also, slumlords were allowed to attract dangerous and questionable tenants. The buildings were allowed to decay below any safe level of habitation. The city makes no effort to develop relationships in these areas, and mostly the city government only directs resources when the problem makes national news. You see it on CNN? Okay, we'll send someone over. I don't know how many of you are aware, but there is a serious profit to be made in this town in renting to people who do not qualify for Section 8 because of criminal history or to people who have been evicted numerous times. Some of these slumlords are able to charge significant premiums for these type of tenants and provide almost unlivable conditions in return. You tend to attract two groups of residents in that type of place: reprobates and the people at the edge of society who make the quiet victims of those reprobates.
Mr. Matley?
Yeah.
How much longer do you need, sir?
I got two
Can you wrap
paragraphs.
it up in the next minute?
Yeah, I think so. So for the last 15 years, we've been engaged in fits and starts on this. I know right now there's an effort looked at code enforcement. I will point out, though, that the building across the street, 1601, 1609, that's a huge problem. We didn't get any traction until Mr. Howie personally stepped in and started working on it, which is because I believe, based upon what I was told by Captain Lawhead, the city police department wants this thing to happen, and therefore we got traction. We need to make sure that when Mr. Howie leaves, that traction's still there, and not just at 1601 and 1609, but in that entire neighborhood. I'd submit to you that the violence in these facilities is directly tied to the lack of rigor in the city's processes and the mercurial dispensation of city enforcement resources. This vote here is the first decision you are going to make about which apartment buildings are going to get shot up a decade from now. You may have noticed that outside of the conditions we have asked for in the CUP, almost all the action items belong to the city government. But you'll also notice almost all of them require the city government to work with us. We're not saying city go fix our problem. We're saying city come in and help us fix the problem. If you decide to approve this project, you must require the upfront analysis be performed honestly and competently, and you must commit to making the small changes in the city government we ask you to make to ensure its long-term success. As I stated earlier, half my neighborhood, including me personally, are somewhat skeptical of the wisdom of placing more density in a high-crime, high-density area. But about half my neighbors are in favor of it if it is done properly. But it must be done properly. My advice to you on this project is this: either do it right or don't do it at all. Finally, I'd like to thank Mr. Howie for the hard work over the last several days as we worked through many of these issues. I appreciate his patience and the fresh eyes that he gave to some of the long-standing issues we were facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matley. Appreciate a lot of good stuff to chew on. And our community does need to embrace a revisit with the crime-free housing. I think the general plan meetings, having 50 to 100, boy, that's quite a task, but I got it. I hear you. Working with our Apartment Association of Greater Inland Empire, nearly 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago, I made recommendations through LRC, Legislative Review Committee, on many of those items, and it's been sitting in the mayor's office for 4.5 years. So I'm going to revisit Aggie. I'm going to talk to them, and we're going to get industry partners and have conversations. I'd like to certainly include our city attorney and our city manager on those discussions, but we do need to advance the ball for our taxpayers. The quality of our community is at stake, and I get that. And I appreciate your involvement in working with Mr. Howie and our Community Development Department on some of the requests. At this time, Mr. Hartley, Mike, if you would, please. We had extenuating circumstances, but if we go back to 3 minutes, please, sir.
Oh,
Thank you.
Trust me, it's just 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
I need to eat.
Oh, did you get sworn in?
Well, let's get sworn. I absolutely do. I've got to tell you, I really feel sorry for this gentleman. San Bernardino was all greed back in the day. That was a commercial building, as far as I'm concerned, built in a residential area. What did they do? They probably changed the zoning. They probably made it a commercial zoning in a residential area because of the greed. We have all this around the city of San Bernardino. It is no master plan whatsoever. If it had a little piece of dirt here, you built something there, and it could be a 3-story. It could fall over tomorrow, but nobody gave a damn. And now we lost Norton, we lost Santa Fe, we lost all these people. When we were building apartments, they were filled. I remember on Golden Avenue, there was colonels and generals living in right there on Date and Golden, and now it's full of crime. I mean, there are so many apartments around here that I can't think of anything that is one apartment that's safe to go into. And so I really feel for you that you have a commercial building and trying to turn it into an apartment complex with, 15 units. But I can take you down to Sierra Way and maybe 36th or, close to 40th, and there's a lot of those 15-unit apartments that are nothing but problems, trash everywhere. Nobody gives a damn. We don't have code enforcement to take care of it. We don't have a police department to take care of it. And here we are again, trying to get more apartments. For what? If we can't handle the apartments that we have right now, what the Sam Hill are we doing? I have a risk too. I have a house in Neenah. That golf course is no longer a private membership. It's freaking public. I have a risk too. Do I flee San Bernardino now since 1958? Get the hell out? God knows I'm thinking about it. Because all there is around here is crime. And nobody can handle the crime. But by God, why don't we just build another freaking apartment complex? And I feel for you, buddy. I really do. I feel for myself. I feel for my wife. I got to get the shit out of San Bernardino. But let's not make it worse. Let's not make it worse. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from Mr. Howie. Sir, you've been sworn in. Thank you. If you would, please.
Hi, thank you for your time, and thank you for your comments, and especially from the Maitleys, who we've been in this process with for quite a few months. And through that process, I have come, especially John and I have spent hours communicating over this, and I respect their passion. I respect the passion of the community. At the meeting that I attended with Ms. Barra in the Second Ward on Saturday, there were 25 residents there, all with passionate feelings and emotions about the city and about what's happening. Obviously, we've had 3-4 hours of that today. And the thing that I try to make clear is that I don't discard the fact that this history exists. It's really about going forward. And it's really about what are we doing to change this so that we're not standing here 2 to 5 years from now having the same kinds of conversations, if probably worse. It's about making the change that new council members were voted in, and about the constituents here that are wanting an improvement. Now, that improvement, code enforcement, and I know John can attest to this because I talked to him blue in the face about it. I have worked very closely with Captain Lawhead. He's been full commitment to a meeting within the next day to two. He couldn't make it this evening, about really getting down to action steps that go beyond the discussion. And so I can tell you, code enforcement should be able to be a financial surplus for the city if it's properly handled. The project I had on 9th and G Street was a code enforcement violation that ultimately went to a receivership where I bought it through the courts. I had just bought one up on 9th and G, or excuse me, on North Sierra. That was the exact same thing, but I bought that before the courts had it. The legal system and code enforcement does in fact work if it's put, the right pressure is applied. It cannot be just a random softening because of issues that people are, maybe that's been a history issue. We don't have enough people to follow up on it. We don't have the backbone, if you will, to enforce this. And I'm talking about the slumlord issues. I'm not talking about the individual residents that might be struggling with some long grass or, maybe a little trash or something. I'm talking about focusing initially your efforts in the area of the challenged properties that are driving the community crazy, and are that people from outside of this community have come in, have basically taken advantage of the residents and of the community as a whole. And that can be changed if it's implemented properly. And so that's my point. And and like I said, I want to thank the Maitleys. They have been excellent to work with. I know that we locked heads. We've had some highs and lows over the last few months, but and as well as the other gentleman from the 17th Street, there's a lot of opportunity and positive change that can happen here if we all work together and in the ways that we can. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howie. What I noticed, just to kind of recap what our staff has said, that the alleyway would be sealed, that there would be no parking signs and some type of restricted parking, that there'd be on-site property management, that the property would be fully gated, and that the alleyway, again, would be improved at their cost. The security cameras would be improved upon the property, that there would be a play area for kids, and that there would be an inspection process for every 6 months, for 2 years.
Yes.
And so I really do appreciate the Matleys for your contributions to the second ward and to that area as neighborhood leaders for that community. I have a deep admiration and respect for your work. I understand what's involved, and I appreciate your contributions to tonight's conversation. So at this time, I'm going to open it up to our council for comments or questions, and then we'll call for the question ultimately. Mr. Nickel.
Well, I couldn't have agreed more with Mr. Matley's comments. I think he hit the nail on the head. And to use not so many words, the reason why we have vacant office buildings in neighborhoods throughout the city is because we've failed. We've failed. I think that's important to understand. We've failed. That's why we are in the situation we're in. The last time we did a development code update, the Soviet Union was in existence. All right? 27 going on 28 years ago. Completely unacceptable. Completely. This is failure, my friends. We shouldn't have this discussion about a vacant office building in the middle of a neighborhood and what we're going to do about it. This is the result of failure. We need to stop failing as a city. This to me is a poster child of everything we've been doing wrong. Should never happen. We shouldn't have to have this discussion. I mean, we go with cities right next door to us that are just kicking butt. And we're talking about vacant office buildings and filling them with people that are maybe just a skosh above poverty level. I can guarantee you over time, it's going to be a net drain on city resources. Is it probably going to be better than what we have there now? Arguably, maybe, yes. I think the developer has done his due diligence. I think he's done everything we've asked of him. But I'm telling you right now, I am so disappointed that this is where we're at as a city, that we're converting vacant office buildings in neighborhoods into tenement apartments. Sick. Really sick. So I said this at the last meeting. I'm getting a lot of flack for this vote tonight, because I'll tell you what, a lot of my residents say not only no, but hell no. This is exactly what we've been doing for decades. Doing things that just drag us further and further and further down. We need a general plan update. 28 years, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A development code that's 3 decades old? Are you kidding me? So I would just ask of our city manager, are we prepared at the next council meeting to finally turn this failure around, to begin the process of moving forward with a general plan update that ensures that we aren't trying to figure out what to do with vacant office buildings, because obviously that we can't rent them. Obviously, I mean, that's the most obvious thing to anybody that travels through this city. Why do you have an office building in the middle of this neighborhood? It doesn't make sense. It should never happen, and we got to get that fixed. So are we going to be ready at the next council meeting to move forward on a process to update our general plan?
We committed to getting some cost estimates. We'll need to go out and do an RFP, so we'll be prepared to have you take the first steps to get someone on board.
Okay, because I'm telling you right now, this is the very last time I'm approving anything like this. I feel like I'm contributing to more failure when I make decisions like this. If we aren't getting to the root of the issue, which is the fact we haven't done our job for decades. And I agree, I think we had good people that came to the plate years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. We had Aggie, we had a group of people here that wanted to get things moving, and it just didn't happen. It didn't happen. And to me, there's no excuse. That multifamily housing program that was put in place, it may not have been perfect, but it just sat on the shelf. And I can't understand why that happened. We need to move forward. And we talk about being a world-class city. Well, let's actually show that we're committed to doing that. So I'm going to take the heat tonight. I'm going to go ahead and I'll defer to the second ward council member. This is her ward. I respect her comments, so I want to hear those comments. But if it's the will of the council, I will support this tonight. And this is not to disparage the developer at all. This is not to disparage you, Mr. Howie. In fact, I commend you for coming here and doing this, because it's going to take a lot more folks like you moving forward, and I would like to engage with folks like you as we move forward to find ways that we can really turn this city around and really turn this thing into high gear. And I think folks like you can help us do that. So I'm looking forward to working with you. And again, thanks for the presentation. I'll support whatever motion the council considers.
And Mr. Mayor, just if I may, at the last meeting, we agreed to bring that back. Remember, that was something we discussed during the last budget, and it was not included. We had tough decisions to make, and the funding, because we do anticipate it's going to be a $2 to $3 million process over a multi-year period. And so at the last budget meeting, we recommended that we begin that process. We had to make some tough decisions and did not allocate funding to start that process. So, we'll bring back a budget amendment for you. But again, we anticipate it's going to be a several $1 million
Thank you.
price tag.
Councilmember Ibarra, do you have any comments?
No, I'm just, like I mentioned at the last council meeting on December 19th, this will be my last approval for apartments in that area, the second ward specifically. Like I mentioned, the reason we don't have businesses here, the reason we don't have home ownership is because of the crime. I am a huge supporter of Neighborhood Watch. I am a block captain myself. Let's try to bring it back to fruition with our police department. If they can't get the staff to meet with us, at least be responsive to our calls. I believe when I spoke to U.S. Vets for the projects on East Street, they're also willing to have a neighborhood watch on their apartments, which to me, that's the only thing that I appreciate that Mr. Howie actually also said that he would do it. And I, as a council person, I want to make my vow that I want to work with the general plan and fix this, and make sure that every 6 months that we are having our staff or somebody in the planning division go beyond the 2 years of inspection. Currently, it's saying that the max is 2 years, but if we can extend it and hold them accountable as our employees, just come back to you on that. So I want to be very active in the general plan, because it is affecting our second ward drastically, especially with the criminal element that we're having.
And I think it will help, because when you make statements that I don't want to see these kinds of projects, right now, we don't really have any ability, if it's zoned for it, we can't stop the project from coming before you. So I think that will send a strong message to the development community. These are the kinds of projects in these areas that we will contemplate. This is what we expect. And if you come in with this project that meets these criteria, then you're going to receive a favorable response from the city council. If you don't, then come in with a project that we've already told you is the kind of thing we're looking at, then don't be surprised if we express strong concerns with it. So again, I think it will help our development community to really understand what's expected, and if they can meet that, then they certainly will bring projects forward. But it will also discourage some of those that realize, I just am not willing to build that kind of project there.
And I think the concern is 10 years from now, what's going to happen with that apartment complex?
Right.
A lot of apartments that we have in our area were beautiful at one point. They were very well maintained, and it's gone to the wayside. We haven't held those landlords accountable. So we need to work on that. Thank you.
And again, that goes to the code enforcement and prosecution program that you just approved a few minutes ago.
Thank you. Councilman Charette.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to support the item, and I'm going to do that with my apologies to the developer. But I am going to draw the line here. It seems to me that we dealt with the marijuana dispensaries where we've all finally said enough is enough, and we stopped, and we have largely fixed the problem. It's ongoing, but we've largely had a huge impact on that. And by saying just one more and just one more and just one more, we never finally say, now is the time to stop. It's kind of like your New Year's resolutions, and what an appropriate time. I'm going to stop tonight, and I'm not going to stop. Unfortunately, you're going to be it sounds like it's going to pass for you, so you're going to be fine, I guess. But I'm not going to be supporting it, and I'm not going to support any more like this type of a project. I get the adaptive reuse. I think it makes sense. I think appropriately it can be done. But without an updated development code and a general plan and all the things that have been said already here tonight, I'm just not going to, I'm going to be a no vote. And again, I don't want to send I feel bad that we let a developer get this far down the line and then have a risk of not getting approved. As I say, I would say based on my assessment here tonight, you're going to be approved, but without my vote. So thank you very much. And the Matleys and the neighborhood, everybody that's involved, staff and everybody else, I know you've all had the right intentions to try to do this, all the conditions of approval that have been met and have been requested and met. I, too, am concerned about the future, and I think we, as Henry aptly put it, we and others, I think here, we have a short memory, and we kind of like get over this one, and then it kind of goes by the wayside, and we got the next one. So I'm just not willing to take that risk anymore, and I think it's time we stand up and say enough is enough. And unfortunately, you're at the head of the line and could be the I'm not going to call it scapegoat, but the guy that gets impacted the most. But we're sending a message, and I think we're sending a message, whether it's approved tonight or not, that this is indeed the last one. It'll be the last one without my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to also encourage our city council as we deliberate these actions, and we've made some positional statements tonight regarding the future and of our housing. I think we also need to ensure that we have good dialogue with our county apartments and the housing situation. And so it's a rhetorical question. Does your statement also, Mr. Charette, include the low-income housing of county and other entities here in our community? And that's something that we'll have to address. And I'd like for our city management team to also contemplate some of those positions that we've made tonight in statements. So food for thought. Councilmember Richard, or Mayor Pro Tem Richard.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the comments that were made tonight and at the meeting in December. One thing that I just want to remind everybody of, and I want to apologize to Mr. Madley because I am going to support this. Like I said, I have a sister that lives over there, and she lives there, and she's all for it versus a vacant lot. So one of the things that haven't been mentioned up here is hope. We have a new council here. We have a new mayor. We have the city manager has done a lot to deal with the issues that are going on in San Bernardino. And I think that if we continue to say, okay, well, we're going to stop this, we're going to stop that, until we get the general plan update, we need to do that. But we can't stop everything. And when I say stop everything, I'm talking about this developer. We sent this developer through hoops. He's jumped. He met all the requirements. He met with all the neighbors. He did everything that he should have done as a developer. He probably did a little bit more than most developers do. And so I say with hope that the council up here, the new mayor, the new staff, everything up here, that we have the opportunity to change what's happening in the city of San Bernardino. I too was born and raised here. I was here. That matter of fact, mentioned Norton Air Force Base. I was born at Norton Air Force Base. So I've seen the changes over time. But I say that we have new people here. We have identified problems. One of the things that I appreciate, Councilman Nickel, is he said we failed. We failed, and that was bold to make that statement, that we failed. We failed, but let's look into the future. And I say that we talked to, somebody mentioned that 2 years from now, this place will, no telling where this place is going to be. 2 years from now, we're going to be booming. The business is going to be booming. We're going to be safe on our way to it, at least. But I think that's our hope. That's our dream for everybody sitting up here. Everybody wants to see a better San Bernardino. So I say, I'm going to be in agreement with this one. I'm not going to approve anymore until we go through this general plan update and we see what we plan out what we want to see our city looking like. So again, thank you all for you guys' comments and, everybody. And I say, let's just move San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mulvihill.
Well, I certainly appreciate really the passion, not just on the council, but from the audience. And I see the passion as really being, there's a lot of fear. What's going on in the neighborhood? What would be going on in the neighborhood with this? I really don't want to extend this discussion because I think I frankly agree with what Henry had to say, that this is the last one, and we really need to have a general plan revision. I was part of the 1989 general plan revision that led to the development when the Soviet Union still exists. But I don't want to extend this argument. Let's. No, the tenor of the council in 1989 was much different than it is today. Well, again, don't want to extend the discussion. We can have it over beer or something. But at any rate, I support what Henry Nickel had to say. So thank you.
All right, let's move for approval. Do I hear somebody approve it? Move for approval? Second? Is there a second?
I will second it.
All right, let's cast our votes if there's no more discussion points. And if our city clerk would announce the results, please.
Item 22, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill and the second by Mr. Nickel. And the item was adopted 5-1 with Mr. Charette voting no.
All right, thank you. Moving on to, we are going to do, my time is up. All right. Well, we're gonna go to number 17, discussion regarding the city council meeting dates, the time and the place. The recommendation on the floor is to review, discuss, and provide direction. Oh, I'm sorry. I will close the public hearing on item number 22, and the item has passed. Moving on to item number 27, under staff reports, 17, the recommendation is to review, discuss, and provide direction concerning city council meeting dates, times, and places. I want to encourage council members, members of our public. There is a proposed item on the back ledge there for members of our audience here, outlining some of the proposed dates, again, proposed schedule for items before our council. Ms. City Manager, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We put this item together quickly. There has been a suggestion that we move our council meeting dates and times. I believe the mayor has provided to you a proposed schedule for the second and fourth Tuesdays of the month, as well as a schedule for the second and fourth Wednesdays of every month that we can review. But there's also been a request that I was not able to include in the agenda item because I didn't have the information, a request that we identify alternative locations. Some time ago, the council had looked at various locations, the school district, Sturgis Center, there were several, I think there were 5. The request specifically was, though, to get a little more information about IVDA and what the facility costs might be. We did reach out to them. They're estimating their costs are $1,800 a meeting. So for 24 regularly scheduled council meetings, they aren't aware that we looked at reducing the number of meetings. But if we were to have a meeting that's scheduled every month, 2 meetings a month, it would be about $43,200. The IT and security costs would be billed on actual usage, so we kind of estimated what that cost would be in coming up with the $1,800 per meeting amount. Security, we certainly provide our own security. We do have our sergeant at arms that would attend with us, and so we might be able to reduce some of those costs. But again, we're looking at about $1,800 a meeting. So with that, we're here to take any direction from the council in terms of procedure. This is in the municipal code, and so it would require that once you give me direction that we bring this back in the form of an ordinance, changing our meeting dates and times and physical location, and have first and final reading, and then it would be enforceable 30 days thereafter. So we're looking at about, if we get very good direction this evening, about March implementation.
Thank you, Ms. City Manager. I also placed a call to Mr. Burrows at the IVDA, and I spoke with him about 1 o'clock this afternoon regarding, first off, his graciousness in providing the numbers to us, and he unveiled some of the numbers with me, much of what you just suggested. I think it's important to remember that this is the high point. So $1,800 per meeting is the highest that he is quoting. The low point is $500 for the use of the meeting room, and there's about another $200 to $300 in staff costs that are janitorial services and security, the basics. So if my estimate is correct, it's about $800 on the low end to as much as $1,800 on the high end. I also requested that because of the technical aspects of running the meeting, the AV equipment, the IT media, he had suggested that there is very sensitive instrumentation, panels and whatnot that needed to be manned by his team.
Right.
And I had suggested that if our team, for members of our viewing audience, you're seeing us on a television channel, so we have our own TV station. And I had suggested to Mr. Burrows if we could somehow train our team to take over those responsibilities, could we save some money? He said he affirmed the cost savings. And so, again, the low end is about $800 per meeting, and the high point would be $1,800 a meeting. I bring this to council members' attention here. We have some great makeshift facilities, and we're currently in our 201 building, but it is certainly woefully inadequate. We have had large crowds here before, and we have to almost take numbers to have a seat. And there's, we understand, I'm certainly anxious to see the report from our City Hall and the engineering report that will come in weeks, I would imagine. But we need to find some adequate home in the interlude. And so the item is a two-part. Shall we move the council meetings later in the day to accommodate those members on this council, in addition to the audience, and gain and garner greater support from members' engagement, community members' engagement? So in the staff report on item number 17, the recommendation is that we move to a second and fourth Tuesday, and the second and fourth Tuesday is only to accommodate our city attorney. Can you walk us through that and why the proposed second and fourth Tuesday of the month and how that kind of interfaces with our team?
I think it's critical. We have established a good relationship with particular attorneys at BB&K that helps to reduce the cost of attorneys getting up to speed on city issues. We'd like to retain Sonia. Gary and I have talked about that. I think that would be his preference, and unless we could get John Brown out of the deal, and I don't think that's possible. So we want to keep Sonia. Sonia does have another prior commitment. One challenge we would have, and we can certainly work around this, is that Thomas Rice, who is our, he's teasing Sonia that she just got fired and we're hiring. I don't think John Brown will come, though. But then.
And I just so that you know, John also has council meetings on the first and third Tuesdays.
Oh, so John
So you
wouldn't
might
be
actually
available.
be able to get him on the second and fourth
second
Tuesdays.
Tuesday. But this would mean that Thomas Rice, who again is also very familiar and is actually here on a day-to-day basis, would not be available as backup. But again, Sonia and I can work through that. But that's the reason why when the mayor suggested that we move to Tuesdays, we requested that it be on the second and fourth Tuesday, not on the first and third Tuesday.
Additionally, I want to encourage our council members. I've been where you are. I had the great pleasure of serving the 3rd Ward and 3rd District, and also carried a full-time job, juggling a full-time responsibility and trying to provide food for my family, all the while juggling responsibilities of a councilman. And so this only allows for, frankly, 4 of the 6 council members here work full-time. I understand that. I understand the demands placed upon their schedule and their professional careers. And so I'm asking that the council move it back to 5:30 and that we start our closed session at 7. This allows enough time for us to entertain the workshop and the legal matters necessary for a closed session beginning at 5:30, and then having our open session at 7 p.m. So with that, I will open it up to council members. Councilmember Charette.
Thank you. We've been here before. I don't see the need for changing it. I don't see the needs for spending $800 or $1,800 a meeting at this point in time. You know, we've been talking all night long about fiscal responsibility and what have you. Ideally, you know, I sit on the board out at IBD. I sit in that chamber, and it's a wonderful chamber. There's no doubt about it. And I'd love to have the same availability to us, and if they're willing to accommodate us, so be it. I don't quite understand where all this is coming from. I haven't heard a clamor from either my colleagues or the audience that we need to change the timing. It's now 9:30, so if we had started at 7, I got to do the quick math. I think we'd be looking right now at about 11:30, and we wouldn't be done. And this meeting, we're not done yet, right? And this meeting, there's been a lot of good, robust discussion, but it isn't necessarily a real heavy meeting either. I mean, there weren't a lot of items, albeit we had some pulled that maybe took a little more time than maybe normal. They're in there. I haven't studied this item. I studied everything else, and I think I've got a calendar in here. We're going, actually, I think what was proposed was going from 24 meetings a year to 20 because we're talking about some sort of recesses and some sort of holiday breaks and those kinds of things. And I think that puts some kind of a burden on staff if they have to wait an extended period of time, those 4 times where there's an extended period between our meeting and the next meeting, i.e., what? You have a comment?
Well, I was just going to say I would recommend that if the council wants to implement that holiday schedule, that we still have the ordinance identify these as regular meetings.
I'm just going off of the background. I'm not going off what I was put given tonight. I'm going off what I had, the materials that were in the backup.
But what I would recommend, though, is that you give instruction on the time, the day of the week, and the location, but you still identify those as 2 regular meetings of the city council, and then we will work to accommodate the request that
Fine.
we cancel those.
You know, I don't, this, I don't have a big problem with this. I'm going to be able to do what, if I need to be here at 7 o'clock and meet until 2 in the morning, I can do that, and I will do that. I just, again, I don't see the real need for it right now. The cost, albeit relatively minor. Again, I didn't do the math. You quoted $42,000 at the high end, so it's probably about half that at the low end, but that's still $22,000 or $23,000, and there's hidden costs in there, and there's impacts on staff. They hang around here until 7 o'clock. All the staff members hang around here until 7 o'clock, and then they get in their cars and drive across town to another facility and meet until 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. It makes no sense. The argument probably would be made that a lot of these people aren't getting overtime, they're salaried people, but overtime isn't all that's important to staff, and being paid while they're on the clock or being paid extra is not. Family time and being at home is pretty important. Our staff puts in a lot of overtime as it is, I believe. I think very rarely the people that are involved in our meetings, our council meetings, I would venture to say none of them work a 40-hour week. And so we're going to take 2 days a month and add another so many hours. I just don't see the need for it. I don't see spending even a dime for it. We're all looking at the city hall and the assessment there to see if we can get back in there. I know that's going to take a while. I know that's not going to happen, but we've been here, a year now, a year and a half. We've made do. I agree. There's no comparison of this facility to the facility out at the events center at Norton. But I just don't see the need for it, and I'm probably not going to be supporting it. Again, as on the last item, I would venture to guess that the votes are here to do something, to give you direction to come back. I don't know what the vote's going to be. It calls for discussion, but I'm not in favor. I'm the first one to say change is good, but in this case, I don't support change just for the sake of change. And again, people that have run for this office kind of knew what they were getting into. If they didn't, they should have. And we moved it from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and now we're moving it to 7 o'clock. It doesn't make sense to me, and I understand the idea of supporting the second and fourth instead of the first and third. It really has no big impact on me, I don't think, individually, but I'm not really supporting the idea of making this change. Any of them. Yeah, I don't see a need for any of them.
Thank you, Mr. Charette. The fair balance parenthetical I'd like to provide is certainly nearly 7 years ago when I first started this job. The meetings were held on Monday, first and third Mondays of every month, and the start time was 1 p.m. closed session, and they were scheduled for 2 hours. And the public session was at 3 p.m. on Monday. And yes, we went to sometimes long marathons. I remember one time coming home almost nearly 2 a.m., starting at 12 noon, and having worked, my shift and do what I have to do to provide for my family. So I get it. I understand that sometimes these are long meetings, and we will certainly. I think the apprehension that Councilmember Charette, and I appreciate.
It's not apprehension at
Okay.
all. And I was a part of those as well, and I supported that change, and it made sense at the time. I don't think another change makes sense.
Well, Mr. Charette, in fairness, you're retired, and we have council members.
Very tired.
In fairness to the working individuals here who are professional, have a professional career, I think this merits some discussion tonight, and I appreciate what you're saying. I will then open it up to others. Mr. Mulvihill.
The time isn't a big problem to me. It's the day change. I teach spring quarter, Tuesday and Thursday. So if you change it to Tuesday, I'm going to be missing 2 days a month.
What time is your class?
It's 6 until 8. 6 until 8.
At night?
At night.
And it's Tuesday and Thursday?
Tuesday, Thursday. What? No, it's scheduled for Tuesday, Thursday. The schedule's already made up.
No, would a Wednesday schedule?
Oh, sure, Wednesday. Yeah, no. Now, that's what
The question by Mr.
Wednesday,
Nickel.
Wednesday works for me.
Wednesdays would work
Yeah.
still. Okay,
And
second
see,
and fourth.
And also Wednesday provides you more time to ask questions about the agenda, and that's, of course, the reason why we moved it to Wednesday. Now, also, okay, the other thing I have to say, with regard to the holidays that
Yes.
we're going to be that have been proposed, we just got a 2,200% pay increase, and now we're thinking about knocking off, what, about 8 days? I'm not quite sure. I mean, it's nice that government can do that, right? We'll just take more days off. Obviously, Wednesday this year lands on the 4th of July lands on a
Wednesday.
On a Wednesday, but we can move the meeting day to Tuesday, or we can move it to next week or something. We've done that before. But the point is that something like that, maybe we should cancel the meeting just because of that. But the point is that to take November, because it's Thanksgiving. I just don't, that I don't go along with, and the other ones. If there's a conflict, obviously we have to deal with it. And the 4th of July this year is a conflict that we're going to have to think about. But the rest, the spring break, I'm not quite sure if anything about going to Cancun or something like that. Maybe I would, I know a lot of the college people, they're heading off. But the point is that, and around Christmas time, so we're busy. I mean, I have noticed that we, we ever get out of here before 8 o'clock is really a short day for us. So, I think that we've got a lot of work to do all the time. And when there's a conflict, I can see a change, shifting the day. I don't mind working for my money. So the point is, I really take a really exception to taking days off after we just got 2,200% pay increase. Thank you. But also with regard to shifting it to Tuesday.
Did you reject it, the pay increase?
I voted against it.
You can opt out of it.
It's direct deposit.
Well, maybe you can, okay, we'll put into the United Fund then.
There you go.
Okay. But anyway, but the thing is, let's keep it on Wednesday. But the second or fourth Wednesday is fine. It doesn't matter. Let's just keep it on Wednesday. Provides us time to ask the questions about the agenda and to get answers to it. I don't see any good reason to shift it to Tuesday. But the time, I don't really have any problems with. I'm not necessarily a night owl. I like, I'm generally heading towards bed about 10. There used to be a time where we didn't even meet until 10. But the point is, this. Do you want me to? Yeah. But again, in all seriousness, keep it on Wednesday. And again, I don't see any reason to take the holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvihill.
Mayor?
I appreciate your comments and thank you for your willingness. That certainly does show some collaboration on your part, sir. Thank you for that. And I did not know that you taught still, so I'm sure the new council members will appreciate that. Councilmember Ibarra.
Once again, well, I will actually repeat in favor of what Jim, my colleague, is saying about having it on Wednesdays. The only question I have is why are we moving them to the second and fourth Wednesday instead of keeping them to the first and third? If somebody can answer that, but I'm okay with the time. My constituents in the second ward were very happy when I told them because they had just asked me
Well,
about
if I
starting.
may, the reason why we went to second and fourth was to accommodate the city attorney's schedule
She says no.
on a
If we
Tuesday.
move
No,
to
I
Tuesday.
understand that. So that's why we went for second and fourth, because she's occupied first and third in Santa Ana. So if,
Tuesdays.
I understand that, yeah. So if we were to move it to the first, keep it on the first and third, just delay it further, it works for our city attorney.
Yes, Wednesdays work for the city attorney's
So
office.
first and third, okay, so it sounds like we're gelling here. Let me, if I may, Councilmember Ibarra, the recess, I think, again, I was in your shoes for nearly 7 years. And we, on one council year, we had over 30-plus meetings. And it was torture. It was a lot of special meetings on my birthday. I mean, just all kinds of things, special meetings for council well, you may, that's fine, Mr. Charette. And Ms. Harlan, I see you pouting back there, but that's okay. We're here to discuss life issues. Ms. Harlan, thank you. You have to understand, and this is why we're discussing it tonight, is council members have a very rigorous schedule, and I can appreciate that. And so the issue is when we were meeting here Thanksgiving Eve, November 23rd, and council members, I don't know about you, but I had family members waiting at LAX and trying to get their ride home. So I think that a holiday recess is just a nice way to break. It's not much. It's a one meeting in November, one meeting in December, and then the second, if we're going the second route, which is the first and third Wednesdays, is what I'm hearing, then we would cancel the first Wednesday in January of 2020. So as to allow that refreshment, the opportunity to have some R&R with our family and to enjoy the holidays. So, Councilmember Ibarra, I apologize, but you had the floor, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. Well, my constituents in the second ward were very excited when this came up, because they had actually already been asking me, when can we have meetings start later so we can go? Of course, they're not here. They probably think we're done by now, but they will be very happy to see this passed. Another question I had is why only the IVDA? Could we have asked maybe the school district or maybe try doing it at the city
We
hall?
looked at them. Oh, that's right. They're under construction. But there are other options that we looked at one time. We can refresh that and bring it back if you like to, but we looked at IVDA, school district, Feldheim, San Bernardino Valley College. There were about 5 or 6 options that we identified. The reason why I got current numbers on IVDA is because that was the one that was raised. But we certainly can resurrect that, confirm that the information is correct.
Is that it?
That's all on my end.
Thank you. Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, well, and I think I'm voicing some of the complaints I get from constituents that, we've been in sort of this temporary housing mode for a while, and it's becoming a bit frustrating for folks. I do believe that we really need to start getting ourselves oriented toward a permanent location for our city operations. I think, I know we're still waiting on the assessment of City Hall. I really hope that we can get there sooner rather than later and then reach some decision points, because it's not good for staff, it's not good for the community, it's not good for businesses. I mean, we're talking about being a world-class city, we're talking about development code updates, we're talking about doing all these great things, and you get here, I don't even know where half the departments are anymore. I don't know where they are. I had to ask people where finance was the other day. I was actually on the 3rd floor, it wasn't too far away, but I didn't know.
You were close.
I didn't know. And so, you know, I think this just gets to the bigger question of what we're doing now is still temporary. I mean, we're paying money in leases for office space. This is not a permanent solution, and the longer it goes on, the more it costs us, not just in terms of dollars and cents, but I think in terms of the reputation and image. I think, you know, at the end of the day, you know, when a council member doesn't even know where city departments are, and I have constituents come up to me in the parking lot saying, oh, I got to go to building and safety or whatever. I don't know where it is. Good luck, but go to that office over there. Maybe they can help. It just doesn't sound good. Doesn't look good. So my hope is that we're going to, do we have an anticipated date in which we're going to start discussions on the city hall and what?
Probably the first meeting in February.
So first meeting in February.
But again, that is to start the discussions about the future. You know, I don't anticipate that we're going to be able to move in.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to anticipate, you know, and this is not ideal. I mean, we've had a number of meetings just when we were having the animal shelter discuss. I felt bad for people. They didn't know we had to open up another room.
Right.
This is not ideal. You know, we serve the public, and we should have a venue where the public can
be comfortable
and engage with us. So whether or not IVDA, I love the IVDA boardroom. I'll be honest, I'm a little concerned about the cost because, I mean, we've got a couple items on this agenda tonight that have cost implications. We've already talked about some major cost implications, some budget adjustments. I do think we need to be fiscally responsible. I think we need to make sure that what decisions we make that have a cost attached to them are well thought through. I do believe that moving the meeting back is, there's a bit of a hardship for some folks, but I'll be honest, I got a lot of folks in my community that want to be part of our city and want to be part of the conversation, that want to have their voices heard. And given our schedule, they are not given that opportunity, albeit it means some of us have to stay later. My argument on that is, well, then that's what we signed up for. So you know, if we have to stay later, we stay later. To me, we actually serve the residents. To me, that is the focus that we have to be. That's the center point of every decision we should make, is what is best for the residents. And if moving the meeting time back an hour and a half or so is best for the residents, so be it. So I will be supporting that component. On the meeting location, I would like to make sure that before we move and incur more costs, that we've evaluated all the other options available to us. I get the IVDA, it's great. I'll be honest, a lot of people don't know where it is.
Yeah.
A lot of my constituents, if I told them we're meeting at the IVDA, they would have no clue. I mean, they sort of know where this place is. I can guarantee you the vast majority of them they don't even know what the IVDA is. It's sort of inside baseball talk. So I would like to have revisit the cost. I know we did it once. I apologize that we didn't make a decision that night, but I think I'd like to have another look at that before I'm willing to make a final decision on relocating, but I am going to support moving the time of this meeting back. I think that we should have some discretion on some of our holidays. I think, you know, I'm looking at the schedule. We're going to have a December 25th meeting. based on this new schedule.
Merry
So
Christmas.
that ain't going to happen. So I can tell you right now, there's going to be some adjustment in terms of the meetings just based on the second and fourth Wednesday on this one or the first and third. You know, I think it's the discretion of the council, and if we need to meet, we'll meet. But I do think that we should have some discretion, and I would like to just build in the recommendation that we have some discretion during the holiday period, perhaps during the summer and springtime, that if we don't have a lot of business, if we don't have a lot to discuss, if it's a light meeting, why are you dragging a bunch of people here to meet? Let's just say, you know what, let's just, we'll kick it out to the next one. And I think we should have some discretion for maybe 3 or 4 meetings throughout the year where, and I'll defer to the city manager, because I think you have family too. I mean, why do you want to drag yourself to
I
me?
thought the scene was cooking for all of us
Right,
next
right.
Christmas.
So, you know, I'm trying to be accommodating of our staff too. You know, you have families and you have holidays too. So maybe have a discretionary component of that, and then we can move forward on this.
All right, so let's kind of regroup here. I'm sensing that there's a favorable of continuing on the first and third Wednesday. That's what I've heard. There's no objections to continuing first and third. Also, if there's no objection to moving it to 5:30 closed session with a 7 o'clock start time on that first and third Wednesday, I think the meeting time, or I'm sorry, the meeting location still needs study and further investigation on cost. Councilmember Barr is requesting that, as Councilmember Nickel. So I think we're there, with the exception of Mr. Charette. Mayor Pro Tem Richard, do you have comments? I think you signaled me.
Thank you, yes. Thank you for recognizing that. But here it is. What time is it now? 10. Almost 10 o'clock now. If I have, my day starts at 5 o'clock in the morning. If I have to be here, I'll be here, because that's why I was voted in to be here. But when I first came here, before I knew that you were teaching, the residents in my ward, if you know, the religious community has prayer, most of them have prayer meetings on Wednesdays. And a lot of them, when we changed it from Monday to Wednesday, I got a lot of flack against that. Because they were people that said that they wanted to come, now they can't come, because they're gonna go to Bible study before they come here. That's just what they're going to do. So, now that Mulvihill said that he's teaching, so, I'm a team player, and I agree that we need to make sure everybody's going to be here. 5:30. Whew. I'm sleepy now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm on vacation. But anyway, no, I just say that if we do this, we got to make sure that we try to minimize our meetings, not to where we're keeping people from voicing their opinions and keeping the residents from coming and speaking. But sometimes we sit up here and we talk a little too much. We repeat. Everybody starts repeating what the next person said, just in a different way. And I get it that, everybody wants to express themselves to let their community, the residents in their community understand that they're fighting for what they believe in. But, sometimes some of the community meetings are there, and I agree with Andrea. That's why we have these agenda review meetings. So if we change the time back, I personally do not want to be here till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I really don't. So especially when I have to get up at 5 o'clock. So I just say that I'm a team player. If we need to be here, I'll be here. Wherever I'm supposed to be, I'll be here. Special meetings, I'm usually here, using a lot of my vacation time, but that's okay. But I say that I'm a team player, and let's do what we got to do. As far as moving it to another location, I'm not too sure about that. I think that we need to look into other locations. I think the community college district also has a boardroom. We need to look into that. And there's other areas that maybe have boardrooms that we haven't even thought about. And I say, let's keep it where we can keep the cost down, basically keep the cost free if we can. We don't want to pay to have our residents come and voice their opinions and hear what's going on in our city. So anything else, all of that, I'm for it. I'm for the Wednesdays. I'm for starting the closed session at 5:30 and the open session at 7 o'clock. And like I said, let's just stick to the meeting at hand.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate it. Councilman Mulvihill.
Yeah, I've been over to the community college boardroom, and it's really not that much different than this.
Right. Small.
But, what can I say? But each one of those over at the base, again, there's it's tough to find. You know, it's tough to find. I'm obviously dissatisfied with this, but, you know, it's obviously cost-free.
This one's free.
The price is right,
Yeah.
and we need funds for a lot of things, and you know, we put up with this for, I'm not quite sure how long we've been in here. Over a year? I think we're over a year.
I think right at a year. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it was a year in August, last August, so a little bit over a year. So again, I'm not you know, convinced that we necessarily need to leave this, but you know, if we could do it to the, I don't know, what the community, you know, again, at the air base, it's difficult to find. I had a difficult time finding it when I had to go over there, so.
And if I recall correctly, I want to say that just so that everyone had the same information, I think that we actually photographed every facility and then evaluated it based on ADA accessibility and number of parking spaces, lighted parking. So again, we'll.
Can you just resurrect that document and then provide it?
Yep, and we'll make sure that it's current, that there's not been any, you know, we'll just verify the information.
Yeah, you did a lot of work,
Yeah.
and we appreciate it. We just never took action.
Right, so we'll bring that back again.
Okay, if there are no objections to the time change, 5:30, 7 o'clock, public meeting, first and third Wednesdays, then, Madam City Manager, if you would please report back. Next council meeting, we'd like to move it forward, and we appreciate your help. Thank you.
Through the chair, there is an objection, but I'll go with
Oh, I'm sorry.
whatever comes. There is an objection.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Charette. Item number 18, moving on to proposed staffing level for the office of the mayor. The recommendation is to review, discuss, and consider the proposed increases in the staffing level within the mayor's office to support the operational needs as identified by the mayor, and authorize the director of finance or designee to amend the fiscal 2018-19 adopted budget by appropriating $242,000 from the general fund reserve into the various affected salary accounts to establish new positions in the office of the mayor. Madam City Manager.
Yes, only because I do need to point out several items. We did provide updated information. This is one of those items that we were working on through the holidays, and there were some changes that were made. I noticed, though, that I think my addition was not absolutely correct. So we do have for you an updated staff report that clarifies those numbers. We were close, but I want to make sure you had exact numbers. The attachment 1 has also been updated to.
The City Manager, and this was on our desk.
Yes.
So we should be referring to this
Yes.
packet page, not the ones in our book.
Correct, yep.
Okay.
And then we do have copies for the community in the back as well of the changes that we've made from the agenda item that was published. And so again, you have a new attachment 2. And then the mayor had requested a 10-year historical data on the mayor's office staffing. That's included now as attachment 2, and we've provided that. You'll notice the very bottom line does not include the mayor, so that we're comparing all those years we had a mayor. So just for comparison purposes, we gave you both numbers. And then one last change we have modified. The mayor had suggested that the communications director, that 6th position, we had pegged that slightly higher based on current positions. He was recommending that that position be compensated at the low end of $70,000 to $80,000 per year, and that change is also reflected in the revised staff report that you have in front of you. The other item that council members asked for, and again, I apologize, we've done as much information on this as we possibly could, but how does this compare to the staffing in other communities? So we started with, because we needed to do that very quickly, we started with the survey of cities that was done as part of the compensation analysis, and the reason for that is because we had already captured data from them on their population, the type of government that they have, council manager or strong mayor form of government, and then what type of organization were they? Were they a general law city or a charter city? We did have to footnote this because of the holidays, though we had a couple of cities that did not confirm information, so we have the best information we have, but again, we wanted for full transparency to note which of those had not returned our phone calls to update data.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. City Manager. I appreciate the very hard work that you've provided the council, the public. This is in concert and keeping with the new administration that voters have elected me to provide a new vision for our community, a new vision and passion for rebuilding and rebooting the computer here at City Hall. My vision is to engage our community. It is to establish the responsive metrics necessary to have that engagement with our community. This community is desperately needing leadership and is yearning for it. They are craving leadership from the mayor's office that is attuned to the needs of their interests and their community needs. Community members across the 65 square miles, believe me, I know it. I've walked it. I understand it. And individuals in this community constantly have cried out that calls go unanswered, that emails are seldom responded to, that phone calls are not returned. And so there is a desperate need for our community to remain at the forefront of the mayor's office. I do have an open door office that will serve the needs of this community. As I traverse this city in the last several weeks, I have committed to the community that you will have an open door in the mayor's office. Make an appointment. We will accommodate your interests, your requests, and we are there to hear the needs of our community. Part and parcel of this community engagement process is to also build a bridge between residents and our city government. This has been long absent in prior administrations, and I have made it a goal of mine to make sure that the mayor's office leads this community with an attentive ear. Listening to the community, listening to their needs is paramount in building and rebooting city government. As it relates to the city charter, Section 303, subsection E, clearly identifies and recognizes the mayor as the head of the city government for all ceremonial purposes. Further, in Section 303F, it states and recognizes the mayor as the chief spokesperson for the city. Furthermore, in Section 303, subsection G, the new charter, passed in November of 2016, clearly requires the mayor to represent the city in intergovernmental relationships and establish and maintain these partnerships and regional leadership opportunities to advance the city's interests. In Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code, found on packet page 287 of item number 17, but it so happens that it suits the needs of tonight's item number 18, the Municipal Code expands the leadership role of the mayor. On packet page 288, the Municipal Code, section 2.58.040, clearly also recognizes the need for the mayor's office to be the chief spokesperson for this community. So where the charter is not explicit, the municipal code then provides additional details. In order to accomplish the vision of my office and to fulfill the duties delegated by the charter, the new charter, the mayor must have appropriate staffing. In tonight's item number 18, there is an emphasis on community engagement. community engagement. Community engagement with a emphasis on field service for taxpayers. An emphasis to provide a conduit for casework. An opportunity for our constituents, nearly 250,000. I would not recommend you listen to the reader board sign on the freeway at 201. I think we're more at 250. But the opportunities are vast, and the community is desirous of a mayor who is in contact and in keeping with their wishes on their priorities. And so you're on packet page number, or I'm sorry, on item number 18, there is a field representative. It's classified as assistant to the mayor 1. These are entry-level positions with an emphasis on casework and constituent services, allowing these field representatives, when they're at a coffee klatch or a Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting, or when they're engaged in policy meetings, meetups throughout our region, they are there to, they have specific requisites, and they will be directed by my office to engage not only the policy aspects, but the social aspects are very important for our community. Also, on item number 18 is a communications director. This is in keeping with the new charter. As previously mentioned, Section 303, subsection F, certainly highlights the role of the mayor as the chief spokesperson for this city. And so consequently, I have requested council's approval of a communications director, providing the narrative to build a world-class city is going to be extremely important. Our community, again, is desirous of that. And having a communications director within my office will provide and enhance those opportunities to optimize our wins, not only in neighborhoods across our 65 square miles, meeting up with various neighborhood council presidents, meeting with community interest groups, nonprofits. We are going to be beating the path and doors down to have engaged opportunities with community. The cost is $242,000. And that's the real cost if we were to approve that this fiscal year. We have the opportunity also on another item here to reallocate spending and the responsibilities from Westbound Communications. At this time, I will ask the candidates for the field rep position to please stand. They're here in the audience. Would you stand, please? Casey Dever, Don Smith, Alyssa Ramirez. These individuals are professionals in their own right, having worked for congressmen and casework constituent services in various elected fields. Thank you. These, you may be seated. Thank you. These individuals have an affinity to listen to and be attentive to the details of the elected officials, hopefully sharing them ultimately with our city council. At this time, I will open it up to our council for questions or comments. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My concern here, of course, is not with the policy issue regarding money, because that's not my, it's not, that's council's decision to make those policy decisions regarding how they spend money and where they're going to budget and how those funds are going to be allocated. My concern is with the charter and adherence to the charter, and specifically with the council manager form of government. When I first learned of this item coming before the council, I was alarmed that, given that our adoption of our new charter and the confines within which the mayor operates within that charter and the council manager form of government, it initially appeared to me that the funding and the staffing levels were excessive in terms of the charter limitations. As you recall, right after I was elected, I was a member of the what we refer to as a bankruptcy team, which consisted of the mayor, the city manager, the finance director. It consisted of management partners consultant and also Urban Futures, and our attorney, Paul Glassman, our bankruptcy attorney. We decided collectively, or it appeared to us collectively, or we made an observation that part of the problem that had led the city into bankruptcy was the fact that there was dysfunction in the way we conducted ourselves in our form of governance. And that was primarily due, we also observed, to the charter being not clear in terms of what the respective roles were. We brought that concern to the council. Council then appointed a charter committee to examine the charter and look at the possibility of repealing the charter, well, looking at charter change. The charter committee first met and had significant discussions, all of which included community input with respect to what the community might be interested in terms of a charter. It was ultimately decided, it was probably a couple months within those meetings, or ultimately after an election that failed, that total recall of the charter and drafting of a totally new charter would be the best for our city. Primarily because the idea was, given that there was dysfunction due to the problem with respect to clearly defining the roles involving the mayor, the council, and the city manager and the city attorney, that the council manager form of government had clarity, and that was a form of governance that was utilized by best practicing cities, and that the clarity resulted in a removal of the dysfunction that the city of San Bernardino had previously experienced for decades. As I said, our observation was that that was significantly responsible for leading the city into bankruptcy. So we made the charter change. The charter change significantly reduced the role of the mayor in the city of San Bernardino. And as such, we thought there again, and I want to say my role in the charter committee, as you know, was a committee of 9 appointed by the council essentially and the mayor. And I was directed to appear or to meet with them at each of their meetings. We hired a consultant, which we didn't hire. The council hired a consultant, someone expert in these kinds of issues, city governance and so on, brought forth the recommendation of a city management form of government, reduction of the mayor's role and increasing the city manager's role, but more importantly, clearly defining what those respective roles were. Subsequent to that, of course, the council decided to put the draft on the ballot, and the voters adopted the new charter. And that became the law or the constitution of the city upon its adoption. And then subsequent to that, the city started meeting with the expert hired by the council, which was Greg Deverall, who has had huge successes in our region with respect to local governance, how they operate, and how best to operate them. And his directive, and I remember specifically his words were to the council and to all the elected officers and also the department heads, do your job. That was the direction that he gave us, that the council manager form of government was not going to work for the city, even though it had been adopted, and we all had, at that time, we had all bought into the council manager form of government. It's not going to function properly unless everybody does their job. He analogized it to a football team, for example. Instead of everybody's running around haphazardly and not doing their respective job that they have to do on the field, they're not going to have success. And I remember one other thing he said was that an organized team where they're doing their job of less talented individuals will have success over and above a team of higher talented individuals. So the importance of doing your job was emphasized. And so I took heed of that, and that's why I'm bringing this concern to you today, to the council. And I'd like to, I'm not going to read, I have sections of the council, of the charter that are outlined, but basically we all know that the charter provides, as a council manager form of government, that the council is legislative and the council defers to the discretion of management to choose appropriate means to achieve the council's goals. And then again, not only defining what those respective roles are, one being legislative and one being the implementation of that legislative policy, that goes on further to prohibit the interference with administration, saying neither the mayor nor any council member shall interfere with the discretion of the city manager in the exercise or performance of his or her powers or duty. So there again, my concern was, when I first saw this come before council, was that our success is going to depend upon everybody staying within their lanes. And when I saw the need for the numbers of individuals in the mayor's office, my concern was that the intention here was, or if not the specific intention, the likelihood that lines would be crossed, that authorities would be confused, and we would not stay within our respective lanes was a problem that I wanted to avoid. And as the city attorney for San Bernardino, it's my job to do what I need to do to make sure that there is compliance and adherence with the charter. That is a law of the land, like it or not. Whether I like it or not, it's not my job to say I don't. My job is to say this is the law of the land and we have to live within it. When the mayor and all the respective offices were elected to office, they're not elected. They're elected under the terms of as dictated by the charter. In other words, the mayor is the mayor within the confines of the charter. And that's what you were elected to do, live within that. So those were my concerns when I saw this, when I saw the large numbers. There again, I'm not concerned about the dollars and cents. That's not my realm or my concern. And so that's what I wanted to bring to council, the concern there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Mr. Charette.
Gary, thank you very much for that. I am concerned with the financial. That is my job, and I appreciate the way you've presented that so well. I've been working this item almost nonstop with phone calls and talking to people and getting lots of input from the community that generally is very negative. They're not supportive of this at all. I have one question. I mean, I'm not done, but I've got a question here on City of San Bernardino, this top item here, Andrea, where it says 7. That's 7 for the mayor's office?
No, I'm
I just
sorry.
got this, so I haven't studied it and broken it all down.
No, that's 7 currently budgeted total. There's currently 3.
3 for the mayor's office.
And 4 budgeted positions, although you have a vacancy currently, but 4 positions budgeted for the council office support.
Okay, but we're not talking about council office right now. We're talking about the mayor's office. So we can forget those top 4. And we're looking at 3 currently budgeted. And because we're not talking about eliminating those 4 people, maybe that's down the road, and I'm sorry, but if that's why are we addressing those positions if we're talking about 6 new ones? Where are they here?
They are not in here. This
Okay.
is currently what
Okay.
you have.
So my point is, there's 3 budgeted for the mayor's office.
Currently, yes.
And we're looking for 6 more to make a total of 9.
Yes.
And that is far exceeds any of these other comparisons. Riverside is the only thing close. They have 13, but of those 13, 7 of them are council assistants. So why don't we talk about maybe not only 6 for the mayor, but 7 more as council assistants? I'm kidding, of course. It makes no sense at all. And fiscally, we can't afford the 6, or certainly not 13. But all and then I'm not sure, is that the mayor's office on Riverside with the other 6? That'd be administrative to the mayor, assistant to the mayor, assistant to the mayor, administrative to the mayor, international relations officer. That's in the mayor's office. Those 6 above the line are mayor's office. Okay, so even a Riverside that has 327,000 people, nearly 100,000 more, they have their own utility, which is provides them with a boatload of money to deal with a lot of the issues that we can't deal with. They're not just coming out of bankruptcy in a very fragile condition. And then they're the outlier, of course, Riverside, being the big one in the region. But you look at all these other ones, City of Moreno Valley, a little surprising. You're trying to say something. What am I missing?
No, I'm just trying to tell Councilmember Nickel that we're getting you one. Oh. He was looking for his chart too, and
Actually, I didn't get one, but I
Okay.
thank you.
That was
sacrificed. Thank you, Councilman Nickel. Please proceed, Mr.
I will,
Charette.
thank you. I didn't understand. You looked like you were trying to stop me or something. But all the rest of these are 5, 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.5, 1. And we're looking, and even Riverside only 6, and we're looking to go to 9. It makes no sense. It's not what the charter calls for. It's not what the people have voted on. It's not showing good fiscal responsibility. It's in the backup that's coming from the reserves. I'd like everyone to understand that a reserve account is not a slush fund. It is a fund that we have available for difficult times, for emergencies, or what have you. And getting rid of a contract with Westbound Communications of $400,000 so that we can spend it over here, that's simply reallocating. That's not saving. And are we going to get, again, back to our old faithful cost-benefit analysis? What's the benefit compared to the cost? And not to even mention the charter and how we're avoiding that. Now, along the charter, does this open us up to potential litigation if we're not adhering to the charter?
Only if the charter is violated, of course. So, and what my concern is that with more staffing,
That
particularly in this situation, what's additionally problematic is that there's no specific job descriptions on each of these positions. If we have a job description to look at, and clearly we could see that there's going to be no interference with the city manager's function, then that would be helpful.
Agreed.
But a job description that is vague and is somewhat open, that leaves it open for more potential for charter violation, and violation is the problem.
So let's address that. Hold on, Mr. Charette. Ms. City Manager,
I predicted
talk
I'd
about.
be gavelled down.
Just a minute, Mr. Charette. Let's talk about it. We're here to talk about it. So
that's what I was trying to do, Mayor.
You bring up a good point, Mr. Well, I don't want the appearance. I mean, Mr. City Attorney, you bring up a good issue of job description. Ms. City Manager, what say you on job description? I'm under the impression that at one time, this council had the prerogative to review council job descriptions and job descriptions throughout the entire organization.
And you
That personnel committee,
No, you still
the
do.
personnel committee, the ad hoc personnel committee was voted down by Mr. Charette, Mr. Mulvihill, and others, saying that you're responsible. So can you help us with the job description and providing that?
Right, no, actually, you have to approve and do approve of all job descriptions and class and comp. So when we establish salary rates and pay plans, benefit levels for employees, that actually has to be approved of by the council. All job descriptions are approved by council.
So ultimately, the job description will come back before council.
It will, but you have job descriptions that these kind of currently fit in. We will just add those job responsibilities to them.
Okay.
So you currently have the ability to Now, they're not budgeted, but you do have on the books, if you will, an assistant to the mayor 1, assistant to the mayor 2, an assistant to the mayor 3. We have an existing senior customer service representative position. So we have job descriptions for these. They would have to be tailored to the very specific things you want them to be doing.
Thank you.
And again, those are approved by the mayor and
Appreciate
city
it.
council.
Please proceed, Mr. Charette.
Thank you very much, if I may continue. Going back to Personnel Commission that I apparently voted down, I don't recall that exactly, but those were advisory commissions that we had. They were 3 members. They couldn't do anything. They made recommendations to the full council. And that's really what we're doing here. And I think we got rid of a lot of those because we decided that rather than having a group and staff and everybody else meet separate times and take up staff time and take up council members' time and costs associated with those, albeit not huge, we decided that let's bring items before the full council. Rather than have 3 people that have no authority vet all this stuff and make a recommendation and then have it come to the council and be discussed fully and vetted here in the public anyway. Those commissions, I think we tended to agree, maybe not completely or 100%, but had a consensus that they were really not necessary, particularly under the new charter. So I'm about done here. I can't support this item. I would caution my colleagues that we are going against the will of the voters who voted a charter change, who has been aptly defined here by our city attorney, who that's what his job is to do. Our mayor has interpreted it his way. Legal has interpreted it that way. I think it's fair to say that in the law, there is many times you can interpret the same thing differently, correct?
Yes, certainly.
The judge then makes a decision.
That's
But
correct.
so, for example, chief spokesman. Chief spokesman is the spokesman of this body, on behalf of the city council. Now, granted, I think in the event of an emergency or a tragedy, certainly probably the first call from the press or the news media is going to go to the city manager or the mayor, and I trust both of them that they'd respect and understand our general consensus and feelings about that particular issue. So in that case, no, we're not saying, here's the message we want you to carry forward. It happens on the fly, and I certainly accept that. That could happen to any of us that get a call from the press. But the chief spokesman doesn't imply that you have your own communications director that I think is very dangerous, frankly, and that it does tend to overlap, and it does tend to maybe start to, the message may be tailored not necessarily based on what the council is talking about and what we're thinking to do and what our strategies, our goals, our objectives are. But then it starts to become a message of the mayor. I might caution and remind people of a local county official who got elected into an office and clearly opened up a political operation in that office. That man is serving three years in jail, not directly related to that, but that certainly didn't help him any. So the mayor is the chief spokesman. It's clear there. How you define chief spokesman is one thing. The mayor is the head of the body. He does represent us on regional boards and what have you. But it's still the council that, the mayor doesn't even have a vote in most cases. He can, and I see it happening maybe tonight, he can break ties, he can veto, and of course he can vote on some personnel issues. I believe it's city, I'm not sure, city manager and a couple of others. City attorney, okay. And other than that, my colleagues here, we have so much more control and power, and I don't like the word power, influence to make policy in this city than the mayor. And it's been talked about the voting public that there's a new council and it's all that new. Well, I've pointed out that Jim's not new, Bassine's not new, Henry's not new, I'm not new. The mayor is not new. He's changed seats, but he's not new. And so we basically got a couple of new people that I welcome you. I'm also going to warn you in a minute. And we're going to have a new one here. So out of a 7-member council plus the mayor making it 8, we're going to have 3 new people. Not a whole new council, not a whole new administration. I think that's what they're trying to build, is a whole new administration. So it's been said clearly tonight from the public, and I kept track, I think it was about 3-1 negative or not supporting this idea. We've got so many places to spend this $242,000 for 6 months. That's the end of this fiscal year, the next 6 months. It's actually $484,000, and it's probably more than that when all is said and done, and once all the costs are associated with it are known. So I would say to any of my colleagues tonight that vote in favor of this, they're voting against the voice of 60% of the electorate that voted for a new charter as defined by our city manager. They're showing fiscal irresponsibility. We should not be drawing from reserves. I've been here long enough to know what drawing from a restricted account is. This is not a restricted account, and we can draw from it and we can use it. We could use all 30 or 39 million or whatever the number is. We could fill every pothole in the street next week and trim every tree. That may not be enough, but we do a lot with it. But we'd be without a reserve. We'd be without a backup. We'd be without that rainy day fund that we need to operate when the economy downturn comes and when we have an emergency, heaven forbid. So again, we can put it into code officers, we can put it into neighborhood watches we've talked about tonight, we can put it into PD, we can put it into planning staff, we can put it into just about every department we need, and it is not needed in the mayor's office at this time based on our fiscal fragility and based on the definition of the new charter. So again, I'm saying that some of my colleagues may appear a bit hypocritical tonight to be talking the do good talk, but not walking the walk, because they're talking about we need this, we need that, we need this, we need that, but now they're maybe prepared to vote on something that's going to be $500,000 adding to what looks like maybe a $2 million deficit coming down the pike. So I can't support this in a proper form or in the form it's in. I don't know that I can support it in any way, shape, or form, but certainly those are my comments, and I just don't think the case has been made here to hire 6 new people in the mayor's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charette. Mr. Mulvihill.
Yes, I have to say that I'm not going to vote in favor of this for a number of reasons. I think the city charter does say the mayor is the chief spokesperson, not the representative. Finances are my concern. Listen to the community is the mayor's responsibility. I guess my understanding is that the mayor plans on being out of town a lot, maybe Shanghai, Singapore, whatever. And presumably that's why you need special people to be here doing that. But the point is, it's your job to be listening to people yourself, as well as the council. That's why there's 7 wards here. We listen to the people. And a private receptionist. As I said, we had 1 receptionist that took care of the mayor's office and the council and still had time to do administrative functions. So again, I'm concerned about finances there. As Councilwoman Ibarra mentioned, concerned about the amount of money being spent for inspectors tonight. Well, that's because we have a shortage in the public works regarding inspectors. Also, I think you probably mentioned that there's funding for Wildan. Wildan does plan checks because our planning department is short on funding. I'm not quite sure if Jerry is here. But the point is, we should hire somebody for planning. That's why Wildan, they're a private consulting firm, does nothing else but come over, pick up our plans to check them. We should have those in-house. We should have the inspectors in-house. We need, we're not even talking about the police department. We're still about 60 police officers short than where we were in 2010. There's all kinds of ways and shortages that we have in the city to fill before we have a private receptionist. And also, why do you have a communications director in the mayor's office? It sounds as though that means the mayor is the only person that gets the information communicated back and forth. The communication officers should work for the entire council, for the city manager. In fact, the communications person should be working with economic development. In fact, rather than going off to Shanghai and Singapore and wherever else, we have a professional economic development staff that we haven't really talked about. How many people are over there? There's at least 8. Yeah, we haven't even talked about people in economic development. We ought to have a performance, what they've been doing, again. And they're professionals. They're professionals. And with regard to, again, having these community people in your office, maybe some of those individuals should be CSOs in the PD and developing the neighborhood watch and other kinds of community. I mean, as far as I think we should be looking at, satellite police stations. And in each one of those police stations, we need to have a CSO, at least. And that's where some of these positions should be. But again, having these in the mayor's office, I guess, my personal intuition is that this is wasteful. I don't know why it's being concentrated in the mayor's office. Is it hubris that you need to have what do you want to call it, a team? I'm trying to think of what folks that sort of follow you around. What's an entourage? Entourage. I guess that was one of the words I was trying to think about. I don't see it. I'm not going to vote for it. I think it's wasteful. I think you've got 3 very good people now. You took the best administrative clerical staff from the council office.
All excellent. He just happened
I
to
think
pick.
I think that the person you took was the odds-on best. If you had a silent ballot, if you had a private ballot, she would have been voted as being the best, and I think that you would admit that. We are short a person and a very important individual. Also, just looking at these numbers, I mean, we compare ourselves with, say, Ontario. Well, the mayor's office in Ontario has got 3 people, which is what you've got now. And we think about Rancho. Wow, what a wonderful city. Got all kinds of things. So 3 people. Executive assistant, administrative secretary, office specialist. And so, again, look at Riverside. It looks like every council member has got a field rep. That's where they get the money. But, of course, they've got their own utility company, if not mistaken. They have their own power company and so forth. It's money in the bank. It's money in the bank, though. Yeah. At any rate, but the point is, if we have an economic development in the mayor's office, we encountered this problem in the past. I had an individual from a consulting firm in Ohio came out a number of years ago and said he came to the city and there were 3 separate economic development specialists. In the mayor's office was one, you had the Economic Development Agency, and then there was another one someplace else in the administration. We need to have one staff group that handles economic development. I don't think a person who wants to come to our city wants to cut a deal with one individual who may be gone next week. That's the instability of it. People who come along that want to do business in our city want to see continuity. And that's why, again, we have these other issues as far as the city manager's office. We need to have stability, having it focused on one particular individual. When that individual leaves, what's going to happen then? But anyway, I think for those reasons, and I probably could think more if it wasn't so late, that I'm not going to be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvihill. Ms. Sabara, council member.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am looking at these reports. I actually like what Riverside's doing. They have a field representative for each council person. Will these field reps be available to us, Mayor, in case we need to follow up on something going on in our district, since 4 of us are full-time employees and we have to follow up and call our own constituents for the work orders pending?
Thank you for the question. My immediate thought is yes. We would like to be responsive to all constituents in every ward, and we will certainly do our very best to handle those problematic areas for council members. They will report within the mayor's structure and office, but we anticipate having a very collaborative partnership with council members and the council office so that we can make sure that these 4 field reps are out there in the community and they are understanding the needs of community members, businesses. There's a lot of work to do, and yes, the short answer is yes.
Okay, I have more questions. When I came in for orientation 2 days before being sworn in, it was brought to my attention that I saw on the binder that we reviewed that the city council staff is now under the city manager's direction. I would like to know, how did that happen? Something that our city attorney failed to point out in the city charter. It says that each city department, office, and agency shall be administered by an executive appointed by and subject to the direction and supervision of the city manager, except the offices of the council, mayor, city attorney, and city clerk, the library board of trustees, and the water board, which shall be administered by their respective executive officers as provided for elsewhere in this charter, but which shall in all other respects be governed by the policies applicable to all departments, offices, and agencies. It does say that with the consent of the council, the city manager may serve as executive of one or more of these departments. I would like to get clarification, when did this happen, and if there's any way that the city council staff can come back out to serve us directly. What kind? This is here in the charter, so I'm just questioning why they fell now under the direction of our city manager.
So the issue really comes from, not to tag on to Fred's comment, but the concern was that they were receiving direction from 7 people. So while they report to the city manager's office and certainly Renee's here and can add to this, for personnel issues, if they have questions about policy and things of that nature, but really for all intents and purposes, they only support the council office. So they're not taking any direction from us on issues. They receive now if you have an issue with them, then it's difficult because they would be serving 7 people. You really don't have the ability except to take action in a public meeting. So if there was a major disciplinary issue, much like we've had in other departments that were not directly under the city manager's control, and it happened about that same time, where there needed to be someone that you could all go to if there was a disciplinary issue that needed to be addressed, because you really don't have the ability as one council member to affect any change because they ultimately report to 6 other people.
Okay, so this was approved though by council to
Yes.
go under your direction?
Yeah.
Do we have an update on that? Because this I'm going based on the charter. on the new charter. And I don't have an update here saying, as of such and such date, city manager will oversee the city council staff.
There's not an update in the charter. There's a municipal code about those employees and how they are reporting. And if you'll notice in the chart, one of the things that I heard down here, we tried, and this was a work in progress, but we tried to provide to you what those cities, the reporting structure was, and what they support. So if you notice in the last two columns in that survey, who they report to in those cities. So for instance, in the city of Chino, they report to the city manager, but they provide support to the manager, city clerk, mayor, council. Again, we did that for each one of them. I would note Ontario, they have 3 people. They report to the city manager and the executive assistant to the city manager. They all function in the city manager's office, supporting the city manager, mayor, and the 4 council members. So again, we've tried to provide so you can compare reporting structures in addition to the number, just pure numbers of people that they had.
Okay, and so yeah, my concern is, like I mentioned right now, as a full-time employee, last Monday, I saw I had 490 outstanding work order CRMs that hadn't been addressed, and I'm trying to address them as I find out information. I'm not getting that information. I'm not getting any communication. So if our constituents want to hear from us or our mayor, since we are the elected officials, and they're not hearing from anybody else, we can't provide them the answer. I would like to have a field rep helping me, especially if there's a business opening up in the 2nd Ward and I'm at work. I would like for them to go out to the ribbon cutting event, for example. Also, I know we were going to discuss Westbound Communications today, but they weren't able to attend. What I noticed on the newsletter is they only speak of our city manager. They don't mention who the mayor is or the city council people. So, I mean, we are a council manager-run charter city, but we as city council members are not recognizing those newsletters, much less our city mayor. So I think that may be maybe where John is questioning, or mayor is trying to get a communications person to, let the constituents know this is the mayor, this is the person who, majority voted for.
Right. Just to follow up on a couple of those things, if you have outstanding CRMs, you are certainly welcome to call our office, though, because we should be providing that information to you so that you can report back. I mean, that doesn't necessarily help. I mean, we will certainly call constituents for you as well, but you should be able to get those answers. With respect to the newsletter, we are looking at changing the format of the newsletter. One of the reasons why we're particularly sensitive is there are very strict, and certainly Sonia or Gary can speak about the rules related to the distribution of materials, as long as it's part of a letterhead. So we are looking to create a mailing type letterhead for that where we can list the names, but we do have to be very careful in how we distribute it, depending on how we feature or who we feature. So again, we're trying to push the envelope there, but we also have to be pretty careful. Our goal ultimately would be to distribute it through school district systems like Peachtree, the utility newsletters and things of that nature, so it has broader publication. Right now we are distributing, though, to several hundred people at our public counters and then electronically.
Okay, I had one more comment, though. The question that was asked at my town hall meeting is the budgeting. Of course, we're all trying to make sure that the city is fiscally responsible, that we know that the money is going to be accounted for, that who we have on staff is doing the work that we need, the consultants are doing the work that they need as well. I personally encourage Neighborhood Watch, neighborhood associations. They are my eyes and my ears. But when it gets overwhelming being a full-time employee, I would love to have that somebody that I can fall back on to assist me from time to time. Right now, like we mentioned, we only have 3 staff members, and they rotate every other Friday, I believe, on when they're working at the office. Last week, during the holiday, most of them were out for Christmas vacation, and I know for me, Renee was very, very helpful and helping me get the commissioners I wanted to get appointed, being that I was just sworn in, and we have vacancies in the 2nd Ward. So having the backup staff that can help us all. There's several council people here that, of course, are not supporting this, but at the same time, there's constituents in their wards that are saying they don't hear from their council people. those are the main concerns that we need to help with. If there is an issue going on in the part of town, and the constituent tries to reach out to their council person, if they don't respond to them, they're going to try to come to us, adding on to our workload. And it'd be helpful that there's also somebody to represent those wards that don't get responses. We need to represent the people of the city. And right now, the way it's for us to leave it to each individual council person that will be accountable to our own constituents in our wards is something that it's not happening currently. I'm doing the best I can on my end, being a full-time employee. And coincidentally, the two that are not approving of this are the ones that constituents say they're either blocked or they're not being responded to. And that's a major concern coming from this city. I've had to forget what happened in the past and open the communication lines with everybody in the second ward. And it's not easy. It's not easy trying to answer to all their concerns that they have. And as a council person, trying to reach out, do the research on what each project, where it stands currently.
Now, I've not heard, and this is part of the reason why I do maintain some relationship with the council office, I've not heard them being overwhelmed with requests to return telephone calls and things. So if they are not available to you, then I do need to know that, because, again, I realize there's the vacancy with the recent change to the mayor's office, but you still have 3 people there. And again, if they're not adjusting their schedules so that there's always someone available to all of you, then I need to know that so that we can work through that. Because again, they've had the ability to take the time off, but we need to be responsive to the council.
And I take exception with the comments that the two people, and it's myself, obviously, and Jim, that we're being criticized by one of our colleagues that we're not being responsive to our constituency. I've been elected 4 times, and I've been pretty responsive. Have I returned every single call 100%? No. I'd like anyone here that has to tell me. I'm sure I've heard, Jim. But I take exception with you criticizing me as a new council member, and with my experience and the relationship that I do have with my constituency. And I think that's wholly inappropriate and wrong, and I'm sorry that you've done that.
I'd like to make, Mr. Mulvihill.
Yeah, and sorry I'm right after Fred, but I take exception too. You're a new council person, you just showed up, and frankly, I answer all my phone calls. I go to all my neighborhood meetings, the NINA and the community builders. I've worked, we have our lights on Broadmoor. We've got our speed limits on Arrowhead. I go to school meetings. Yeah. And so I really take exception. And that really does not help you. I'm talking.
We have several
I'm
here.
talking. You've had your chance. And I hope that you do as good a job as you're talking, because it sounds like already you're overwhelmed. I look at my CRMs all the time. And there's the day when it comes in, I recognize the name of the person who's sent it in. And if I can help them out, I do. If it's an occasion where one is carrying over from one time to a next, I follow up on it. So I really take exception. I think you're really going beyond your abilities right now. But then again, you're really going beyond your abilities.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvihill.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mulvihill, thank you. Mr. Sanchez, just a second. In some fair balance comments we heard about 4 hours ago, by the way, we have 3 more agenda items tonight.
And closed session.
And closed session. Going to power through.
We start at 7, so
The
we'll be done early.
comments that I heard from several individuals also disparaged our new council members. They were very demeaning to the new council members.
From who?
I heard from community members.
Oh, okay.
Quote, "These are very poor decisions you're making," unquote. "You're not familiar with the process," unquote. "You're uninformed and lack understanding." Those are no way to treat our newly elected officials, and I want to admonish our council, please, to stay focused on the issue at hand. These are comments from the public, from the general public, that were lobbed against Councilmember Ibarra and Councilman Sanchez. So, all right. Having said that, Mr. Sanchez.
I do think that these voters, do have the right to lodge those complaints against us. I will admit that. But I have also noticed that a lot of these comments mention your new councilman, like somehow that's inherently wrong and that our vote is less. It was mentioned right now by Mr. Movihill, who took issue with what Sandra Ibarra had lodged against him, and now he's saying, you're a new councilman, like somehow she doesn't have the right to mention that because she's a new councilman. But enough of that. I do think we need... All right, so I do think we need financial prudence. I do see here assistant to the mayor. I think the roles that these people would fill would fit more clearly with the senior customer service representatives, and I'm not sure that we need 4. I do want to vote for this, but I do think that we need to cut some of the fat, and I think we can do just as much work with a different category for these individuals, and then less of them. I do think we need 3. I know it's 60 square miles. Fred Tread, I'm surprised that you would say no after you said cost-benefit analysis. I've done a cost-benefit analysis. People have pointed to me. I live 2 blocks away from City Hall, but it might as well be 1,000 miles away because I can't get a hold of anyone. That is a real frustration people have in this city. And there's 60 square miles. I don't think that the mayor, who's in charge of listening to people in a 60 square mile city with 250,000 people, is going to be able to get through to even half of them. We need these people there.
If I can respond to that, what did you just say about me that I cost benefit analysis? You said you've done a share it with me. I said let's see one. Share it with me. What's the benefit and what's the cost? $500,000 for 6 people. What's the benefit?
I do think
show me the benefit.
I'm talking to thousands of people in the first ward. I've noticed that people. One of the biggest complaints they have is that there is no way they can reach anyone at City Hall. And I do think that
I didn't understand what you were saying. I disagree with you. I disagree with you, but I didn't understand what you were saying. So I don't think that qualifies as a real benefit analysis.
You may be right, but I do think that there is a real benefit, and it is worth the cost.
Thank you. Any other council members? Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, and I want to express my respect and appreciation for all my colleagues up here. I think all of us do a difficult job much of the time. It's not easy to be elected to a position. Each one of us represents more or less 30,000+ individuals. We have an obligation to serve those individuals as their elected representatives. And I think it's important to put all this in the context of our new city charter. I actually was supportive of the new city charter. Is it perfect? No. But I think it does create, a pretty decent structure and system to ensure accountability on the part of the elected officials, on the part of the city manager. And I think it's important to understand that unlike our previous system of government, this is really more or less a municipal corporate system where we have a board of directors, a chair of the board of directors, which is essentially the mayor, but as was stated by a number of my colleagues up here, that the real authority lies with the council members, except for a few occasions where the mayor votes on certain positions and breaks a tie and so forth. But the majority of the decisions are made by the council as a body. And there was discussion about staying in our lanes, and I couldn't agree more. And I think that goes for both sides of the equation. When you look at our city charter, I'm looking at Article 3 of the city charter, and I'm trying to recall how the previous city charter was structured, but what really strikes me in Article 3 is it says the city council and mayor. Essentially, the city council and the mayor under this new city charter act as one unit, albeit the mayor has certain responsibilities, authority that the council as a whole doesn't have, but by and large, the authority largely lies with the council, and the mayor serves as the chair, our spokesperson. The mayor is the head of our government, as the charter spells out. Article 4 stipulates the role of the city manager. Okay? So we have the policy decisions being made by the council. And I read from the charter here, section 300, general powers and duties of the city council and mayor. All powers of the city shall be vested in the city council, and to the extent provided in this charter, the mayor. We are a council-mayor form of government. The role of the council is legislative, which includes the power to set policy, approve contracts and agreements, and undertake other obligations consistent with this charter. Section 302 of the charter states, the council, in collaboration with the mayor. Pretty clear to me. There isn't a mayor over here and a council over here. It's the council and mayor in collaboration. And when I look at this is not collaborative. This is structured under the old city charter regime, a separate mayor and a separate council. I would argue that our budget and this structure is inconsistent with the charter. The mayor and council must function as one. And in my thinking, and I think that there's a way to get to a resolution on a number of the issues that have been expressed here, and I think rightly so. I don't think we want to devolve back into a strong mayor form of government. And I would argue that, in fact, what we can do here tonight is ensure that we achieve the objective of the new charter, which is to create a truly collaborative mayor and council form of government. By aligning the support staff of both the council and mayor under the mayor's office, accountable to the council, a shared role and responsibility, shared authority, as it should rightly be. The mayor's office currently has 3 full staff members according to this analysis. The council office currently has 4 budgeted. I believe we have a vacancy, if I'm not mistaken. I do have an issue with the bifurcation of the reporting structure of the mayor and council, certain staff reporting to the mayor and certain staff reporting to the city manager. To stay in our lane, as was said earlier, I believe it is appropriate for us to have a system, a structure in which the support staff of the council are separate and apart from the city manager, accountable to the city council. And so what I would recommend, and I do agree, looking at the other cities, looks like the only, how many other charter cities did we have on here? I think there's only one other charter city on this list, if I'm not mistaken. No, Pomona. We have Pomona, and Riverside. So, as was stated, Riverside has 13 full staff between the mayor and council. The council staff are reportable to each individual council member. I would agree that because we're a part-time council, I don't think it would be appropriate to have a reporting structure to us individually. I think that would be confusing. I don't think it would be fair to the field staff that have to operate under a consolidated management structure. But I do believe that we can come to a system that I think ensures that we do stay in our lanes, that the city manager, we just approved in this budget, if I'm not mistaken, I think we approved 6 additional staff in this year's budget for the city manager. We went from 17 to 23 staff under the city manager's office. We went down from 4 to 3 in the mayor's office. And we're currently at 3, 4 if you count the current vacancy in the city council. So we have 7 positions supporting the mayor and council. We have 23 support positions under the current budget under the city manager. Now, I don't know about you, but those numbers look a little off. I think that we, as the legislative policy-making body of the city, directly accountable to the voters and constituents, the residents of the city, we have an obligation to ensure we can adequately respond to them and serve their purposes and their needs. I do believe that casework is essential. I'll be honest, I've had a CRM. My personal CRM has been in the system now for 3 going on 4 months. No response yet. No response yet. I can only imagine what some of our constituents feel when we tell them, you know, go request, submit it. It'll get taken care of. I'm waiting 4 months still. Now, I'm not saying that every field rep, every person that's out engaging with constituents has to deal with every single CRM, but there has to be a system of accountability. And I think, as was stated earlier, I think that this decision we make tonight will, I think, complete the linkage that needs to be made in terms of how a city like ours needs to function. We need to have competent management, don't get me wrong, and we should not be going into the lane of getting into the city manager's day-to-day operational responsibilities. But equally important, we must make sure that the city manager is not getting into the lane of the policy-making and legislative body of the city, which is the mayor and council. So what I would recommend tonight, I think, and I also believe that as a whole, the city, we need to start, we're probably going to have to do some adjustments to the overall personnel structure as well. I do have concerns in code enforcement. I have concerns about the number of people we have in community development, whether we have an adequate number of planners and staff for us to meet our obligations and to fulfill our goals. So I think more holistically, I think we do have some discussion that we need to have in terms of personnel matters. I do not believe that we should dip into reserves for these positions. What I would like to see is, looking at the existing vacancies that we have in the city for the balance of this fiscal year, we allocate from those vacancies to fill these positions, and then in the next fiscal year, we recalibrate the overall personnel structure of the city. I think we do, to give credit to the city manager, I know that we are needing to make sure that we hire some very critical staff that she needs. And maybe we recalibrate. Maybe we recalibrate some of the council staff into some of these other positions that are being proposed here tonight. I'm not saying that this structure is 100% what I would agree with. I do think we need field reps. I would like to see a system in which perhaps there's a 12-month probationary period or some kind of a probationary period, so we ensure that these new staff understand that they have an obligation to the council, that the council that they serve more or less at will, that subject to a vote of the council, if we've got 4 council members that reach a decision that one of these council support staff really aren't serving the needs of the council as a whole, that we have the ability to vote under an at-will type contract. So I think there's some things that we might be able to adjust here to ensure that we have staff that can be responsive to the needs of our constituents, and that will be accountable to the council and mayor as a whole. And I think that will put us in a very good position. And then to the point of a communications director, I do believe that the mayor is the spokesperson. The mayor is elected by the people of the city of San Bernardino. The mayor has been duly selected by the residents and the constituents and is rightly the spokesperson. But I do believe in that balance and sharing of authority and power. I think that spokesperson or that communications director should also be accountable to the council as a whole, that we as a council have the ability to determine the relative qualifications and merit and ongoing performance of that person, and if we aren't satisfied, that the council has the ability to potentially terminate that person. Chief of Staff, I believe that is a function and a role that should be answerable to the mayor. I think that a Chief of Staff, given the complexity and the size of our city, the mayor does need somebody that can help ensure that things are moving forward, and that the mayor has an obligation to his or her council to be accountable, and that we have a check on that mayor if and when they get a little out of line. But I have a feeling we can create a system that is truly balanced, that has proper checks and balances in it, and that is ultimately going to be the most responsive type of government that we can create, consistent with the city council and manager form of government. So I would like to propose that we.
Mr. Nickel, I have I took copious notes here. If I may, and if
Absolutely.
this is keeping with your motion, the recommendation on the floor is to review, discuss, and consider proposed increases, which we have, semicolon, and authorize the director. Here's where we get into the motion. To authorize the director of finance or designee to amend the fiscal year 2019 adopted budget by appropriating the $242,000, strike the general fund reserve, add from personnel vacancies citywide, carry on into the various affected salary accounts to establish 6 new positions in the office of the mayor. Is that your desire, sir?
No. Yes, I would like to see that come forward. And
That's what you just said, Henry?
yeah, I would like to see it. I don't want us to go into reserves, and I don't think we need to.
Staff members to go
I think what we'll do is we'll look at 6. If we need to pare it back, it sounds like there might be some discussion that we might pare it down from 6. We'll start at 6, and then we'll identify, based on the allocation that we have from the vacancies, if that's sufficient to fill. If not, then we'll pare it back. We'll figure out where we pare it back, maybe combine some roles, maybe pull some of those roles from the council office. But I think here's my bottom line. The voters of the city of San Bernardino are not satisfied right now. They are not satisfied. You don't toss out an incumbent mayor. You don't toss out incumbent council mayors when things are going well. Things are definitely not going as well as it should be. And I'll tell you what, if we don't get this fixed now, watch out. Because if you aren't happy with this election, well, wait till you see the next one. So let's get this fixed. Let's get our council office, our mayor, able to be responsive effectively. I think the city manager rightly has asked for additional staff, and I'm willing to give it to her. But I think we are woefully understaffed right now as a mayor and council, and we need to fix that immediately. Otherwise, worse days lie ahead for us.
Thank you, Councilman Nickel.
Clarification.
Just a moment, Mr. Charette. Just a moment. So Councilman Councilman Nickel has made the motion. Do I hear a second on Councilman Nickel's motion? Second with a comment?
Yes, I just want to say that, I agree with what Henry is talking about. And I say that you're right, Henry's absolutely right. The city's not happy. And I know that I've sat here for almost 3 years now. And every time Andrea comes and she needs to add more staff, I don't hear nobody complaining. We're talking about staff members that are making $200,000+ a year. We're talking about $200,000 for 6 people. And I think that I've always expressed that we need boots on the ground. We need workers on the ground. We need people out there doing work and not just people representing downtown. We need people that we can get work done. And I think that asking for this is really, really what the people really want. I'm not saying I'm in agreement with Henry, don't go to the reserves. Have clear job descriptions about what these staff members are going to do, so therefore we won't duplicate services. But if you look at other structures, there's duplication of services because you have clerks, office assistants. They sometimes do the same thing but for a different department. So I just say we define it, we make clear objectives as to who they report to, what they do. And I just want to say that, I've been to the mayor's office, and I see the city council members having to rotate as a receptionist. That is that's what people see. The first thing that people see when they walk in the mayor's office is the receptionist. And we need somebody that sits at the door, and I'm not saying that they don't recognize, but you need somebody that know the people that walk in the door. Because first appearance is everything. And if we don't get it right, come walking in the mayor's office, walking in the city manager's office, walking in the city council's office, what do we do? Where are we? So I believe that we need this help. We need to, we talked about structure. CRMs, that's a whole nother subject. But somebody mentioned here is that we should operate as one unit. And you're absolutely right. And I can tell you that some of the things, social media is horrible. And I say that when people put things on social media, it's there forever. And if we can't sit up here and operate as one unit, how can we expect to be a world-class city? And I've seen things here lately that's been put on the internet that does not make us look like a world-class city. And I think that we have to respect and know the co-council is not new, but we have to respect the new people and the new roles. And if we can't, we've sabotaged them before they even got started. I mean, there was articles coming out in the newspaper. Everything on Facebook. Can we not sabotage what the voters have voted in? And it makes us look like we're damn retarded. Because we are killing our city. World-class city, but we're steady on Facebook every day putting negative stuff, negative this. Can we start thinking positive about our city? The residents voted for a change. Let's make this change happen. And one thing that you did say, you said give them a 12-month probationary period, and I think that's too long. I think that we need to give them a 6 to 9 month probationary period because 12 months is too long. And I think that if we're going to open up and we're going to have more staff, I think that we need to vet the staff the way we vet everybody else. I think that we need to put the word out in the community. We need a job description out there and allow people to apply. Because I'm a firm believer that we need to hire people that live in our city. We have to start somewhere, and I know that we cannot make it mandatory, but it can surely be a best practice. This is an entry-level position. Why can't we hire entry-level people that live in the city of San Bernardino? No fault to you three, not being negative about that, but I just say that these are entry-level positions. Let's start hiring our own. Let's start taking care of our own. And so let's open it up so that way everybody can apply.
Very good. The floor motion is authorize the Director of Finance or designee to amend the fiscal year 2018-19 adopted budget by appropriating $242,000 from personnel vacancies citywide into the various affected salary accounts to establish 6 new positions in the office of the mayor. That was moved by Councilmember Nickel and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Richard. We asked for a call for the question on.
I have a clarification. I need a clarification.
I do want to clarify, too.
Yeah, I need a clarification.
Mr.
Let me ask the question.
That's my motion.
Mayor, I asked if I could be recognized before you recognize Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to clarify my motion.
Hold on.
Clarify your motion.
Yeah, because I'll respectfully ask the city manager, because I know we have other positions in the city that are subject to a vote of the city council. Is it possible that these positions could be at will, subject to affirmative vote of 4 council members?
So I think one of the things, I've been listening carefully to your conversation tonight, and I think we clearly understand what I think a majority of you are starting to talk about. Just because the council wants to be responsive to their constituents, and just because you've got to do that, doesn't mean that it changes the nature of your charter. And your charter is a city manager form of government. Once you make the policy about, hey, we want to appropriate money, we want to get 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 more people into our council offices, how, the why is you, the how is under your city manager form of government. So to begin to get into the details, while you can share your thoughts and concerns with your manager, it just starts to really rub against that sort of city administrator form of government versus city manager form of government.
Now, how about those 3 positions that are currently under the mayor?
So I would need to look at that, because I came here tonight prepared and looked at the charter. I hadn't looked at your
And the
personnel
charter
rules.
specifically says that the council and mayor are separate departments that hire their own employees, their own staff.
And so I guess the question that I would have is, do we have separate personnel policy rules and procedures that apply to them? So my assumption is that we can go through that process, and that can be brought back to you as to how that works.
Because I
But
think
for
the
you-
current system is not consistent with the charter.
I was just going to say, hearing you speak tonight, I don't think that it's consistent with the charter. Again, the council has the authority and the duty, in my opinion, under the charter, to adopt a budget, to establish policy, and to give direction to the city manager to implement the policy. But to actually have direct employment, to be the supervisor, to do those types of things, I don't see that authority in your charter, nor do I see it in your municipal code, per se. It's not explicit. My recommendation tonight would be that you give your staff the direction and ask them to come back to you with the implementation of it, and then you have I'm a firm believer that no good law gets made after 11 o'clock at night. We could sit here another half hour.
I've said that before.
Yeah, exactly. I think you've said that. And maybe my recommendation would be, we're hearing you loud and clear, that we come back to you and say, this is what you've asked for. This is a true test, by the way, right, for all of us that work for you. We've heard what you're saying. How do we help you get it done within the parameters of your charter and the law?
Thank you. I want to encourage our council. We're 90% there. We need to continue to move tonight on the item. I appreciate our legal opinion, legal advisors on what they've just suggested to us. But we have a motion on the floor.
I need some
Hold on
clarification.
just a minute.
Substitute motion.
We have a floor motion, and there's discussion points on that. I will recognize Mr. Mulvihill. Mr. Mulvihill?
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion. What we've talked about here with regard to having some sort of a joint use of these additional personnel, not in the mayor's office, presumably also the mayor also has a private receptionist and so forth. I think we need to leave it to I think we've given direction to the city manager in terms of we would like to see more attention given to the city council in terms of filling out their duties, as well as the mayor, but we'd like to do this in conjunction, not in the mayor's office per se, but shared.
In the legislative bodies.
Exactly, for the mayor and the council. And so.
Mr. Mulvihill, what's your motion?
My motion is that we've given direction to the city manager about what we would like to have. And we'd like to have her report back to us at the next council meeting of a structure that fills out what we've been discussing here for about the last hour.
Thank you.
And I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr.
With a
Charette.
comment. I wanted clarification. You say we're 90% there. We're not 90% there in my view. And I think to get clarification from your motion and from yours, which now is not relevant because it's got a substitute motion, your motion was to essentially have 13 people in the mayor's office, under the mayor. Well, wait a minute. The way it was stated, that there's 4 out of this council, and there's currently 3 in the mayor's office, and there's 6 new ones to come. You said that. That's I think what you said, that you wanted to do that. You were concerned about it coming out of the reserve funds, which of course I am as well. But those numbers, give or take, let's say 1, those add up to 13. And I thought you made it sound, you're trying to blend the 2 offices, the council and the mayor, because we are one legislative body, and we should all be working together in conjunction with somebody. So, but you're giving the authority to the mayor to oversee that staff, that 13-member staff, 11-member, 5-member, 10-member, whatever. I don't support that much staff in the legislative body, but I certainly support the idea of it being done through the city manager's office, so that whoever is working out of that office doesn't have 8 bosses. So I think I can support Jim's motion and I'll second it, but I'm a little unclear actually on what you're trying to say, Jim, so I need clarification there as well.
So, just a minute, Mr. Mulvihill. Just a minute. Mr. Charette, you have made a substitute, or you have seconded a substitute motion by Mr.
But I want a
Mulvihill.
clarification on it.
And we're at the point where we need to move forward.
Okay,
on
read
the
back the
item.
motion, would you please?
Okay, the substitute motion made by Mr. Mulvihill was that the city manager should report back at the next meeting of a structure that meets the mayor and city council's desires.
And so we're talking about,
Pretty vague.
field reps,
Communications directors,
we have to do something with, we already have a,
All right.
we're not there.
Well, Madam City Clerk has read the motion on the substitute motion. It is substitute motion by Councilmember Mulvihill and seconded by Councilman Charette. We'll call for the question. Madam City Clerk, if you'd please register your votes.
I'm going to do a voice vote on this one.
Just a minute before you do that, we need to recognize Councilman Nickel and his vote. If this fails, then we go back to the motion by Councilmember Nickel, which is as stated.
I will need clarification on his motion as well.
Just a minute, Mr. Charette. To not draw from reserves.
Right.
So if we can take a roll call on the substitute motion by Councilman Mulvihill and seconded by Councilman Charette. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez?
No.
Ms. Ibarra? Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
And
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill? Okay, the item passes 5-1 with Mr. Sanchez voting no.
But now I need clarification. And that's most important,
Now,
I need clarification.
the numbers
So-
of people, the number of
Hold on, Mr.
employees.
Mulvihill. Hold
The
on.
number of employees that we're
Mr.
talking about.
Mulvihill, you'll hold your comments. Mr. Nickel?
And I think my intent is, we have 2 separate offices now, right? With 2 separate staff. Some are doing the same, more or less the same type of work as the other staff. What I'm saying now, we marry them together, and then we add the additional field staff and the communications director, and perhaps eliminate duplicative staff. If there's duplication, we shouldn't have duplication, we shouldn't have more individuals than we absolutely need to serve the needs of the staff.
My
But we need
understanding is
those.
the motion was made, there was a vote on it. Again, I think probably the best way to do this is to have individuals share their thoughts, their comments, with the professional management team to take those things into consideration, to return at your very next meeting. We'll listen to the tape, we'll listen to this 3 or 4 or 5 times if we have to make sure that each and every one of your comments were heard and receive attention, whether that's the ultimate, desire. And I believe that may be the best and most efficient way
agree.
to handle your
I agree.
direction tonight.
I agree.
But I do have one other clarification. The city manager's office, it was stated earlier that we have more people than we did. Actually, in fiscal year 16-17, we had 18 full-time staff members. In 17-18, we had 16, and in 18-19, the adopted budget only provides for 15. That includes 3 people that are in our personnel system, which we are required pursuant to the charter to have. That includes all the communications and cable television staff members, neighborhood and customer services, and violence intervention. So there are only 2 people that are responsible for general administrative duties. So it's gone from 18 to 5 or 15. If you add the 4 council office staff members, which again, I don't provide any assistance to me, that would bring it up to 19, which again is about where it was in that.
Okay, yeah, because the 18-19 budget states 24 full staff under the city manager.
The 18-19 budget I'm looking at is 15.
I have a different chart, so maybe whatever's on the website is different than that.
I know that this one's correct, just because I can count the
Okay.
bodies, but.
Yeah, I'll pull the one from the
Pull it up
website
so I
because
can
it may
check.
be incorrect.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to item number 19. This is a report from Council Member Mulvihill regarding the Southern California Association of Government and the RENA update. Sir, you're recognized. Mr. Mulvihill.
Mulvihill and Charette for the substitute.
Yeah, just.
Mr. Mulvihill.
Can I get?
I'm the San Bernardino Highland representative on Skaggs Regional Council. During the time I've been on the Regional Council, I've been elected to the Executive Commission, which is a smaller body of, the Regional Council has about 80 members to it. The Executive Council has about 20 members located to it. I'm also on several policy committees of the legislative body and also the Community Economic Development. The RENA process, I've got a lot more information on here in terms of just what SCAG is. Recognize the new people may not know what the Southern California Association of Government deals with. But one of the things that it does deal with is on page 2, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or short, RENA. The housing element law that every city has to have a housing element as part of its general plan, and we'll be looking at it again, recognizes most critical decisions regarding housing development take place at the local level within periodically updated housing elements at the with the local general plan. RENA legislation requires local governments to balance the need for overall growth and development, including the need for additional housing, with other competing local interests. While the land use planning is fundamentally a local issue, the availability of housing for all income groups is a matter of statewide importance. And as we've talked about last year and is coming back this year, Senator Scott Wiener is reintroducing his, what last year was SB 827. This year it's SB 50. He's got a lot more support for it, and basically what it does, it allows it essentially suspends zoning around transit stops. And last year it didn't make it out of committee, but this year Mr. Weiner is now going to be probably the chair of the committee that it's part of, and plus he's got support from unions and from political officials like Mayor Garcetti. The RHNA process requires local governments to be accountable for ensuring projected housing needs to be accommodated. The process also provides a benchmark for evaluating the adequacy of local zoning and regulatory actions in order to ensure local government is providing enough appropriately designated land and opportunities for housing development. Now, I have a couple things here, but I'm just going to go to, I think, the meat of the issue. The RHNA process, I've given you a PowerPoint that was presented to us. I'm a member of the RHNA subcommittee with SCAG, and I'll probably be giving you more updates as time goes on. But essentially, to explain to you what the regional housing needs allocation deals with, if you turn beyond the first page. Oh, that's in your backup. Yeah, it's in color too. But basically the basis for the demographic for it. In other words, how does SCAG estimate and how will it estimate the housing needs? What it deals with is households. And so what SCAG has already done, it handles regional, and I explain just what the functions of SCAG happens to be. It has already developed a regional transportation plan, that's the RPT, and the SCS is the strategic community strategies for 2020 to up to 2045. It has a demographic methodology, which I'll get into a little bit more later on. And again, talking about it's got 20 scholars and practitioners and so forth. Recent changing to the housing element law, the AB at the bottom of that page, AB 1086 daily, essentially reinforces the need for fair housing as well as concern over overcrowding. 218 AB 1771 Bloom and obviously 828 Weiner is something that you could probably Google. I'm trying to get through here because it's kind of late at night. The several minor changes to regional determination, household overcrowding, cost burden for households, and I can provide a little bit of information. I did a presentation of this in October, and I can provide the new members of copies of that. It provides some pretty dire information with regard to housing costs in California and how they're distributed. But rental vacancy rates, comparison to comparable region, among others. The key elements and data sources mostly come from the U.S. Census as well as the American Community Survey, which is also associated with the Bureau of the Census, and you can pretty much look at that there. Additional data elements, the job transportation database, the jobs housing, the concern about housing. Our congested freeways are because people are traveling to jobs in one area, but they have housing in another area. What the state is mandating is that there be a readjustment of the jobs and housing. Have more housing where there's jobs and having more jobs where there's housing to get people off the freeways. On the next page, actually shows you an example of how they develop the projected population headship rate. And for this, they've broken it down very specifically, the age-specific headship rate for Hispanic females. And so what you have here, for Hispanic females, 15 to 24, in the American Community Survey, there's 698 in that category. The headship rate is 5.58%, and so the projected households are 39,009. And we could go down the demographics to 25 to 34 and all the way down. And so thus what they have projected, the household rates is 1,664,000, et cetera. Now, the Skag area total headship rates, you can see, are going down. In the graph just below it, it's going down, probably because of the cost of housing. Fewer people can separate households. In other words, a household is an independent individual that is either renting or owns their own home in the Skag region. Vacancy rates is another issue that's become very important, and the vacancy rate in the Skag region is one of the highest. In other words, one of these comparative regions that we have in terms of adjusting the need for housing is the fact that our vacancy rate in the U.S., that's the furthest on the far right-hand side, is a little over 7%. In the Skag region, it's 3.3%. In other words, in terms of rental vacancies, the estimated for the Skag region is just a little over 3%. We need more than that. It's projected that we need at least 5%. And homeowner vacancy rate in the Skag region is 1.1%, and which is a bit lower than the home ownership rate for the United States as a whole. Also demolished or destroyed housing, replacement needs, overcrowding. On the next page, and this is good because it's got it in color, the overcrowding rate in the Skag region is around 10%. And for the United States, it's the lowest line. It's about 2.5%. And again, West and California and so forth. What I'm getting at and what they're getting at is that we've got lots of overcrowding, a great shortage of housing, and what the RHNA process is aimed at doing is to develop an allocation process for all the jurisdictions, essentially to allocate a fair balance of housing, looking at all the qualifications that we've just talked about. Take a look at this. If you have any questions about it, you can get with me, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 20, special municipal election
Move approval.
for my old Third Ward chair. What are we going to do, folks?
Move approval.
Discussion? 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 No? Call for the question. Register your votes, please, and the mayor, or city clerk will announce the vote.
20, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette. It was seconded by Mr. Sanchez, and the item passes 6-0.
Good.
Mr. Sanchez did not push his button. But that's all right.
Okay, I'd like to
Move to
push.
continue.
Push.
Item 21, move to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Charette. You're doing it again.
You're welcome.
Boy, you love the outburst past 11 o'clock, don't you?
Happy to help.
Number 21, I'd like to move it. Would you like to, if there's no objection, let's move it to the next council item or next council meeting.
Right, move
And
to
then,
Okay, we don't need to have.
Mr. Charette,
We don't have to have
would
a
you
vote on it?
please allow me to chair this meeting, sir?
Well, I moved to approve it. Do we have a
Mr.
second?
Charette,
There's a second.
would you please allow me to chair this meeting? Thank you. I don't need outbursts from you.
Not
I can handle this meeting just fine, Mr. Charette.
Thank you.
I want to encourage you to read the code of conduct on the wall, Mr. Charette. You will not interrupt the chair in my proceedings. And, Mr. City Attorney, we have a closed session item.
Yeah, the suggestion is that we just
Mic on, please.
My suggestion is that we just take that off calendar for today and that we add it to the next council meeting's calendar.
Very good. This meeting is adjourned. Next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council, and the Mayor and City Council
point of
acting
order.
as a successor agency of the
I'm just
redevelopment
curious,
agency.
really.
Mr. Charette.
Just, thank you.
Will be held Wednesday, January 16, 2019, in the council chamber located at 201 North East Street. Closed session will begin at 4 p.m. and open session will begin at 5 p.m. This meeting is adjourned.